day one at Blast Premier London, and we get to see Group B, the group of death. NaVi, Astralis, Vitality, and Complexity. Our opening game, Vitality versus NaVi. It was the same repeat that we saw back in Epicenter at the end of last year. This time around, though, Vitality, they came out swinging. They held no punches. Even on the Dust 2 map pick of NaVi, they just did not hold back. We saw Shoxy and RPK rolling back the years, which showed that the French team do not just need to rely on their superstar player of Zyru, though he did play phenomenally. Then we had Astralis going up against Complexity. Complexity hugely underrated, people questioning why they're even here at this event, but they showed us in Star while this team has the potential to do real damage. Now yes, Astralis did not look like we saw them at the end of last year, but Complexity, they delivered. They read them like a books. They had the strategies down. They certainly knew what they were doing, and that's what makes day two even more excited. So let's get into it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for our second day of the Blast premiere here. Group B is underway, and already it's been a terrific start to the week. We've had what one of our analysts claims to be one of the top 5 upsets in all of CS history. It happened yesterday with Complexity taking down Astralis, and then while Vitality definitely showed up to play, they demolished NaVi. So I am some of your host, and joining me at the desk will be Thorn and Sponge. Gentlemen, what do we make of the first day?
Crazy Counter-Strike, right? I don't think anybody would have expected Complexity to come in here and beat Astralis 2-0. That has to be the takeaway from yesterday. I think it was good to see Vitality playing some good Counter-Strike, but this team right here haven't been together for a very long period of time. It's a bunch of young players, and they've been thrown into, the gauntlet with this kind of format and group.
Exactly, and speaking of format, let's take a look at it right now. What we're going to be looking for today is this bracket here. As you can see, Vitality 2-0 over NaVi and Complexity 2 over Astralis. The winner's match will be Vitality, Complexity, and the lower bracket match, NaVi versus Astralis. So, big shocks already going into it. And as far as, I just want to get these out of the way so we can actually start talking about the meat and potatoes of the day, the big match here. Our predictions, gentlemen. Prediction results. It's a bit up in the air. But Sponge, you taking the lead, man.
Yeah, look, having that, you guys all went 0-2 yesterday, right?
Yeah, it was a rough day.
But I think that we all would have got a point right there for that Astralis game. They just didn't show up. I think that one there is, look, James and Anders, I saw Anders' prediction for today. They both go on to see if they can get as many wrong as possible.
They're doing that stupid logic I've never understood where they go, but to win I have to take chances. Like, no, that's how you actually get way further behind. I think maybe, I need to have a word with your accountant. Like, maybe this is crossing over into other areas of your life here, boys. Because, like, listen,
Jason's
I get
insane.
Anders, on the side of Moses, right, you can ride on that whole, I'm from NA, I've got to support the NA. It's kind of whack, but whatever, you can go with that. Anders is just doing that thing where he pretends like, so it's funny how I'm mad, isn't it?
Yeah, but here's the thing, no one ever calls him
Identity.
out. We've got to bring it up. Like, Anders last year was like, yeah, MIBR are going to win the next major. No one brought it up after they, did terribly. So I think we need to hold Anders accountable from now on to the rest of the time.
He always does that. That's the issue.
We're going to call him out for bad predictions. If he's using Skybox, really, he should know who's going to be winning.
All right, well, taking a look at our first team of the day, this is going to be our first match. Astralis will be going up against NaVi. And Astralis, the lineup, one point that we made yesterday and that I thought was bang on was the fact that look how consistent they are.
Yeah, well, yesterday they definitely weren't consistent, right? We know that there was a period of time off for them. They've had the holidays, but coming in, this is the one team I attest to being the most professional, normally having the most mental strength and approach to the games and tournaments. And they came in yesterday, and they didn't even look like a shadow of them former selves, right? The mistakes that we saw, sure, you can't prepare for Complexity, but they weren't even playing to what their main strength is, which is being a fundamentally sound Counter-Strike team. The man you can see right there, Glaive, it's a warning sign for me when I see him having to do everybody else's jobs, starting to go aggressive on the CT side, taking all these positions. On the T side, now he's entry fragging. When Glaive has to start taking over a game, it's either something's not going right in the team, communication's flat, or he feels that he needs to make up for everybody else who's struggling, and that's what we saw yesterday.
What was sick was, there actually was, I don't know if everyone remembers this, but when they were going up to 5-0 in the first map, was when Dupree actually did that mental round on B, on Dust 2, where he killed like 3
double kill,
super flicks with the AWP. It looked amazing. So they obviously really did on map 1 think, we're just rolling, this is easy, you know, they're shook, we're just going to wreck them easy. Like, I can understand at that point in time underestimating the team, but there was so much play in that Vertigo game. They just got straight up outplayed in that one. Like, they were outgamed. The other team had way better responses, better duels. And if you look at both series, like overall, you have to give the edge for fragging to the guys from Complexity. So if you can straight up out-frag a team with those consistent stats we saw there, that's very legit.
We obviously attested a little bit this to Rust, right? Having that time off and not being at their full strength or even at 50% of their capacity, because that's the way it looked yesterday. When I see Astralis having a gap in long smokes, that's when I know that you know that things aren't flowing as it should, because this is the team that never, you know, has those kind of issues cropping on up.
Exactly, the interaction. I mean, these guys are usually on point with the details, and that's what makes the difference between them winning majors and you know, letting them slip out of their fingers. But one of the men who is key to those major victories is their coach, and we do have a word here with Zonic.
Danny, you told me last night that it was certainly around the mentality, the reason for the loss. So how did the talks go last night and today?
It went really well. I think it was a great wake-up call. Looking back at when we started in the beginning of January, everything has been going really smoothly. We have been practicing really well. Everything has been really clicking for us. So I think that you tend to make some bad habits during practice, because if you just win and win, then you play offensively, and then you start playing in an official match against a Complexity that is very patient and aggressive at the same time, and that really took us off guard. So it was a tough match yesterday, but we had a really good talk both yesterday and today. So all in all, a good spirit coming into today.
Now, there's something you never, ever thought you would hear from Astralis. They're actually trying to cash in their scrim box. They were winning scrims too hard. They were playing aggressively, and then, you know, it bleeds over into the main game. Because actually, I kind of agree with him. The one thing that they were missing in that game yesterday is, forget the fragging for a second, which obviously a lot of the highlights will go in the Complexity way. Where were all the classic Astralis lurks and the repositioning, and then the 2v2s and the 3v3s where you get a guy behind them or you keep a guy in a position they can't put? There weren't a lot of those, actually. They were just almost taking straight up duels with people. They were just losing some of them, and they were just re-peeking into like, they had so many scenarios where they didn't use the bomb or use the threat of the bomb against the opponent. It was just almost like a normal game for them. So I can kind of see that they didn't come in with the traditional Astralis mindset.
Yeah, look, and when you have Device, I think it was on that Vertigo game there, in terms of head-to-head with Poison, now they're not head-to-head AWP duels, but I think it was like 0 and 11. Poison absolutely schooled him, right? So
he lost one where he had an AWP and Poison had a scout.
That's right, yeah. So when you look at those kind of situations, just yesterday wasn't the day for Astralis, but NaVi on the other side of things, we only saw one man show up yesterday, and that was the in-game leader of Boomich, right? Simple had some moments in the later stages of that Dust 2 game. Electronic, it definitely wasn't living up to that rating right there. He just played an Ice Challenge and was an absolute monster. Yesterday, he was nowhere to be found. Maybe he ran out of energy.
And Perfecto definitely not living up to his name. More like fairly inexperienced though.
What?
That's like a dad joke, that one, right there.
It was.
But for people who aren't too familiar, Perfecto's just joined this team. They've had a lot of role shifts. Simple's actually moved back to the primary AWP. And I asked him yesterday after his game, I said, are you happier with this? Like, do you want this change? Do you think it's better for you as a player? And he said, yeah, because, you know, I'm a little bit more defensive. I can see the action, the comms sound clearer, and I can react quicker to get to where I need to be. He mentioned there's some issues with it on certain maps, but he's had to move back to primary AWP. Flamey's going to be moving into secondary AWPing positions. Perfecto coming in. He's now playing, you know, against tier 1 opposition. So there's a lot of adjustments here for this team. Surely we don't have 2 days back-to-back where Simple and Electronic are both missing.
That's what we're all going to be wondering as well, obviously. I mean, a lot of focus on Simple and Electronic, given his performance at ICE, just definitely not showing up at all yesterday. Where he took the MVP at ICE as well. So, I mean, you would expect a bit more from him.
I just want to quickly say, you know, I say Simple, you know, gone missing. He still had a 1.24 rating over 2 maps. So, look, if we put it in context, it's still Simple getting it done. But I just on that Dust 2 game, right, he was a little bit flat until the later stages. He picked up a couple of scout kills, gets the AWP going, and then he starts to get going. But it was one-way traffic in the first half of Inferno with Boomich going huge. 172 points of ADR at one point there, which was wild.
And what I'm curious to hear now is Blade's perspective on the thing. I mean, we heard from Zonic now, the coach for Astralis, and we did have a chance to catch up with Blade, the coach for NaVi.
Now, Astralis being an unlikely opponent to be facing, you guys probably expected Complexity, but did you notice much in a difference in Astralis, how they played versus Complexity yesterday?
Well, I noticed that if Astralis is losing best of 3, it definitely says they're not in a good shape. And I don't remember like a tournament where Astralis were losing best of 3 and then winning this tournament. It's not tournament; it's a league. Like it's a long format. But still, I think we will face the Astralis that like not in the like top, not on the top level, and especially Complexity, like a young team, and they won them. Maybe they were underestimated by Astralis, but still like much more chances when you play against such Astralis. When if you compare like Astralis that are like winning every tournament in a row, like so I think we have good chances.
Here's the thing, Semler. He didn't technically say it never happened that they lost the best of 3 and won the tournament. He just said he didn't remember. So it's all right, Blade. I'll refresh your memory. There was IM Chicago 2018. There was ECS Season 6 finals. It even happened at the Major, believe it or not. They lost to NRG and then later on they went on to win the Major. So it has happened before. But he's right. It happens obviously quite rarely just because Astralis rarely loses best of 3. I mean, I made the point yesterday. In terms of getting 2-0'd in a best of 3, this lineup's only ever had it happen to them 6 times before the Complexity result. And those were all banger teams. That was like the up-and-coming NRG and EG. That was obviously the amazing FaZe Clan lineups with Carrigan and Nico. Like, you have to be pretty high level to 2-0 shots. That's the key to me.
Yeah, the one thing, we got to make sure we hold expectations for is people don't overreact. This is one best of 3, right? You're sure.
I'd still pick them to win the group.
Yeah, me too. There's a real chance that Astralis now just sweep through the lower bracket and still are able to top this one right here, and the odds still favor them.
I mean, I'm looking forward to the potential rematch if they get there, because they could absolutely play Complexity later in the tournament.
Yeah, I'd like to see how that one goes down again, right? See if it was them underestimating them or just being shaky. Either way, in that rematch, if we get Complexity versus Astralis, those aggressive plays we saw probably won't be working the same way they did yesterday.
So we had our odds from Betway. No shock there. As far as the odds are concerned, it's looking good.
The bookmakers haven't overreacted like the community has, right? Astralis is still the best team in the world. They just had one off day. I expect them to bounce back today.
They walked, I mean, watching that Complexity match, you expect them to have walked face first into a trap. Complexity, they did everything in their power to stack the odds in their favor. It came out their way. Fantastic for them. Now we're obviously going to see if Complexity can reproduce that today versus Vitality, which is going to be a fantastic match coming up after this one. But our first best of 3 now needs to get underway, and who better to welcome the teams to the stage than our host, James Banks.
Thank you, Semler. It is time to get our first best of 3 underway. NaVi, they fell, and maybe unexpected in a way to put up not a bigger fight as what they did, but Astralis, they were the team that did not deliver this time around. So let's make some noise. Let's bring these guys on. Welcome on, Astralis! The #1 team in the world did not deliver a #1 team in the world performance yesterday, but it's time for them to shine now, and we call them the comeback kings because time and time again, they're able to bounce back from these type of situations. It's time for them to shine, but it's not going to be an easy task against this NaVi. NaVi do, though, have a fresh player with them in Perfecto. It's time for them to bring on themselves to the stage. Let's welcome on and make some noise for NaVi! NaVi, they do have the young guns, but they have some of the best players in the world. Electronic had a phenomenal performance recently at ICE, but that needs to show up today. Simple back on the AWP, and it's time to see what he can deliver against an Astralis that maybe at times have not looked as good, at least in the game we saw yesterday. Flamey, come join me here. Dupree, come on by. So Flamey, these guys just lost to Cole. Not supposed to be a very good team, so an easy game for you?
No, not really, because we lost to Vitality.
Good answer, good answer. But they've got Perfecto, who's not really used to playing against the likes of you, Dupree. So is this the player you're just going to bully for a while?
No, I mean, I believe he's a great player. That's the reason why it's NaVi. So, I mean, that's the reason why he's here. But we look to do better than yesterday, so I hope we can clinch out the win today.
Well, I love your political answers. You're never going to give me any fire with it. Shake hands, guys. Get to your positions. Get yourselves set up and ready. Let's get ready for the first best of 3 of today in Blast Premier London.
Yesterday, Astralis walked into a trap. There were unknowns about Complexity, and it paid dividends huge for Complexity. NaVi, though, a lot of knowns here. I mean, it's not
there's
like
no
Astralis
vertigo trap
yeah,
today.
there's no trap for Astralis to walk into here. So NaVi have to get it done the hard way. They have to go at him head to head. Do we think that NaVi are capable?
Look, with the firepower, sure, but I still think it's just way too early for this roster, right? Once again, Perfecto's only recently joined this team. They haven't had a lot of time to sit down and practice. We talked a lot about it yesterday for them in the lead-in. It's a very tough task to see this team beating Astralis now. You know, this roster, I could potentially see it evolving into something which could be one of the teams contending for titles, but not right here, right now. So I'm leaning towards Astralis being able to clean things up, get their communication, get their head in the right place. Map pool-wise, they should have them covered. I hope today we see Astralis just go, yep, we'll just either pick Nuke or Inferno, whatever they're feeling more comfortable on, and take it to NaVi in that regard. Like I said, there won't be any Vertigo. That should be the ban from NaVi coming out here, and then the Mirage ban, I believe, will be that of Astralis as per usual.
I mean, the problem in this scenario is this is like what it used to be like to play against Astralis. Whatever you pick, they can also win on. So even if you pick Train, a map that's been very good for you recently, we certainly know that they have the protocols to play that map. They've beaten even some amazing Train teams. In fact, they convinced EG to stop even playing that map entirely. Likewise, if you pick Dust 2, a lot of people have thought picking Dust 2 is the easy way to get a win against Astralis. I mean, I know Complexity managed it yesterday, but even that was touch and go on that particular map. That wasn't a blowout by any means. So the tough scenario here is it probably is the right choice to pick Train, but
yeah.
I've seen Astralis pull out way too many wins against teams that thought they were going to take this easy.
I don't mind it in the long game for NaVi if they want to make Train their home map. That'd be kind of cool with the players they have. This is where I think it's either Inferno or Nuke. If you want to go with Nuke, Perfecto's only played the map 12 times, so it's something which you could potentially find him having a weaker game. And Astralis, obviously, here we go. So we know that Nuke is a map historically. You know, they've been the best Nuke team, right? And it's something which they're going to have the strategical depth over a team like NaVi. They haven't had enough time to come up with all their reactions, and with NaVi, you know, getting a chance to start on the CT side there, playing those rotations is something Astralis do to the best teams in the world. So a team like NaVi, it should be too easy, I guess.
And the problem here is the third map, we'll look at what the choice is going to be.
Inferno.
So it's probably just going to be Inferno.
Yeah.
So if you're the guys from Astralis, like, you're liking this all day long, let's gamble on Train, we'll win Nuke, and then if it gets to Inferno, it's not only our home map, but it's one that has been a perennial problem child for all iterations of NaVi, going back the last few years, basically. So you can't really ask for a better veto at this point in time for your Astralis. I actually think in this scenario, I agree, NaVi on Train should be a better stylistic map. I just might have gone with Dust 2 just to gamble, just to say let's throw everything up in the air and see what happens, because maybe we outfrag them. That's one chance we have if we are NaVi.
I like the pick of Train, though. They beat Mousesports on this map at the Ice Challenge, right? And that's something that Mousesports are a very good team on, right? Chris J even had a 1-on-5 in that, and they're still able to pick up the game 16-11. But I do, like Astralis, like we're saying here, it's not a map they pick into, but it's a map they're very proficient at. Device is fantastic at rotating around with the AWP, and they even have Magus doing the secondary AWPing over towards Ivy. It's something that they're able to make work very well, do pre-up aggressive with the M4 close pop, close main, Glaive rotating around, and then over towards inside. Well, Zipex is one of the OGs at anchoring that in a bomb site. So it's no easy task, but at least NaVi can go in with some confidence in the map that they were able to take a name like Mousesports down on it.
So NaVi, it does feel like, you know, Train is synonymous with NaVi. All throughout this team's history, it just feels like that has been one of their maps, their go-to. Now, here's a stat, at least as far as Boomich is concerned. He outperformed Glaive yesterday. Fair enough. Boomich had a great performance. Is he one of the players that we need to keep an eye on here for NaVi to kick things off in this series, or is it Electronic? Who are we watching on NaVi right now?
I don't personally put too much stock in that performance. I feel like that was like what you call found money. Like, it's brilliant that it was there, and you needed it actually in that game to have a chance, but the real story of that game was Electronic being so underwhelming and almost having no impact on the game. So when you consider they were in both those maps, I think if Electronic and Simple show up anywhere what you'd expect them to be, I mean, look at this, he's almost halved his stats. So if you have one of the best players in the world have a performance like that, all frags are not created equal. The roles aren't the same in the game, the impact they have isn't. The thing about Electronic is if he's having a really, really strong performance, your T-side's probably flown at that point in time. You're getting into a lot of strong positions, also a very good clutch player, so I would much rather have this guy fragging than Boomich.
Yeah, you want it to be Simple, Electronic as the main two, right? And then whoever's contributing in that third position, it almost doesn't matter, just as long as somebody else is there to chip on in with your clutch round every now and again. But I think having Perfecto as the inside anchor for this NaVi roster is something which could be a problem, considering his, I guess, newfound place within Tier 1 Counter.
Does he know how to communicate yet with the team? Does he know how to fit into the system, when he needs to be going for his calls?
If you're ever going to be shook, this is the game to have it done as well. Oh no, we're going to go out last place, and it's Astralis. Like, we shouldn't be playing them. There's a million reasons why he could get nervous in this scenario. I wouldn't blame him.
No, please, continue, John. That's fine.
So look, with these guys right here, this is something which, if you're NaVi, you need to think about the context of this whole situation. This is just experience at this point. If it was me, obviously they're competitors. They want to go out here. They want to be getting the W, but it's a tough task. I said it yesterday, Astralis versus Complexity, but this one here should be maybe back to business as usual for Astralis.
So, Astralis sitting down, ready to go. They are in the server, NaVi, done with the chant, and they are ready to get going as well. And so we will now hand it over to our commentators to kick off the first series of the day. Anders and Moses, it's all you.
Well, we really appreciate that. We're ready for it as well. Should be, I don't know, kind of a spicy game. I thought Flamey could have picked that up way better. He could have been a little bit more aggressive. Astralis were not looking themselves yesterday, and it's how much can happen in 24 hours?
A lot, but I think with Astralis, it's going to happen in the other direction. I think Astralis will pick it right back up. For NaVi, I think you have to rely on someone like Simple going crazy. Listen, they have their own issues going on right now. Bringing in Perfecto, he's looking like he's still struggling to kind of get to this level of competition, which is fair. But it's kind of a tough look when we see Obo yesterday performing really insane. Same with Poison. We saw Brokey with FaZe. He's had a little bit more time, but he's looking stellar. So you have all these young guys coming in. Perfecto's still kind of struggling to catch up to this level of play.
I'm very curious about how this is going to play out. I did pick Astralis to win this one, but I don't know if I was really heavily confident in it. There are just so many X factors that I wasn't really sure about. I agree it could be a turnaround. It could be that this is going to be the classic Astralis that we're going to see right away. But I don't know. It's a long break they've been on. I think the longest they've had with this lineup ever. So
yeah, but they just have so much experience, and they're just so good. I mean, remember, this is the best team in the world. They're going to be able to just kind of pick that right. And what the mistakes we saw yesterday was like a gap in the smoke here or there, some missed shots that they're normally like guaranteed to get those kills.
Yeah.
The idea that they're going to have that flat of a game 2 days in a row seems crazy to me.
Well, we're going to be starting on
that being
train.
said, I predicted NaVi. So let me start over.
Wait a minute. Why are you just counter-arguing yourself for no reason?
I played myself.
Well, I like it anyway. I think it's interesting that we're starting on train. That's just from Astralis' point of view in terms of warming up. Yesterday they played Dust 2 and Vertigo.
Yeah.
So now there's a third map in the mix. I'm not saying that they don't know how to play train or anything, but yeah, just getting that warm-up feeling back in and feeling like you're ready for the game. I think it would have been fun for them if they could have got one of those 2 maps.
Yeah, that would have been nice, but I mean, as they said, one of the deepest map pools, so good across, pretty much every single map. I'm not worried. This has always been one of those maps for Astralis where it feels like they haven't wanted to go here, but they've always been proficient at it. They've been able to pull it out. They have some very good wins on this map, obviously. But for NaVi as well, some open spaces where you think their players are going to be comfortable. Simple with the AWP, Electronic, very good.
Yeah.
Boomich yesterday was a monster.
I really like watching Boomich play. Looks like we're ready. You can see the screen guard is up, and yeah, this should be a lot of fun. Yesterday was nothing like we expected. I hope we're going to have more chaos today. I really enjoyed that. A lot of fun to watch Complexity play. Well, now we've got Astralis and NaVi. Best of 3 here in London for Blast Premier. And Astralis, they're going to be starting on the CT side, NaVi on the T side. And they have already bought a little bit of utility here. That one smoke on Boomich immediately makes me suspicious that something could be going on. It looks like Flamey's at least not moving, which you need to at some point.
Yeah, he's not budged, so we're going to get a stop. So make sure you guys just rewind that cheer, do it all over again next time.
Yeah, get it back in there. Does that... I mean, those Molotovs, those single Molotovs can be used for almost anything. I don't want to read too much into it, but I'm always suspicious when someone gets that in the pistol round, maybe especially on train.
You always have that kind of a feeling that it's going to be saved for a plant somewhere to just be dropped on the bomb to delay the defuse a little bit longer. There's going to be protocols for that on the Astralis side. On the defensive side, as it's a pretty popular strategy as well.
It is, and that's also why I guess there was like a whole metagame going around that where people would buy it all the time on the T side, and then for a while, as you said, it got counted so heavily that people just can't really do that anymore.
It also allows for the P250 drop over to Simple, though.
Oh, you're right. Big fan of that, especially on Simple, right? I mean, I'm happy if you'll pick it up no matter what on the T side, but yeah, just watching Simple in general is... Can't really get enough of that.
All right, well, here we go again, London. Pistol round going live. Astralis, NaVi, opening map of the day. I don't think anyone expected to see Astralis here in the losers match. Remember, the loser of this series as well is relegated to the Spring Showdown.
That is exactly right. So definitely means they still have a chance, but you wouldn't expect it to be here. Sip playing close with Device really far back, and He has got at least some grenades Sip to try and buy some time, but I don't think this is going to be quick, it looks like. Means that Molotov could actually be used for C-Connector instead. They're going to be going right down there. Sip setting himself up for a bit of a flashbang. There's the grenade coming in. Sip gets a kill and a good follow-up. Not really headshots, just spamming away that USP, but good for 2 kills. And now looking for a third. Simple will shut him down, but that's long range. The P250 down on the ground.
And the aggression, the kills from Xyp9x forced Simple to get aggressive and try and find more kills. That brought him out into the open for the elimination, and that's the bomb on the floor. This pistol round is surely going to go the way of Astralis. Glaive to close it out, 1-0.
That worked out really well. And it was, I mean, the fact that Device was in there playing a little bit of backup, that didn't even really seem to have much in effect. He got shot down really. That was the P250, the opening kill. That's exactly what it's meant to do.
Yes.
But Sip is a world-class B-side player on this map.
He's perhaps the best, and I mean, you could see, like I said, it just forces Simple into an overextension on that upper ramp. Even though he gets the kill, there's nowhere to go after that. He's well exposed to all the rotations that come in. No plant, no second round buy, so it's just Glocks and the Deagle on Simple. Oh, that was a cute attempt.
That was the newcomer. I appreciate that. Trying to make a name for yourself. Why not?
The Zeus Master. No one's taken that mantle quite yet.
Shamefully so. I mean...
Maybe Tarek.
Maybe Tarek. Well, there are a couple of players out there that that will show something every once in a while. Simple crouching him with the Oh, he lands a follow-up headshot taking down Maze. Not great. If you're Astralis, you don't want to be giving away anything else now.
Starting to get costly. 2 players fall. 1 more would be fantastic for NaVi. And at least, you know, even if they lose this round, you got to be happy with the start that Simple's having. 4 kills. I think all 4 of them headshots. 2 with the P250 and the pistol round, 2 here in this round. And he's got a chance for more. Device has snuck himself into an awkward situation. It's down to timing for him and Ivy.
Yeah, the thing that makes this very rough is the armor that they're lacking, but somehow that doesn't even matter. The MP9 comes in. They swap that out for an M4 now, and Electronic has got the health for it. It's a very awkward round indeed. But again, just remember that armor could... Oh! Forget about the armor. Sip goes down. Simple with another kill. 3 of them, all headshots with the Deagle. That is why we just keep mentioning his name time and time again, and the M4 will end it. NaVi picking up the 2nd round.
They barely invested anything into that round. That is a very cost-effective win with these headshots from Simple. It's so beautiful.
Stop.
That's nasty. He just spots the elbow here and responds perfectly onto Xyp9x. And listen, yeah.
I think that's disgust.
I think he felt those shots. One of the things that we noticed yesterday was when Complexity was going on some of those big streaks against Astralis, one of the other things that was a very uncharacteristic of this Danish team was it seemed like they kind of cracked a little bit, crumbled under that pressure. If NaVi can do something similar, I mean, we'll have to test Astralis again and see if one more time, if maybe they feel a little bit nervous, maybe they try and start doing too much because of the losing.
Crouching in that creek. Scout going to be falling back. You're right, and what was so wild about how that happened is Astralis won the first 5 rounds, so you thought, you know, that's it. Like, if they were going to get pressured,
yeah,
that's not happening now, and the fact that NaVi can answer back in round 2
with just a Deagle.
With just Deagles, that's a good sign, isn't it?
I think it was literally just the 1 Deagle on Simple, and Glocks assigned that. He did a phenomenal job, obviously. Device down to 44. He's got the Scout. Speaking of Deagles, 4 of them in play for the Astralis side. And just a pretty standard default setup. 3 players outside, 2 towards the inner bomb site. Zip and Device working together.
Yeah, he's got a smoke down there. Sip maybe could find some good timing to make it uncomfortable for them if they come rushing down the ramp. If you have to run through the smoke, that's generally not that much fun. Yeah, he's trying to time it. As they're throwing all of their grenades into it. Still 40 seconds on the clock, but they've used a fair few of them already. Device back. He can't really find much, can he?
I'd be surprised if they commit to this, considering Electronics are already all the way out Ivy. This is very dangerous. A perfect stat call so far, and yeah, he picks one off, but Electronic has control. They're going to back away, and he's going to cut off the rotations. Electronic, all they have to worry about is Dupree on top of the train. No one else can get through Z. Electronics got 1 from behind. A great headshot from Glaive, but still, control completely in the favor of NaVi.
Yeah, they just need to not get interrupted on this bomb plant. There's only 10 seconds left, so it can't really stop from being planted, or it's going to be a disaster. And they will get it through, and the cleanup now should be fairly easy. That Krieg on Sip, definitely worth saving here. That's a late call for NaVi, but you pointed it out. Electronic had already pretty much cleared most of the bomb site, so...
I was surprised to even see them kind of even attempt to go out that upper ramp, considering he was all the way at the end of Ivy. He was ready to attack. He was in position. He had felt no pressure whatsoever. So I'm assuming he just got very stern with this call to rotate back. And that'll be the second round for NaVi, 2-1 on this offensive side of Train.
Could have been pretty disastrous if they'd kept into that B-bomb side.
That was very worrying. 3 players there. I think a 4th was going to arrive pretty quickly.
Giving up the Krieg, kind of annoying, I guess. But still, Astralis not really able to put too much into this round. So you have to imagine anyway that it's going to be hard for them to find the perfect position to put that weapon in. Actually, Glaive picks up some body armor in this round. So a little bit of investment behind the Krieg. Just wanted to see if they could, turn it around somehow. And that one MAC-10 on Simple, I'm guessing he's going to be fairly aggressive with it.
I like this from Glaive, though. I like the investment of armor. He's going to get boosted up as well. There's the aggression, as you mentioned, with the MAC-10. Not crazy, not rushing all the way down towards Ivy, but he's got a solid position. It's Magisk who's going to be the first player in trouble because of Simple.
Oh, now he's making a little bit more noise. Magisk, he's got a USP. He's just hoping that someone's going to come help him out. Not even happening. Simple, that's a long range and a quick triple with the MAC-10. So all of the danger pretty much gone.
It's 9 kills on Simple, 5 kills on Electronic. Everyone else on NaVi still at 0. It's a 2-man affair for NaVi at this point. 6 now on Electronic.
Yeah, but I'm fine with it. I think everyone is fine with it.
And they've even taken the Krieg right back in their hands. Simple swaps that out, so that's a nice little gift for him, especially the bonus money of the MAC-10 kills. I mean, this is about as perfect a start as you can have after losing a pistol round if you're NaVi.
Yeah, they're really cruising through these early rounds. 9-1 on Simple, you're absolutely right. That Simple and Electronic combination has just been amazing.
I'm actually a little surprised Magisk didn't hear him. Maybe there was some communication. Maybe it was just out of his hearing.
I was wondering about that too.
Yeah, it looked like Simple was close enough. Astralis, right off the bat, switches into a double op setup, and both oppers have no armor. So let's see how this goes. Fast-paced, utility being thrown out on the fly. Perfecto, gonna be the first one up, jumps over the spam. Dupree's in some trouble, but he doesn't know it yet.
Oh, they have a lot of yard control. The bomb is still back there, so they're just trying to clear the path to people. Blindly shooting through, and Simple will go down. That was Magisk picking that one up. I'm not sure what he could actually see. Glaive sneaking through, Perfecto on the other side, but he's alone right here. He needs some backup or someone to throw a grenade for him, or he might get spammed down eventually. Magisk on the one side. That's smoke. Ooh, Device will take a kill, but he's waiting for it. That actually wasn't smoke at all, so he can still see.
Bomb's down so far back as well. I think these ops are going to start chewing up NaVi. Perfecto, no idea. Still, easy shot for Magisk. And now he can just lie in wait. Force Perfecto to commit, and another kill. Nice job from the ops. All 5 kills going to the 2 snipers on Astralis.
That was, I mean, that kind of a round for NaVi. When you're set up with 2 people this aggressively, okay, you could actually see over the smoke, but if you don't win that fight, then is there even a plan B at that point in time? What do you do?
I'm not sure. I think the low percentage fight that Simple takes, just spamming through the smoke, I'm wondering if maybe he was doing that to, I don't know, maybe disguise Perfecto's position, who was already pretty advanced. That lured Dupree into aggression once he went down. Dupree was a free kill. They just couldn't build upon it. Still plenty of money for NaVi.
Yeah, that AWP on Simple as well. So, still people on the side of Astralis here with the odds, in spite of the fact that NaVi definitely looking like they're on point. But that was a good round for Astralis, especially investing into the double AWP and not really losing that much in the round. That's always what you really want to try and have happen. Do NaVi even know that it's a double AWP setup is another question.
Oh yeah, they know now. Both ops rang out in the previous round, so they have to have that intel, which I think is why all 5 players coming to the inner bomb site force those ops into the rotation. It's a classic tactic to try and take the weapons away to defeat this defense. The question is, can they get there? Will they lose too many players? Zip's got a double before being burned alive, but now the op on Device is in play.
Flamey's hiding inside of the smoke. If he comes through when Device is scoped up, he could get the kill immediately. There we go. Headshot taking him down, but Simple's dropped it. That leaves Flamey alone. A missed opportunity for Magisk. That could have been the end of the round. And now Dupree with the flank coming in. Flamey, he doesn't really know it yet, but you could tell he's kind of suspecting it. And Dupree, if he walks down the ramp, he might be able to see the bomb beforehand if it isn't already called out. So I don't know, there's still 30 seconds. All of the pressure right now on Flamey, and he's slow playing it. He might not have that luxury. A long-range fight, and he gets dinked at least down to 71.
Yeah, but that's not that much damage for a dink, and that actually might lure dupreeh into an awkward play. Might think he's very, very low, but the time is of the essence for Flamey.
Yeah, he's walking back into it. dupreeh's got such a weird angle, and he'll win the fight just barely. The beginning of this round, because if you notice, Sip was set up by a flash. I think Device threw that flashbang for Sip to get the double kill. He's peeking right in. They're both flashed right here. Yeah, it's Device getting the assist, so that was a clean setup. Device actually did a lot without getting any kills here, just to be able to do that. And then it's kind of almost lost the round anyway. So that's a bit scary if you're on Astralis side.
Well, especially because they lost both ops. They have to rebuy them on Megaskin and Device. That's all their money. And NaVi, as I said, they were flush with cash from some of the early clean rounds. And the bonus money on Simple from the MAC-10. So reset round for Astralis. They must convert this or else they're back to pistols.
Sees that on Boomich. He definitely did. Fair bit of damage. Device, though, that's a way to do it. Over at Ivy, 2 kills with the AWP to begin with. And now they definitely should fall back, Astralis. No point in giving them more fights when you've already done this well. In fact, Device is just doubling down on the aggression, and Boomich showing up, again, range with the CC. He's got no chance at all. He's going to go down, and it's being called out. There's another guy in main. Yeah, this is kind of the opposite of what NaVi needed. Even if they end up losing this round from the early on, they want the same amount of damage as they did in the previous round.
Yeah, you want some kills. You want to keep that money low, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Flamey and Perfecto at this point, you're not thinking for the win. You're thinking, let's eliminate one player and see what else we can get from that. But they are blocked out of everything. Device has them cut off from Ivy. They don't have the tools to go battle an op at that range. Deep smoke in towards T connector means they just have to wait it out. This is brutal.
Yeah, it does feel like they've been checkmated a little bit in this position. They could wait around and hope for a mistake, but the regular version of Astralis probably won't give you many. The one that we saw yesterday was, made you think maybe, but right now they're doing what they should be doing. 20 seconds on the clock.
It's going to be a save call for NaVi. Electronic has 1,200, so likely a half buy on some of these other 3 players. Electronic will have something to work with, but these 2 guys are going to be stuck on what they've got in hand at the moment. Only $50 in the bank for both of them. And for Astralis, not enough cash for the hunt. So this round kind of fizzles away slowly. 4-3 lead for Astralis. And we'll see how much NaVi wants to commit on the other 3 players.
Yeah, there's no point in, if they had more money, Astralis, surely they go look for the fight in the last 10 seconds, but I agree, this time, not worth it, really.
142 ADR on Simple.
Par for the cause, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty blistering start for him. Nice shots from Device as well, even the follow-up wide swing. I liked this play. That's just asserting some dominance. Get out towards Ivy, even though it's not necessarily the smart fundamental play. So much information, a calculated risk that nets them everything.
Oh, grenade around the corner. That's going to land on top of at least some of them, yep. That's a solid amount of damage. And Glaive, he's got Magus behind him, could throw a grenade. Oh no! Simple now, styling on dupreeh.
That's what Perfecto tried to do. Maybe they looked at some of the demos and said, this is possible for us to get to this position. Electronic decides not to wait out the smoke. That's just clearing a second later. He could have been a bit more patient.
I would love to see dupreeh's face cam when that happens. I feel like it'd be good comedy.
I'm sure we will.
He's got some eye rolls in him, doesn't he?
Now towards the inner bomb site with such low HP, this seems like a perfect setup for a multi-kill from Xyp9x.
Yeah. And this position is very, very hard to clear. What you really need is to find a way to make Magus go relevant, so you have to force Xyp to look above himself. But if that doesn't happen and he can just focus on that ramp, yeah, he's in a really strong position. And you see immediate headshot. The grenade out just buying time, 40 seconds on the clock, and Magus can Device showing up long range with that double orb, and no chance to do anything here. Simple, gonna go down, had a deagle and low health. 5 rounds on the board for Astralis and starting to build some real economy behind themselves right now.
I think the tough part is this double op setup from Astralis is looking very, very strong at the moment. I don't think it hasn't seemed like NaVi's really had the answer for it just yet. That's all you can do.
Yeah, it's hard in the moment, isn't it, to not take that personally.
Well, 4 deagles for NaVi. Gonna make things even more difficult. 3 flashbangs, though, to try and close the gap, or maybe something tricky for Boomich to find a kill. He was phenomenal yesterday. They're gonna need more of that, but here's that mobile defense from Astralis. This time it's not Zipnik's inside, it's the AWP at the lower ramp on point, and he's got a leg shot.
They already had a round, second round, where Simple got them 3 headshots. You can't really rely on the idea that that's going to happen, you know, too many more times. You have to expect that Astralis probably are going to be coming out with a pretty good amount of rifles in a round like this. So, still, they're playing T side of Train NaVi, so the fact that they already have 3 rounds is actually a pretty decent sign. If they could build some more and get up to, you know, 6 or something, that's where you start to feel a bit more confident, I would say.
Ooh, close up with the M4. Perfecto's got a deagle headshot, but Glaves got 3 kills of his own. And it's just Zipnik's looking towards Ivy. These last 2 players about to turn the corner. And that's an easy spray down for him. 3-round lead, and Astralis is on fire. 5 in a row. 5 in a row since they brought out the double op setup. To go back to that point.
And they, remember, they lost pretty much everything in that 1 round and bought into it again. So they were adamant about using it. It wasn't just sort of like, let's test this out. They actually really want to stick with it. And I guess we see why. It's been working really well. It's disgusting when they both show up in the B-bomb site, when Device is already there and then, you know, Magus shows up with the second one. That long corridor, like all the way down the bomb site, what do you do?
Well, we still haven't seen, I mean, when attacking the bomb sites, NaVi hasn't made great progress. You know, even the round that got close, the first round with the double op setup, it was, you know, it was a 2-on-4 that kind of turned in their favor eventually, but the first 3 players got wiped out, and no one is making it into the bomb site. No one's able to push down those lanes inside and outside bomb sites.
Astralis winning the pistol, losing 3, and then back to winning the next 5 here. That's a pretty good trend if you're on the Astralis side. Setting up a pretty common setup for NaVi at the moment. Bomb dropped far back, so they're just trying to get a little bit of control down towards Ivy and up in the white holes up there. Dupree playing a much more forward in the in that pop dog room.
Well, he's not scared by the taser kill that came out earlier, the Zeus kill. Simple being very passive with Flamey by his side at T-mid. NaVi content this time to slow play it and let some of the utility run out and just gained a few advanced positions.
Maybe the only danger right now is if Glaive goes down at back Ivy. That could be really worrisome, because then Magisk is kind of in the middle of nowhere out there. But ooh, it's Magisk instead. Electronic to find the opening kill. That's a strong way to get started. Still 50 seconds on the clock. A little bit low on health, and the spam through. Oh, Glaive will catch it. That's some very fortunate timing, but now they have to go. They know they've got to hit it right now before more backup shows up. Under 40 seconds as they try and make their way through. And Dupree just checking. Going to be a bit of confirmation from Sip. Glaive is ready for it. And Perfecto, not a chance there. 30 seconds on the clock. And they're kind of spread out and locked down here, NaVi. They need to break into this bomb site. And Flamey will get them 1. But Dupree, now he's got at least 1 locked in. And Boomich has got the bomb all the way at the back of the bomb site. 20 seconds on the clock. They need to move right now. And Symbol might have given them the opening that they need. Device wants to fall back and play for it instead. Or they don't actually go for the bomb plant. And that might be a problem. Dupree counting the seconds here, not trying to stop the bomb. I thought maybe he would have instead. It's Device sneaking in with the AWP. What a play! And leg shot comes through from Simple. He needed that kill immediately. He knows Dupree's already out around the corner. Simple in a 1 versus 2, and he's not going to get the chance. Dupree will take him right out. A great round for Dupree.
I mean, just waiting. He knew that they were going to be zoned in on his position. He knew they were planning where they cannot be seen from connector. Dupree was the only one who was in danger, so let Device make the next play. That is just a great, you know, take your hands off the keyboard and mouse and let your teammate do all the work. Glaive had a pretty stellar round as well, but just smart play all over from Dupree and Device.
I can't believe he got a leg shot as well. Because if Simple turns and just takes down Device,
yeah,
such a different round.
It's a whole different round. 7-3, 4-round lead for Astralis. And now the problem becomes they had Astralis for like 2 or 3 rounds in that really scary position where they're just out of money, where there's, you know, if they lose that round, they're done. And that on the T side of Train is so valuable. That's what allows you to claw up to that 5-6 rounds very early and feel much more comfortable. Now this is going to be a grinding battle. They're going to have to win these rounds in isolation. It's going to be tough to string 2, 3 together, especially when you haven't even found yet the recipe to overcome the 2 ops.
And you've already had a number of rounds here where, you know, your star player in Simple has opened it up. He's given you some of those leads, and, you know, you need the rest of the team to follow that in right now. I'm noticing Lord Boomich at 0 kills at the moment and 9 deaths.
It's not very lordly, more of a peon.
Yeah, well, it depends on how you analyze it. He's getting the rest of them to do the work, you know, sending him out in the field, sitting back in the castle, just, you know, having a good time.
Hanging out.
Maybe it's too lordly, in fact.
Well, these ops now, there's been so many different looks. Device towards Ivy. Magus between the trains at Sandwich. Aggressively peeking into the choke points, denying map control, denying positioning from the NaVi offense.
Look at the utility on that NaVi team. I mean, this is before they even get, you know, attempt a bomb plant. After plants are not going to be fun with this amount. That's a real check on Device. And that's Electronic alone. Still going for the B bomb side, though. They're not slowing it down. Sip is falling back, but Glaive is still in here, and they're not checking it. That's a 1. They line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill. They thought they had it all figured out. Once they saw Sip falling back down there, I think they thought, all right, that's it. We've done it with Electronic. Still a bit of a flank coming in.
He can bring it right back. They have no idea he's here. There's the first kill. Simple, he's looking for the flank at the moment, but Electronic cannot convert. Simple has the intel. He knows exactly where Glaive is, but great movement from Glaive to stay alive. He's forcing Simple to be the aggressor, trying to find this kill before the flank comes in, because Magus is creeping behind him, and he can't even handle the first.
That's every single one from Glaive. He actually stayed alive for the whole thing and got the ace. The way that all got started. Man, this is a wild round because you can actually almost read Navi's psychology in this round. Electronic opens it up on the other side, and then they see Sip falling back, and they think that's it. You know, they've bought it. That 1 kill over at Ivy, that sold it, and then Glaive is still hiding in there for a magnificent spray down.
I mean, you can't do that, though. I mean, that's just poor theory and poor crafting on how to attack that bomb site. 3 players all looking in the same direction, not a single one covering the other. And that's what allows Glaive to get 3 kills and eventually the ace. Sloppy play so far on the attack for NaVi, and this round is not looking much better.
Electronic, he's got that Krieg. He's losing teammates. Doesn't really want to take a charge through the smoke here. Vegas gone one side, really well defended A-bomb side. They've got 4 people out here, and there's really no way to get through, is there? Smoke is fading ever so slightly, and he's a bit quicker inside of the smoke, which is a common occurrence now.
Listen, Electronic's having some success. Probably the most success NaVi has had is out towards Ivy. And it's usually been allowing Electronic to work on his own, so they have to find ways to have success elsewhere based off those kills, but this is a bit tough. Another opening kill for Electronic and Ivy, and now he's just got nothing to do. All of his teammates have fallen 1 versus 4. They know his position, and yet he's still going to get a kill out of it.
Yeah, and Sip smartly was shooting through the smoke. Again, for whatever, you know, game mechanical reasons, if you're inside of the smoke, a lot of the time you're just gonna get like slightly more visibility a bit earlier than people outside. But for that same reason, people do sometimes check those smokes as they're fading. You know, just a little bit of preemptive fire will do it for you. And they're gonna finally take him down. See if they could pick up the second AWPR. It's pretty far back there, so they only saved the 1. But I don't think Astralis mind that much. 9-3, and they've gone on a 8-round run. And out of those 8 rounds, well, 1 of them was the save round, the other one was a bomb plant, but the rest of them, NaVi haven't even got the bomb down. That's an issue too. That's
a massive issue, not a whole lot of cash flowing towards them. And the other problem is it's the captain, it's the in-game leader of Astralis, Glaive, 17-6 at the moment. He's been dominant. And they're doing a very good job, Astralis, of changing up their defense pretty much every single round. NaVi cannot get a good read of where these AWPs are going to be positioned.
Pretty good grenade there on Electronic. SWAT. 58 damage just from stepping on nearly a landmine, I think, over at Ivy. Looks like they want to try and double drop Dupree. He's pretty close range. That actually could be a little bit scary. They land right on top, and he does a lot in return, but not enough for a kill, so it's an opening.
They have to convert at this point. Round number 13, you need to start getting more rounds on the board. You need to win this 5-on-4. 3 players still defending outside because the op on device is pushed towards upper ramp. They have all the information of what's coming. Magisk, a tough angle, and he's got the first. Boomich on the board as well, but what a flick! And Glaive still adding on as well. Time for Electronic to get involved.
Yeah, but how does he do that? Glaive is right here waiting for him, and he's still going to win the fight. A huge double coming in, dropping Magisk, and then the turnaround, and now Device. Can he find a clean angle into that side? If he can and pick off one, that's huge. Simple is kind of looking for him with the Krieg, so walking around this corner could be very scary. He's up on the train, and Device is slowly edging his way in. Simple's got the bomb, so he has to cross Device's point of view, at least if he sticks around here. 25 seconds, and if the bomb drops in the middle, then Device has got a really good chance. Can he get the flick? Not quite. That's a tall order to ask. 18 seconds, and the bomb will be going down. Electronic hiding at a very strange off angle, and now Device can't even really unscope, or he'll give the whole round away here. So he's got to stay scoped looking in, or they'll definitely hear it. Very tough indeed. He's trying to check that corner. He's not quite right. He's got the right idea, but doesn't want to commit to it, and with the Deagle out, he's going to get taken down. A triple kill for Electronic. And that was, I mean, right now, it's a simple and Electronic show on this Na'Vi side.
Yeah, that was a beautiful round from Electronic. That's a change of pace in how he's attacking Ivy. This was a much slower, a lurk almost, where we've seen him entry and be aggressive before, and he had to overcome a lot. There were some phenomenal plays from this defense. Good awareness to check behind him as the smoke clears. A 4th round. Look at the damage being dished out by Flamey and Boomich. That's not good enough. 2 kills for Boomich, 3 kills for Flamey in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if they can just, you know, double that ADR or something, then they're pretty competitive all of a sudden. 9-4, 4 rounds. It's a foundation to build the second half of, but it's not amazing. Oh, but that is, they shoot him through the wall. Device, and here's the soul beat defense, and they don't know that, but what a way to get started.
Another 5-on-4. They've got a real chance here again. And the money is very, very low. If Na'Vi can convert this, the final round should feel much easier. You won't have the 2 ops to go against. Glaive shifting in to take up Device's position at the B bomb site. And Electronic again, the lone attacker at Ivy.
Yeah, right now they're actually going to be swapping Magisk a little bit further back. That means this A bomb site, it's going to be very, very undefended. They're taking a big risk here.
I don't mind this at all, because remember, Astralis is out of money. If they lose all these weapons and the round, it's pretty much a 2-for-1 for Na'Vi. So Astralis is just making a guess. They're saying, this is quiet. We're going to assume they're going to hit this outer bomb site. If they don't, just give it up. Keep these 4 weapons alive. It's not the most exciting, not even going to go for the retake unless Zipnix does something crazy from ladder room, but preserve the weapons for that final round. And the gamble doesn't pay off.
Good call out of Na'Vi as well.
It's the high percentage call to make.
No, I think you're right. They're not even sticking around on the edge of that bomb site to try and figure out, like, maybe we could sneak in a kill. They've already made that choice, so you do like to see it. That's
the kind of call that, you know, the nerdy Counter-Strike people, the endgame leaders, are going to really appreciate.
Yeah, Counter-Strike for the hardcore people. It's true.
For the dorks.
For the real dorks. Well, they're going to be saving all the way, and Na'Vi are not really that interested in hunting them down and following them around. So 5th round on the board. If this finishes 9-6, I think Na'Vi are going to be pretty excited about that.
Especially considering you lost pistol. Even though you convert the 2nd round, still that's going to be a big, big accomplishment. So fair play. Well done from Na'Vi. They've got their 5th. They've got a chance for a 6th. They've clawed this back at the very least right at the end of this half. That was an 8-round run at the middle of this half for Astralis, and Navi's now trying to regain some of that control.
Yeah, and again, the fact that so much of this is built off 2 of the Na'Vi players.
Yeah.
So the second half or even the second map could be so different if there's just a little bit more backup. What a joy, though. That simple and Electronic combo.
The other small detail as well, that stack towards the inner bomb set allows them to recover Device's AWP.
True.
So now they still have that double op setup that Na'Vi would have loved to have avoided in this 15th round. It's not going to happen. Timeout being called to try and actually by Astralis, to try and just figure out a way to stop this this small run that Na'Vi has been on to close the first half. Try and make sure that Na'Vi can't go into the break and into the second half with any kind of momentum.
Yeah, I mean...
I just can't get over that 20 ADR on Boomich, the low on Flame, I think it was low 30s. And I mean, listen, because the double up, not to harp on it too much, it's been so effective, but those kills just come out so quick, right? Those first players in, they just go down, not even a chance to really deal damage. So every once in a while, when a double up setup is this effective, you are going to get some pretty ugly ADR stats.
Yeah, the kind of setup that they've had so far, that's what you dream of when you buy the double up, and it doesn't always work out that way. Ooh, flashbang in, and it could have been the UMP, but instead it's a quick shot and a quick trade up to the Kree there. Glaive really quick with this weapon switch.
It's an important kill considering how effective Electronic has been at Ivy. That's a big piece, and as you mentioned, it's been a two-man show. 28 kills between Electronic and Simple. You've got 9 between the other 3 members of Na'Vi.
Look at Dupree just playing anti-flash, because he's got backup from Device right behind him, so that's very difficult to break. I mean, you could do it with a Molotov or something, but then you're throwing those grenades so early that you're going to be missing them later. See what they do to try and break this, if they actually show up for it. Simple running with the bomb up there, still a minute left, so...
Dupree might have heard that. Now they have 2 defenders at the inner bomb site, so no reason to rotate or cheat anyone else in there.
He heard it. And Sip playing close again. He's been really good in this B-bomb side.
I have to imagine this is going to be a fake towards inside, a drop down the ladder, because Perfecto and Boomich still ready to pounce. Actually, they're going to send Flamey in. They're going to see if he can just find 1 kill. He's not too committed. Now he's fully committed and he gets nothing. 3 versus 5, but the rotation is in. Astralis got lured pretty far away, which gave space to Boomich. He's the next one to make a play. Perfecto, shoulder peeking, not expecting to pre, but he recovers well. And all of a sudden, the outer bomb site is cracked open.
That's a very important kill for Magisk right now. 18 seconds, and they're going to go straight for the bomb. Oh, the grenade! He was shot out. They were shooting under the actual carriage, so Simple had to move out of the way. And once he did, the grenade caught him 8 seconds. And Boomich, what could you even do at this point in time? He's looking for the bomb. He's finally picked it up, and he's out of time. There's nothing to do. 10 rounds for Astralis here at the end of the first half. Man, we're going to need to see a replay of that. What a way to end it. They shot him under the train and he ran into the grenade. That's so unfortunate.
That was a perfect round for Astralis out of the timeout. You have to appreciate a perfect 2 rounds to close that half, considering the save in the previous. I really like that.
Yeah.
We're going to go to a halftime break. When we come back, we'll see if Na'Vi can recover on defense.
Last Premier, which means 2 things. Great Counter-Strike action, but more importantly, the Aim Chicken Challenge is back, guys. And we've got Blamef, Glaive, and Sharks. But first of all, Blamef, you're going to be going first. You've had a bit of warm-up. You're looking pretty shaky. Sharp. Oh, sharp. I say, oh. But the rules are, the small chickens are worth 15 points, the medium-sized chickens are worth 10 points, and the big chickens are worth 5 points. And if you miss and hit a barrel, you lose 5 points. And I forgot to mention, they're playing for this expensive, amazing trophy that we got in especially. So I can already see Shock's eyeing it up. He wants to take it home. Do you want to have a look?
Definitely. Yes, thank you.
Please,
I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna bring it.
Man, you got already so much at home. Please give me this one.
Okay, you can have it. A little bit.
But you're up first.
Yeah.
So you ready?
Yes.
Time to hit some chickens. Config told me the other day that you only go to the gym just for the Aim Chicken Challenge. You've been practicing and warming up in the gym. Is that true?
100%. I've been up all night thinking about this challenge.
Yeah.
Everything I was told yesterday. I've been working hard.
You've been working hard.
Working really hard.
I'm expecting big things. Well, when you're ready, I'll press the timer. 3, 2, 1, go. Close.
Oh,
it's not
in
bad.
The middle. Oh, that's good.
That's annoying.
That's
fine.
sad.
That's fine.
That's sad.
I like to come back.
Oh.
Come on, you were better at the warm-up.
Yes. Oh my god.
We'll give you that one back.
Yeah.
His aim is better in CSGO.
Oh! Are you even gonna get one?
Take it again, guys.
What the?
The pressure's getting to me.
10 points. He's sweating.
Oh my god.
We'll give you that one back as well.
Oh, thank
finally.
god.
Could still hit the barrel 2 times though.
10 points.
That's in the leg. That counts.
I think so, yeah.
It's a leg shot.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Hey, 30
we'll
points.
We'll
That's
give you.
pretty good.
We'll
Hey, I
give
got
you
some extras, right?
this one here,
Oh, yeah, have
and
one more.
this one fell
Two.
off. So you got 2 more darts to salvage your
Salvage. It's a pretty good score, I think.
Yeah, it is actually.
Okay.
You should try the little one, I guess.
Yeah,
There's no way. I'm not risking the biscuit right now.
Ah, no.
Yeah. It's because you don't try
There
that.
it is. That's fine.
Not bad.
I'll take it.
So your 10 darts, we're going to now count the scores. BlameF, we have your score. It's a respectable 40. Not bad. How do you guys think you did?
I mean, I think he did pretty good.
Yeah?
In the end, at least.
I think he struggled a lot.
Oh, there it is.
Struggled a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you think you're going to smash him?
Yeah.
Shark just told me that he's really good.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
really
I
good
think
and
I
he's
got
gonna win.
a red chance, you know.
Okay.
When I was 4 years old, I was used to play like this.
When you were 4 years old?
Yes.
You're doing that? Easy.
It was what, 1 year ago then?
Vintage maybe. There you have it, 40. But guys, stay tuned because you don't want to miss Glaive and Shocks throwing some darts.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The second half coming up here, and it's been a crazy game already. 10-5 at the end of the first half. The way that it ended here, Boomich trying to get the bomb and simply running out of time to even take any kind of a fight. You see 4 seconds left when he actually finally got it. That's rough, but overall, NaVi is still staying pretty competitive, and that's in spite of the fact that Astralis were pretty deadly with that double orb setup.
Yeah, despite how ugly that half looked, I mean, really, 3 of those 5 rounds were just because Astralis didn't have the money to fight, but
yeah,
that was a brutal defense put up by Astralis. Still, 5 rounds you can work with. You can recover from this. We'll see how good this defense can be from NaVi on train. Utility on electronic. There's no kits on the CT side. Boomich gonna go for the fight. He's got 1, can't transfer over. Still 3 players at range out at this bomb site.
I thought he would have got nothing from that fight. It looked like he was, that's really dirty electronic. He must have just been able to see an outline around that. Perfecto falling back and trying to play it safe, and he should as well. There's no point in going down right now. They've got the 4 versus 3. Glaive, though, is actually sneaking in on this side. Now, if there's enough of a distraction, if he could find a kill, that would help out Astralis so much, and they're kind of banking on it. Oh, there it is, the headshot from the Glock to take it out, and suddenly they could try and pinch this bomb side a little bit. Well, this is scary.
Well, they could also try and pitch towards inner if Glaive wants to make his way. It looked like he had the idea. Perfecto taking a shot. He just spots the one inside. New angle. Out in the open is Dupree, and he still wins the fight straight up. Zip waiting in ladder room. That's the bomb spotted as well. He needs to back away and join up with Dupree towards the B site. And Dupree is just holding on like a champ, like the champion that he is. And Dupree buying so much time, and actually they've just gone right back outside. Flamey has no chance. He's been juked.
I can't believe it. Yeah, that's obviously Dupree individually playing well, but then the constant switching around. They saw the bomb over at Ivy, they saw Sip falling back, and as Dupree's holding it because they want to rotate in, Dupree just says, that's fine, they're all here, let's go back to A instead. You're going to feel really outplayed.
Oh yeah. So outplayed that you don't even go for it. You just hang out at that inner bomb site, try and preserve the armor. Dupree's going to be on the hunt. What a nice round for Dupree, who had a pretty stressful first half in that ladder room. He was Zeus. He had a couple awkward deaths.
Yeah, put that taser on you, and suddenly life is no longer fun, is it? Ooh. Chance here for Dupree to close it out. He's got a bit of range. Instead, it's Flamey to at least get a bit of revenge before he goes down. Still, 11-5, and that's a disaster for NaVi. Talking about a strong start. You would love to see Simple with an early AWP on this map. And they could obviously go for a double of their own.
I think they're going to need it. I'm actually surprised to see him go so heavy into the scout, but they're looking to win this second round, much like they did in the first half. But if they're not going to win this, that's going to be one more round. Simple won't have the AWP, and that might be like one of the few chances they have going into that first gun round. Perfecto, the young player, on his own at the inner bomb site. A lot of faith in him. Boomich has already hit the floor. That's ladder room.
Yeah, that was a rough start for him. And you're right, putting the newcomer and young player, as you said, in the B bomb site alone, definitely takes something to play in that position.
Well, it's an interesting decision to make as well, because you can't imagine they have a whole lot of faith in him playing at this level just yet. And the fact that he's in there alone, that's going to make you feel, if you're that rotating player, it's going to make you feel like you have to lean in that direction a little bit.
Yeah.
Like you have to be prepared to help at that bomb site, even when maybe it's not necessary. So that's just going to weaken the defense outside as well. Gamble stack for NaVi, 4 players at B. And Astralis is playing this very slow and very cautious, wheeling towards Ivy.
Yeah, they just don't want to make any mistakes at all. And well, that first half, you could see the betting crowd loving that. The odds heavily favoring Astralis at the moment, 1-5. That's a big difference.
I think it was 1-3 when we started as well. Glaive looking for someone to come around the edge of this smoke. Electronic is waiting, and he pre-fires through it. He cannot handle it. The UMP just not equipped the way the Krieg is, and that should be the kill that ends the round. Perfecto, Simple, Flamey. Gotta save these weapons.
Yeah, it's not really worth it, is it? It's better to try and have that punch in the next round. And again, when you're 12-5, like they're about to be, at some point you do have to put up a fight. Like you have to start putting more rounds on the board, or Astralis are going to have such a huge lead. We'll find out if they're going to be able to do that somehow. I think even making sure no one goes to pick up the UMP or anything, they're really punishing them. Glaive at 23-8. That's kind of outrageous considering just this is the 17th round. We've seen Glaive with those kind of games before.
I mean, he's obviously someone we talk about as one of the best fragging in-game leaders that we have in the entire scene.
Yeah.
He's been unbelievable at times with what he's able to accomplish, especially on the defense, as we saw in that first half. It happens across multiple maps. For me, it's, you know, when I think of Glaive being a fragging in-game leader on a map, it's Nuke, the way he plays outside in Mini.
Yeah, he's playing that aggressive yard position where he's like all the way up close. That is fun, actually. Don't get to see that nearly enough now. A couple of HE grenades on the CT side, just throwing them into T main. This is a decent idea. Could maybe be some kills behind that, but
I mean, you can also see the plan of Astralis entering in towards Connector and all, staying along the opposite wall, the right wall from their point of view. And this is a very slow creep behind the smoke outside, and NaVi just had no idea. Simple responding with the scout, but you can't get much done on the follow-up from there. Device into pre. Fight back, and it's a 4-on-2. Boomich with the deagle.
He had the idea, but yeah, Magisk was waiting for him. He wanted to inch closer. He was feeling the chance for a 1D down the line of that bomb site. Instead, it's Perfecto. And we haven't seen an enormous amount out of him. Not sure that's really his fault at the moment. It's one of those strange things, and it might be even more tricky on the defensive side of this map, although that is a good kill. But yeah, if he's in the B bomb side, it's not really going to be up to him how many of those fights he's going to be allowed. Sneaking in his Magisk for the final one, 13-5. And now it's time for NaVi to turn this around if they can at all. I don't know, they've looked decent. Simple and Electronic, but yeah, again, the scoreboard does tell a lot of the story of what's been going on so far.
Yeah, just not enough production down the line to face up against a team like Astralis. Like, you have to have all 5 players at least doing their job, and at the moment they've only got 2, who you could even argue are going above and beyond their job, but at the moment, just not enough. Simple's got that AWP. Gonna cover Boomich and Electronic, getting aggressive into Sandwich, in towards E-Box, and nothing spotted just yet.
Every time we get a replay of Simple looking like that, where he sort of, you know, he just touches like, you know, 2 or 3 fingers right to the middle of his forehead. He's got that migraine building. I just wanna one time
give him a hug.
Yeah, it's been too much, too long. Perfecto and Simple inside of the bomb site. Looks like it's going to be a very, very quick hit here from Astralis. No delay at all. They just go straight for it, running past the Molotov and running down Perfecto. And Simple, well, he got the shot off, but Glaive was there to trade it from the high ground. And that's a very decisive hit for Astralis. Not quite done yet. An important kill there for Electronic, but the bomb is going to be planted right away. And now it's a 3-on-3.
It's a nice Molotov to force Zipniks off the bomb spot, but there's no one there to punish it. Boomich has been spotted. That's a big kill on the flank, but Zip is going to come close the gap, and he's got it. He's all alone. 1 versus 2. He's got no Molotov, and he might just have to commit down this lower ramp, and that would be exactly what NaVi wanted.
If they don't have any grenades either, though, so they're going to be really careful. Immediate kill, Electronic. Not as careful as you'd like, and now the problem is that flashbang could really set it up. Flamey, how does he do this? He picked up an AWP, and it takes him down. That's a critical kill. Turning around for it. No defuse kit either, so if he hadn't got that kill pretty much in that second, then it would have been too late. You just hear it clicking off. It's going to be down to the last millisecond, but it will work out. That's some good play. We talked about the rest of the Na'Vi team. This time, Boomich with the flank, good kill, and Flamey to save it. That's important.
I think Zipnik's trying to peek right at the moment that he goes to click the defuse.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's just off by maybe a second. Did not expect Flamey to just stop and take the shot. 13-6. A chance for Na'Vi to fight back and try and close this gap. That was a much-needed victory, but a costly one on the CT side. Only one player surviving, so they're going to have money issues as well. And I mean, I guess when you win every clutch that you're ever in, you're going to be disappointed at losing one at a 13-5 scoreline.
I'm impressed to see really any reaction out of Sip. We've been building this robot android story for a long time. You know, maybe he has got some sort of firmware upgrade.
Yeah, maybe it's just developed.
Ready to
over time. The AI has learned to have emotions.
Ready to pass that Turing test any day now.
Ugh, still, I don't stop showing the ADR. It makes me hurt.
Yeah, get up there. I mean, the thing is, they don't have to increase it that much more. They just need rounds like these. Boomich with a kill, Flamey with 1 or 2, that's all they need. There's nothing crazy. That simple, they're trying to keep doing what they're doing. We're not asking for the rest of the team to play like Electronic and Simple are. That's not even the requirement. Dupree looking for an opening, but it'll be Device instead.
Look how much free space, free real estate they're getting though. Na'Vi never had this much comfort pushing down these train lanes. They have no eyes on this at the moment. Flamey's getting in a position, he knows where one is. That has to be a kill. That one definitely is. Molotov's gonna rain in, trying to force him out, but they won't spread. The fire will not damage him and force him into the open. And Simple is still waiting for his chance.
Oh, and Flamey, I actually like that idea. He was trying to see if he could maybe get one back on them. Spotted out with the AWP up there. Device, he knows, and he wants to go for the fight. He's ready for it. Nearly getting that, but Perfecto. And they line up for 7. Unbelievable timing. He got the first kill through the smoke there by the E-Box on Boomich, and then he just swings out. And, well, if we see that replay from Sip's point of view, that would have been, he would have just been lucky. Like, yep, that's it. They're both there.
He was aiming for Simple to evacuate, right? And then the player just comes out of connector at the perfect time.
Yeah.
That one through the smoke. I mean, talk about lucky.
Guess he'll take both then.
Yeah, I mean, if you get 3 kills out of luck, is it really all that much luck?
Yeah, you're right. Isn't there some meme about creating your own luck if you're at a high enough level? I'm sure Duncan has some quote basketball related.
I think that's a Batman quote. That's Two-Face.
Well, even more relevant for Duncan. Device. Listen, they were wrecking us earlier on the desk. I feel like I'm allowed.
Don't justify it. Just let it hang there.
Yeah, you're right. Flamey alone out in the yard, and Simple and Perfecto not. Wait, they've got pistols. What are we meant to do here? 6 rounds for Na'Vi. I don't know. There was so much more promise, I feel like. If you just look at the scoreline, that's not the read you're going to get, but I really felt like there was much more promise for Na'Vi in this game than the scores led to.
I'm not going to lie, Anders. I feel the opposite.
You feel like they should have had less rounds?
Well, I just don't feel like they've been in this despite they've had some opportunities to be in it, but I mean, it's never panned out. Every time they had a chance to build some rounds, it went the other way. And now this is just desperate.
They've really shown a lot of heart. Can we go with that?
We can go with that. We'll go with the platitudes.
Great.
They've left it all out there on the train yards. 15-6. And it's just a matter of time.
Yeah, such a powerful lead. And Navi's economy, I mean, it's gonna allow for something. Scout being picked up on Simple instead of the AWP. Flamey playing with the M4A1, like he was previously, with one of the rare ones left. Not that many people. We've almost had them all eradicated.
Yeah, it's been abandoned, that weapon. Here we go, Glaive. Oh, he had a chance to pick one off, didn't have gun in hand, but Boomich was very exposed. He's made his way in towards ladder. And this time it's not fast-paced and aggressive from Astralis.
Okay. He's just all of a sudden an acrobat, is he? Why is he taking time to learn that?
Why not? Why wouldn't you? 4 players outside. Ooh, this is awkward though. It's very concentrated in the middle of the yard, and Flamey covering Ivy from long range with an M4. It's not the most reliable. They're shifting a lot outside.
You know, I just realized now that we've got like player model skins as well, there should be one where it's like, you know, instead of regular pants, it's like stalking, so you can just show your leg down the stairs. You're just teasing people. That was in my mind, Jason. I had to get it out.
Yep.
Just had to say it to get rid of it.
Stalking the leg.
Magus and Glaver pushing down Ivy. Electronic is right on the other side. He's counting the seconds. He just wants that smoke to fade so he can get a kill. He's been doing this all game. He's become a bit of a champion hiding inside of that smoke, and it's really working out for him. But on the other side, Perfecto and Flamey have to stay alive. Getting these first 2 kills from Electronic is amazing, but if this B-Def doesn't hold, it doesn't really matter. There's Perfecto going down, and now the question is Flamey. Is he going to be brave enough to flank around? He's looking for the kill, but up on the high ground, Sip is right up there, and he'll take him down and is ready for more of a fight. A 2-on-3 now, and a last chance for Na'Vi to continue on train.
No kit as well. This is going to have to be quick. There's a real chance here, especially with Device. That AWP perching towards long. He's covering his teammate perfectly. Zip and Device can do so much work. That's the first. And now it's Device's turn. Oh, and he just looked away. But he had the opportunity.
He saw it out. Now Bloomich is coming in from the other side. This is very rough. There are no grenades.
No
I
time.
think, yeah, they might be out of time already. Sip goes down, but again, it might not even matter. He's straight on the bomb, but I don't know. This is going to be almost impossible, isn't it? You hear it already ticking away. 1 defuse kit, and they would have had another round, but it might be too late. And indeed it is. 16 rounds for Astralis as they take down Na'Vi on train. An absolutely almost flawless victory here. That was very, very powerful.
Right. I mean, we mentioned Na'Vi did just enough to get 5 rounds to have a puncher's chance in that second half, and they just never got involved into it. That double up setup, though, in the first half, the defensive stand from Astralis was a thing of beauty. So, looking like they've recovered from that shocking loss to Complexity last night, at least here on this first map.
Yes.
And some stress coming out for Na'Vi. We'll see if they can talk it through and how they do in the second map after the break.
And oh, here it might be 3. Down to the 1v1, and he'll tap the bomb. Gets the kill. Na'Vi 11-11. This is the place you want to be if you're a fan of Counter-Strike. This is where all of the action is going down. Oh, the timing is unbelievable. Oh, boy. What an impressive team. This is just the beginning now. 1 man left standing. How exciting is this? Trading blow for blow, and Flamey here with another. Oh my goodness. So hyped up. What a victory.
Tæt side.
Portfolio.
Så boys. Han er ikke shit, mand.
Nogen der. Ja.
Og lige præcis, han når den sådan 0,0 et eller andet def. Nej, jeg tror ikke, han når den. Nice.
As usual, once again here for Astralis.
Regular programming now,
Yep,
as we all expected. All right, shut it down.
Remember, that was NaVi's map pick. That is a map that literally, given their own choice, Astralis never picks. They literally don't even usually let it be a decider. You have to basically pick it into them or they won't be playing train ever. But you can see what they're capable of doing. Like, they just dusted NaVi off like there were nothing right there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind getting into this one pretty early if we can. It was the simple with the Deagle round. The second round of the game, pulls out the Deagle, and we got the clip for it. We can run it. This is where the lion's share of the rounds came for NaVi, from this man right here. And I said I wanted to see more. We definitely saw more, but, you know, this faded very quickly. You have to look at the rounds they were able to grab after this. Simple had the 3 kills with the MAC-10. So he had 7 kills within those 3 rounds, and that was about it, really, for NaVi. There wasn't too much more action coming out of them. Electronic had some kills to his name, but the rest of them were almost no-shows. And I think you can put a lot of this down to the double AWP setup. They got it going very early on the Astralis side of things. First gun round, after they had survived that force by war and that had all kind of finished, double AWP straight away, and Mega's finding a lot of impact.
This is one of the reasons why I personally would have preferred... This is one of the rare times I'll say I prefer a DOS2 pick, actually, because you can frag out on that map. That can have impact. That could get you going in a game. Train is an incredibly style-dependent map. You have to have everything locked down on both sides of the map. And so you saw that's Astralis' wheelhouse, even though they do not choose to play this map right now. I mean, obviously different cores of this team have been very good on this map in the past. So you could see they had NaVi in the palm of their hands the entire game. And it was only took crazy frags to even briefly wrest control away, and even though it was never really control, there was never a big bank built up for the NaVi guys.
I wouldn't mind getting into a conversation because Anders and Jason were having it there, talking about, you know, Glaive as an in-game leader and a fragger as one of the highest impact. I think in terms of mastermind of the game and impact on the scoreboard, Glaive is the best. But I was just trying to rack my brain and think about other in-game leaders we have who are fraggers at the moment. I'm trying to think, you know, who would we be putting in like a top 5 if would we be whacking like Nico up there? I know he's the in-game leader. He's not a traditional in-game leader, but he's
more on the
fragger.
fragger side of the in-game leader, fragger side.
Yes.
Whereas, you know, Glaive, I think he balances the 2 out. I would say the weirdest one is probably Stanislaw, because I always notice his stats are terrible, but whenever you watch him in the game, he does seem to be good at specific fragging situations. He can be way above the skill level of some of the others. So I will say it's tough to pick him. Fallen's obviously another classic one. Again, I feel like a little bit more on the fragging side in the more recent times. Maybe the tactics aren't there. The thing about Glaive that makes it unfair is he's the best maybe in both regards simultaneously. So
yeah, I'm
tough
trying
to
to
go
think who's
against
close.
him in there.
Like Golden can find impact as an in-game leader for Fnatic. You've got Carrigan who can you know, goes aggressive.
Sure.
But nobody on like a Glaive level in terms of, you know, being a brain and being a fragger. And we see the highlights there. He did it yesterday. He's doing it again today. He's here to play.
That's the thing. And well, I mean, as far as coaches are concerned, yes, we're talking about in-game leaders, but we did have a chance to actually catch up with Zonic once again. And so we'll hear what he has to say and how he's feeling about the team now that they've found their paces once again.
They managed to dismantle NaVi on train this time around. But first thing I want to look at, you're smiling, you're laughing. It's like business as usual.
Yeah, I mean, I hate losing more than I love winning, but I am happy because it was a nice victory and it was their map pick. But now we have to make finish the work pretty much.
And that work will be done on Nuke. And last time around, Blast Copenhagen, it was a 15-15. It tied it all up. Now, that's not possible here, right? We're going to play a different scenario. So how is it going to be different this time around?
I mean, we fixed a lot on our Nuke last year. And the first test was against NaVi at Copenhagen. We have played a lot of matches afterwards. And it's been going really well. And we have been improving quite a lot on that map. So it's hopefully we can be better than we were in Copenhagen. But they are always a tough opponent. But when we talked about the video, we had to play on our own strength, especially when things didn't work out yesterday. It wasn't time for us to gamble. It was time to calm down, go back to what we know that works for us, and that is Nuke is a big part of that.
Yeah, time to maybe not test in this scenario, and now it's time to get the win. But one question I got for you, Danny, is do you think that NaVi, with the players they've got, the powerful players they've got, are being utilised in the right way currently?
I think it's hard to say. obviously they need to find themselves. It looks like they have like I wouldn't say some sort of a leadership problem, but they need to maybe figure out because Zeus was a big leader, and Zeus was the leader. So for who needs to step up? Is it Boomla who is inexperienced, or is it Simple who is a star player? I think, but yeah, I don't know how it works in Navi, and they are an incredible team, and I have so much respect for them. Also due to my own career back when I was playing, but no, it's a special brand. So I know that they will be a top contender once again.
Well, looking forward to seeing Nuke, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A relative of Banks there, I think, was on there. I don't know if anyone saw that one. Whatever. No, the thing is, I actually think that was just a bit of a political answer there by Zonic at the end, because obviously he knows if he says, that, yeah, Navi don't use the players the right way, people are going to take that as a shot as Boomich, or Boomla, as he says, or Blade, obviously the coach. I do think it's a legitimate topic to bring up, though, because not only on that map did I not think they had any of the fundamentals to play a map like Train against Astralis particularly, but even worse, I look at their players and I feel like I'm underwhelmed every time. Like, I see the players going into the server, I think they should be big fraggers. They so rarely seem to deliver against Tier 1, though.
Well, we wanted more from Simple and Electronic, and they both showed up in that match right there, right? Both had 18 kills respectively, right? But then it's the supporting cast, Flamey with 8, Perfecto with 6, and Boomich with 7. So, look, I'm going to continue to say Navi in time, and I'm not expecting a lot out of them in this next map coming up of Nuke. They're just going to be strung out, and I guess the Betway odds, you know, they mimic
pretty
that right
reasonable
there. So you've got, look, Astralis huge favorites, and I'm going to stick with that. Astralis should be taking this 2-0.
Duncan?
Yeah, I'm not Jason Mozo at all, so I'll take Astralis to win this handily.
All right, well, there we have it. Now it's time for a break, and we will be getting into the second map of this series, where Anderson Moses will take over the cast.
Today, gone tomorrow.
And we're back once again. It's Astralis and NaVi. Now, map number 2, it's going to be on Nuke because, just in case you missed it, that train pick was NaVi's. And I think it almost is impossible. It might get worse right now for NaVi.
Yeah, they're faced with a really interesting task, aren't they, here on Nuke? I think you're exactly right. You wouldn't normally think that it could get much worse, but this is one of those special cases.
This is a special case. Not a lot of teams enjoy playing Astralis on this particular map, and there's a long history of reasons why exactly that is.
I mean, you have to say, first things first for NaVi, it's like, you have to look at this and just say, we need to find a way to get those other 3 guys involved. You know, you can't just have this simple electronics show. You need to find ways to get Perfected, Flamey, Boomich involved, especially after the day that Boomich had yesterday. We need yesterday's Boomich. We need Flamey that we know has the capability of competing with these guys, and even the crowd trying to get behind him to fire him up for this potentially final map in the series. So,
yeah, I like that. Whatever it takes, get them feeling it at the moment. Yeah, it was unfortunate because normally, actually, if you've got, you know, the kind of engine that they had in Simple and Electronic to lead the charge, that'll buy space for someone else to you feel good and get ready. So it's a really odd scene that the other 3 guys just weren't able to do it. Because normally, if everyone is playing badly, that could be one scenario. But usually, if someone is, then more people will join.
Well, usually we see if it's the case like Train, where Simple Electronic are playing so good to start it out, it's buying time for the other guys to switch on, and that that never happened across that whole map. So. Listen, they better cross their fingers and pray that it happens here to a massive degree, because they're going to need Herculean efforts out of everybody to overtake Astralis on this map. Especially, remember, we reference this map specifically as one that Glaive is just a god on when you get to the defense.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing that. It's definitely interesting, but Astralis, they're so good on the T side as well. Do not underestimate them, and we're live in the game, and they have got a lot of smokes on that T side. Blowing up the door, throwing in a flashbang and a smoke to get down, and they've got 2 people, and Glaive with a headshot. That is such a huge amount of success. Now, Simple did flank around to take down Glaive, so that's not bad, but popping open the door, and Dupree will take the fight. Perfecto there, but the bomb, they actually come off it. I think he almost wanted to do it immediately, Sip, but he waits.
He did, but he was the only one in the bomb site, and that's a great follow-up kill from Simple. But Device is lying in wait, and Simple's got another one. A 3rd player coming to challenge, and Simple's ready for that as well. A beautiful performance, 4 kills, starting out with the CZ. He's got NaVi on the board, 1-0.
I'll be honest, from that setup, I thought Astralis were going to have that round every single time. I can't believe Simple actually brought it back. This kill is not insignificant at all, but it's just that everything that happens.
That's filthy.
I thought he was going to lose this fight too. That's crazy. It was a really cool idea for Astralis, and I even think the idea worked. But then Simple happened.
Well, Perfecto happened and got the kill that forced Zipnix to get off the plant because he was the only one in the site. If he gets that down and then falls and dies, that's an easy defuse, so he's trying to play for the win. And Astralis in this round going to full save. No Deagles, just the 1 P250 on Dupree. So should be a chance for NaVi to get their money established early on.
And NaVi with a good start, that's helping out a little bit. It's not quite reflecting it, I guess.
Getting worse, and it makes sense. I mean, most people probably thinking exactly what we in the desk just talked about. Nuke, a daunting task against Astralis.
Yeah, it truly is. See if the MP9s could get some action. So far, it's the rifles, so slightly less of a kill reward on those. But I think right now they just want to establish a good lead and just make sure that they can feel a bit more confident than they really did on Train. It's been spotted, so Glaive will eventually get hunted. And a 2nd round on the board for NaVi. But now this next one, though, because of that previous save, Astralis are going to have a little bit to work with. And now those MP9s, it's not that they're useless or anything, but in the wrong kind of setup, they could be a liability all of a sudden.
They really can be, especially against those creeks, so we'll see how they position the SMGs. The nice thing is they have full sets of utility, right? At least they can slow things down, they can use those to get close up, the flashbangs to get into some kind of a range to be effective. Molotov's out, Glaive gonna be the aggressor towards outside. Eats a little bit of nade damage, down to 61 health. And there's a gap in that smoke, a big one, in fact.
Yeah, but so far Dupree's in front of it, and Glaive will surely see that gap anyway, and that's going to be suspicious and not something you want to try and challenge.
Well, the tough part is he doesn't have a smoke to close that gap if he wanted to cross, so he's going to have to back away. Spots the peek from Electronic, but no real danger as long as Electronic doesn't overextend.
Device is kind of working the ramp at the same time, and that's where Flamey's holding with one of those MP9s.
Magus is paired up with him as well. So yeah, Flamey's gonna have a task. He'll have to drop down if he has contact. He's got no support coming, so that's a tough fight. Big win for Electronic. And there goes Flamey to the lower bomb site.
Well, there's the pressure put on. Simple rotating in. That's one of the orgs gone, or the org that they had. And this is a big problem now. 50 seconds on the clock, and Flamey in a position. But again, that medium range for the MP9, it's not exactly great. He'll get the one, and he actually turns around. What a great job from Flamey. That could have been nothing at all. Instead, it's a 2-on-2. And plenty of health there on the Astralis side, which is a bit of an issue. We nearly caught that Dupree now. Is the timing going to be against him? He's kind of looking the wrong way, and Perfecto will take him down. That is some unfortunate timing. And Magus now in a 1 versus 2.
He knows where both of them are, though. They at least have the information to call that out. So Mega's going to get aggressive towards the window. He's going to peek. He's going to find that kill. The pounce needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up. Big win for Astralis.
That was the information that you talked about. That's the kind of play you could really only make if you have some sort of internal map about where they are just as that happens. So really close call, but it works out in favor of Astralis. And that's the 3rd round here. Flamey, this is good, though.
I don't know if the battle before that, when Simple went down, he rotated into ramp room and took a wide peek, and I don't know if that's miscommunication about Flamey dropping or possibly Simple extending and trying to do too much, which would even make sense considering what we just witnessed on train.
Yeah, no, that's true. Probably Simple does have some sort of long-lasting PTSD, just knowing that I probably am going to have to get 2 or 3 kills in a bunch of these rounds to make this work. So hard to blame him, isn't it? 4th round, and what we're seeing is pistol upgrades, armor, and a couple of grenades there on Navi's side. Which, it's hard to blame them. Playing CT side on Nuke with... If they forced into this round, the utility would be really terrible. There'd probably be a bunch of FAMASs, and that can be exploited from Astralis really quickly.
Ooh, I'm actually kind of surprised to see Navi kind of drop down and go for this half buy and not fully invest. Here we go, 2-to-1. Utility out towards the door, fire exchanged. Nothing fast-paced, and this time it's just Glaive outside. He's already at the red box. He's fast-paced. There's that follow-up smoke to close a gap and deny information. Force some rotations out of Navi to be respectful of that lower bomb site.
And they need some early kills with the pistols here, or it's not going to be a round that's even really worth talking about. So far, that hasn't happened. Spotted out. That's the lone deagle on Flamey. And they pretty much know by now. And Astralis are playing this one like just really well paced. Nothing crazy is happening at the moment. They know that they can just take their time with this. I don't even know what Navi... I mean, at this point in time, you're hoping that someone at a corner with that CC could get into a series of fights. Electronic will take one.
It's important that he's not traded as well. He brings it into a 4-on-4. That could have been a big thing for Astralis to get. You can see they're keeping some range between them because they have the rifles. And I mean, this is where it gets even dicier. If they make their way all the way up to heaven, how do you really defend against that with just the CZs? Aggression in towards lobby. They found one. They can salvage that weapon.
Well, now it's very interesting, not just because of the advantage, but the time that's left.
Flamey.
28 seconds. You're right. He's still hiding in that corner with the deagle. They do check for it, but an instant headshot to take one down. They'll get it, but only 20 seconds on the clock. They can't really afford to be slowed down now. That's a heads-up peek from play. That's so well done.
They spotted him on the jump. Perfecto had no idea he was spotted. I don't think he would have held that angle, but the door is open. Boomich has got to be careful behind him. It's all down to timing. They know where he is as well. And now he got that with the jump. Glaive's going to try and plant this bomb. There's no time. They just need to survive, and Boomich has got that as well. 3-1.
Wow.
Navi just barely holding on to that round.
That was, I mean, from that initial kill from Electronic, I think the follow-up when they push into lobby, that's where things get really strange. And again, playing around those smokes, he's really been doing that a lot. But just the fact that they get that kill in lobby when there's about 30 seconds left, that puts all the pressure on Astralis all of a sudden. What a turnaround. Simple with the AWP now. The excitement on NaVi, don't get to see that nearly enough. That was a lot of work that Astralis had put into getting into that position, and you can understand the frustration from their point of view.
If that, I mean, here's the thing: if that kill doesn't come out in lobby with the aggression, then that Heaven play is the game winner. There's no way to really stop that. The fact that he goes down, shies them away from Heaven, forces them to ramp room, and there's just enough staggered defenders and weird angles that Astralis couldn't clear at all. So NaVi keeping their grip on this defensive side so far.
Yeah, definite game changer. Some Deagles being picked up there on the T side, but ultimately this should again be somewhat of a cleanup round for NaVi, and especially with that AWP in play, that's what you want. Megis showing up and instantly getting taken down. It's not even getting a chance, are they?
No, that's a tough angle to fight from with just pistols though, peeking out of the hut when there's so many different vertical angles. And this time, Simple and Flamey both sticking around, both working together. A rare miss for Simple, but an easy cleanup for Flamey, and even tapping away Device, the last one left. Would love to get at least one kill out of this. NaVi, on the other hand, would love to survive with all 5 players, build some money.
Yeah, just don't even really go for it. All he's doing is saving a Deagle if it comes to that. So, I mean, he's obviously not going to try and save it. That would be truly ridiculous. 14 seconds and immediately taken down by Flamey. 4-1. I'm excited about this. I think this is a much better start, obviously, for NaVi. And it's also not just Simple and Electronic at the moment on the scoreboard. It's early days, but you wanna make sure that doesn't repeat itself. Now, Astralis, obviously, they're going to have a lot of different tricks on this T side. So still a lot that can be attempted from their point of view. But it does change the equation a lot when Simple's got that AWP. He can be everywhere with it. Ooh. Smoke interrupted right there, so you see the huge gap.
It's happened a couple times now. That's the 3rd time we've seen such a big gap. Glaive gonna... Ooh, there's still a massive gap in that. They have to know, surely they see that. Device, maybe he does it. Maybe he didn't realize it quite yet, but he found out in the end. In unfortunate fashion, so Glaive is just going to ignore the smoke wall altogether and step in front of it, and this might be perfect. He might have such a disgusting timing on this.
Yeah, if he turned that corner, I don't think Electronic could have seen that coming, but I don't know. Is Glaive going to try and go first here while the rest are in lobby? It'd be amazing distraction if he gets a kill, but on the other hand, if he just goes down, then those 3 in lobby aren't really doing anything from the rest of the round. I mean, that's hard to make any kind of a play behind. There's a bit of a grenade as he does cruise around the corner, almost running and gutting down Simple. That would have been a headshot. But now, I don't know, a lot of this has been red, I think.
He's got to let his teammates do the work from here. What a good kill to find. Glaive is wreaking so much havoc. This defense has no idea where the hit's going to come in. Flamey's going to be tested. That's the bomb down. He's going to try and get away, and he's just barely going to do it. Around the corner, but Glaive still lurking.
He's thinking about it. Electronic should have every chance to win this fight. He's read that so well. And Flamey standing tall with the M4. Megis down to 9 health and under 30 seconds. Yeah, they are playing this really well right now, NaVi. In spite of Glaive, actually, I don't know, playing better than you would have expected out on the yard. He's going to be going down. No chance, even for a bomb plant. And another round on the board here for NaVi. 5-1. This is working out very well at the moment.
Yeah, at least for the start, for these first 6 rounds that we've played, that's the Flamey you want to see in this series that we didn't get on Train. You can see the difference. 4-round lead. And Astralis going to be forced on to Deagles. Now, they have an uncanny ability to win these kind of low-buy rounds on every map, but on Nuke especially, it seems like they win them at a higher clip, and I have no statistics to back that up. That's just a general eye test feeling.
Well, someone will get on it. We'll find out one of these days. I don't really disagree. This time the smokes do not get interrupted, but unfortunately they have pistols, so it's hard to celebrate too much. They're going to try and see if they can beat that Molotov, and a quick trade.
Electronic has to just be like, what the hell is he thinking? Glaive going to keep moving forward. SMG is going to be there to greet him, but Flamey doesn't want to commit, even though he has a teammate with him. This is awkward. I don't think NaVi has a single read of where Astralis is. They're spread all across the map, and this is what makes them so scary on these rounds once you get that initial kill.
I mean, I think it was Device that went down with the bomb and the AK-47 because he had no armor. But if he lands a quick headshot on Flamey in that scenario, it's a bit of a disaster. Now they've pretty much secured everything here. Glaive, the best he could do is, again, do a little bit more economic damage, but any dream of actually getting a bomb plant and fighting for that, that's obviously washed away.
You can pick up that AK-47, though. That might allow him to get a good shot onto Flamey inside of that lower bomb site, and he hears the sound cue. Low HP, it's got to be an immediate headshot.
Nearly saw him. I think he nearly had the right idea. A couple of seconds left, and Flamey's just out hunting for him and actually caught him mid-air, mid-jump.
Flamey's going to be fine with that, though. He had low HP. I mean, not low HP, but he was going with the SMG, just trying to find out the position. It's simple. That would be the costly loss if Glaive can find this kill, and he did just spot the head. Missed shot. Maybe not a fight Simple wants to take. That's pretty ballsy to keep re-peeking into it.
Yeah, Glaive knows he's just being baited for time at the moment for more people to show up. 9 seconds, and yeah, he's got to find a way to die right here, and he will. So they do a bit of damage, but I think NaVi are fine with all of this. 6-1. Yeah, it's a decent run through. I mean, why not? You've got pistols.
Well, I mean, remember, Electronic had that nade out as well when that exchange began. If he was able to get that out of his hand maybe a half second earlier, that would have been a double kill, including the flames. Still, a pretty close round, all things considered. Astralis had the chance. They had some of the players all across the map and able to find some one-on-one fights, just not able to complete them. It's Zipnix this time afflicted with the, I don't know.
The curse.
The curse of that doesn't let you kill people.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it? It's got the, well, nearly got the 007 thing going on.
That damn assist.
Just the one thing ruining it at the moment. Yeah, kind of a, I don't know. It's so strange because your feelings about how this first half has been is going to be colored by the fact that NaVi turned that one round where they just had pistols.
Yep.
Otherwise, this picture is probably going to be a bit different. But that doesn't really matter in the sense that Astralis still need to find a way to obviously start putting on more rounds. We know they can. They're very good on T-side nuke. Definitely an absolutely dangerous team. But until they actually prove it, NaVi are just going to be happy to cruise along here. Electronic, once again, trying to play the edge of the smoke. Got to be very, very careful. I would say this is a tremendously exposed position. He's got no backup out here right now anyway. He's just playing this one on his own, which seems, frankly, slightly mad to me.
Well, mad when he does it. When Glaive does it, we praise him. We'll see what Electronic can deliver. This kind of a play is all about what you provide your team. There's the shadow, but Glaive ducks right beneath the shot.
Flash to set it up and Simple. Not going to take the chance there, but now he's actually slightly exposed. He might want to try and get out of this position. I'm not sure if he's realizing yet. Boomich going down and Simple. He's going to get the kill, but Glaive is right there behind him to punish him. That's, I don't know, the A-yard defense crumbling for NaVi. Still a 2-on-3.
Chance to recover. But no one has moved downstairs just yet. They don't have the information, and this is going to be a plant. And actually, I mean, even in a 2-on-3, might be a scenario Flamey and Perfecto save the weapons, preserve the economy. Flamey's only got 600, Electronic down at 1,300. Yeah. I think the money has got to be the name of the game in this round for NaVi, so just back away and let Astralis get their second round.
Flamey finding the AWP. If you didn't want to save already, now you definitely have to. I don't really mind that Electronic is playing close and aggressive out there. What I don't understand is, Simple was close by with the AWP. If he was just distracting them or anything.
It is weird if Simple's going to move into that position eventually, why not just set that up right from the start?
And even if he's not there with the AWP, let's say he didn't have that for the round, just have him have a flashbang or something so that, because if Electronic wins that first fight against Glaive, you have to assume that that's all he's going to get. So, yeah, I just wish there would have been a little bit more of a backup out there. But fair play, I mean, could have turned out differently. 6-2 though. And Astralis not so much winning with some, great strategic play here. Just getting the right openings, I think, at the right time. Oh, we didn't even see that.
Yeah, that helps. That helps a lot. That's his first kill as well, right through the smoke. We saw him have one of those on train from ladder room in towards E-box as well through the smoke, so knowing his angles. 3 Kriegs, 2 AKs, AWP still in Stimple's hands. And this time it's going to be towards Flamey. They're going to test him again. He's standing tall on this map so far, and once again he's got a first kill, massive amounts of damage, and Simple's going to finish off Dupree.
Even just the fact that he did damage to so many more players, that's really going to hurt them. They take ramp room, but NaVi don't care about that for the minute. They still need the bomb plant, and with only 3 people alive, that's going to be very tricky.
They have 2 players downstairs already, and Simple is rotating as well from Secret with the AWP. Oh, Electronic. Gonna have a tough task, stepping in front of that smoke to check for information. Bomb does go down, but Magus now has to get in some kind of safety. Simple, there's the door open. Oh, and he can't find him quick enough. And an awkward angle now in towards the door. Boomich is in some trouble, and he doesn't know it yet.
They still have some smokes and a Molotov here on the Na'Vi side. They could do a lot to try and force them out. That actually does nothing. No one's hiding in there. So far, some of the grenades just missing a little bit of chance, but Magus will go down. And now it's Glaive, 1 versus 3. He has a Molotov of his own. If they are not careful, could be a little bit of an issue there. He tries it. I think it went way too far. There should be no problems in the defuse. And that's going to be another round for Na'Vi. 7-2. Really... no panic at all, I think, for Na'Vi in that retake, which is nice to see.
And it's nice to see them taking fights in open space and winning them on this map, unlike on Train. That's been the big difference. That's a great retake right there. They didn't have to use their utility, and no one could really get comfortable. That's the benefit of having Na'Vi make those rotations earlier. You can see Magus was in a really awkward spot on that ramp, didn't know where to go to find safety. A little bit of a shake of the head. 7-2, and Astralis still cannot string rounds together.
Surprised they have money to buy even here, Astralis. I think that from their point of view, the only thing they can look for is the fact that Na'Vi haven't built an amazing economy themselves. That has to be the silver lining at the moment. Which, I mean, that's only fun if you actually eventually turn it. Otherwise, it's just all hypothetical for a long time.
1 kill on Dupree, 1 kill on Zipnik still. Both of them 1 and 9. And Astralis lining up for a set piece towards that upper bomb site. Glaive to attack in towards Mini Electronic. His attention, where he's looking, is going to be huge. If he gets peeled away, that's going to open the opportunity for Glaive.
Yeah, they just need that one little piece to fall in place, and then they're good to go. Smoke up in front, so now it feels like they're really getting slow. If I'm Glaive, I don't want to be out in the yard for a whole minute. This is a lone time to be out here alone.
Yeah, that follow-up smoke towards door is just like, oh god, I have to still just wait until you're ready. Another 17 seconds. There's the flashbang, there's the clear, and that's exactly why it gets awkward. That's too long to just be sitting out there making no presence known.
And now the rest of this push is really unimpressive because it's so signaled. Electronics already cleared the one side, and now they're just all stuck on top of each other. Nothing about this is actually what we want to see, except for Na'Vi. Again, just the timing on the smoke and the fact that they clear the yard with the flashbang, that is all great. Electronic with a quad kill. He's up to 14 and 4.
Yeah, he's actually been pretty phenomenal outside. You know, forget about that one round that he pushes and isn't able to get anything, but outside of that, when he's playing in Mini, he's done a very, very good job. That's not an easy thing to do, is neutralize Astralis' outside hit. Their whole T side, you know, at times is predicated on them having success out there, and more often than not, they're able to have that success. Here, however, running into a bit of an obstacle. I think Flamey as well has been a rock in ramp room.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the way that he's played that with really any weapon they've been able to give him. He's still done a good job not getting himself killed needlessly, falling back and playing defensively when he needed to, and just doing a fair bit of damage. It's been worth talking about. 8-2. Don't normally see, I mean, Astralis, you know, again, it's not like a disaster or anything, but just that little detail of them setting up for it and then delaying it. And I'm sure in the end, the smoke was delaying them, but even before then, they were just on that edge, waiting, and you can't really do that. Not when he's alone out there. Device has got a creep, and we have some deagles in play. A lot of deagles, in fact. If they could steal an awkward round here, that would be a good way to get started. His Device. Flamey, he wasn't expecting that simple. Over-rotating, really way too committed to that fight. A double opening for Device, and that's a big problem. He's ready for more. If Electronic opens the door, he might go down, but actually he catches Device at a really good time, and he'll follow it up with the bomb going down. Electronic, he's a hero right now for Na'Vi. He wants more, and finally he'll be brought to an end. Boomich, that's a scary fight. The smoke, though, he almost has to do something or his teammates will be alone for a long time.
This is tough. Perfecto going to come in for the flank, but if Boomich can't get there, there's no point in Perfecto even moving in. Boomich going to head. He's going to evacuate that fight at ramp room, heading down the vents. It's a lot of time, though, and a lot of noise, and Astralis has this information. As you mentioned, money not great for the Na'Vi side, and they're still going to go for it.
He wanted to do the spam like he did earlier to Device, so he's trying for that same thing. But as you said, he was making noise almost the entire way, so they were absolutely ready.
And just the amount of time left on the bomb by the time he even got down there, I still don't think it was worth it, but wanted to take a shot, wanted to take a crack at the retake, and Astralis up to 3.
Yeah, those thieving Danes stealing away around
2 kills for Device entering into ramp room. And again, Simple getting caught with an overextension.
Yeah.
That's a tough one-way for Flamey to deal with, but that one right there is way too far.
And Electronic really doing his best to try and bring him back into the round. Third round there is... It might not seem like a lot, but don't give them anything to work with. Electronic, a little bit of pressure outside, just an early grenade being thrown. He's not going to commit to it, and again, I don't really blame him for it. Until he's got some backup. Earlier, Simple's been throwing flashbangs for him to peek behind, and I think that's a perfectly, you know, reusable model. Just recycle that again and again if you can.
Electronic spotting and now hearing the nades landing outside. That's a deep smoke wall and denying warehouse as well. Oh, he's gonna come right through it. There's that flashbang you mentioned, but just way too many bodies. Electronic has seen enough times that Glaive is sometimes the only one there.
Yeah.
So in his head, it's worth the risk, but no chance to get away. And look at the position Glaive's in now. Remember, he backstabbed Simple previously, sneaking into warehouse.
And he just called it. I'm pretty sure that's what we just saw. He said, you know what, Megaska Dupree, just go back. I'm out here waiting. We still have 50 seconds. If you can make any distraction, then, yeah, I'm right in behind the enemy lines. Perfecto, though, is set up, and Boomich is there as well. They've got a pretty lethal double if anyone tries to come and push. Flamey and Simple now over at the ramp, and there's Boomich pushing in, but instantly down, and Dupree. Those are some beautiful kills. And look at Glaive. He's just ready to catch this rotation. Should be almost no way for Flamey or anyone else to read this.
Oh, double flashbang. Simple's a bit blind.
Oh, wait.
25 seconds.
Oh, this is very awkward. Where do they want to go with this? Actually, for some weird reason, Flamey and Simple are in pretty winnable positions now. He's made his way up the ladder, and Simple, that should be the end of him. If Flamey was still around there when he'd caught Glaive, this would have been such an awkward round, but they managed to thread the needle somehow. This is a strange round.
It's such a patient round from Astralis, and if you're a defender, especially Simple in that upper bomb site, there's just way too many places that you have to be cautious of. That is a well-crafted attack from Astralis, and listen, here's the tough part. As good as this defense has looked for NaVi, they're about to get their money taken away. It's all gone after this. They're going to be broken, and then Astralis is right back in this so quickly.
Flamey wanted to hold on to the M4. Would be great if they could use it for some magic of their own in the upcoming round. A little bit late on the trigger there.
I don't think he was expecting that kind of a hunt. I don't think he was expecting them to be there so quick, especially moving so quietly. 8-4. Timeout called by NaVi.
Yeah, a little bit of comms. There's that flashbang through, and I was advocating for that very thing, but as you said, a lot of people out there all of a sudden. This from Dupree, though, is really great.
That transfer over to Perfecto is pretty brutal. I thought that might have been with 2 players in HUD, kind of send 1 player and see if they walk right into the second player behind him, but the double peek just does not pan out. A lot of stress here in the studio. Not those guys, they're having a good time.
He's not stressed at all.
No.
Well, we do sometimes see that from the member of the audience, but yeah. Right now they're enjoying themselves. 8-4, ladies and gentlemen. Almost coming to a close here at the second map. First half still. Let's see what they could do. They only have some upgraded pistols and that 1 HE on Electronic. This should be a very, very difficult round to win. And they've already had one of these rounds, NaVi, that they sort of stole away, expecting a second one. And some wishful thinking, isn't it? And they're not really doing anything out of the ordinary. Just waiting, hoping for an Astralis mistake somewhere.
Glaive's so quickly into secret. A lot of control, a lot of information, and a lot of different options available to him at this point. But look at how far back, how patient, and how cautious the rest of Astralis is. Nobody's moving. Everyone's quiet across the map, holding lobby. And with Glaive in that position, they don't have to worry about a push outside either.
Yeah, they're waiting for quite a while. Again, Glaive playing alone out there. I mean, the only danger in a round like this is obviously if he went down and someone could pick up the rifle.
Tough part is the kind of stack that's in this lower bomb site is in the bomb site itself. So no real information that they're already down secret. Now there's noise being made, some utility being thrown, but NaVi's put a lot of players down there, and Glaive's about to pop up this vent. It's the upper bomb site is the end point of attack, and Simple has spotted 1.
They're going to switch it around. They just keep everyone guessing. It's so hard. Simple wants to go back down there. Flamey getting checked. That's some heads-up play with 20 seconds left. You don't want to leave anything to chance. And Boomich, just I think the tip of his boot showing, and that was going to be the end of him no matter what. Simple and Perfecto. Not really much they can do. Late in the round for Astralis to be running this, but once they got it running, it was pretty much perfect.
Well, they were very patient waiting for Glaive to make the call, to have the information in secret, in vents. He didn't see anything. He knew they were turtled up into the bomb site, so they could cautiously walk across the map, clear that final box and ramp room, and then, I mean, it's just a slaughter. So 8-5, and then Navi's going to have the guns back in hand in the next round.
And they do need to put a stop to Astralis. 5 rounds is, you know, that's enough that you could get a lot working. And NaVi...
And this is not a great map for NaVi.
No,
so
it's really not.
You want as many rounds as humanly possible. Their T-sides at times have looked sloppy, uncoordinated. At least in this map, at least here, they have the addition of Flamey. Even Perfecto's at 9 kills. They've had some guys around Simple and Electronic showing up and battling back.
Yeah, there's been much more to talk about for NaVi this time around. That's absolutely true. But you worry about once Astralis get to that CT side, if they're off to a strong start. They've got so many tricks of their own and a lot of resources. Again, we've been hyping up Glaive playing the yard, so I wonder if we're going to get to actually see that come true on the second half or not. FAMAS, MP9, AWP on Simple. That is always worth talking about. And it looks like they might try and challenge him, and that was at least a mistake from Glaive's point of view. He was ready for that one.
I can't believe he caught that. That looked like Glaive was going to get around the corner, but just barely picks him off. But again, one player has slid past, and look at the hold from Zip. He's already out Squeaky Door. Perfecto has no idea just yet. He's so close. Electronic is going to save the day, and that takes the attention away from Perfecto in the site. He's there, but he hasn't had to do anything yet because of his teammates.
Yeah, Simple came in from the high ground helping him out. Otherwise, I think he was also about to get flanked anyway. So really well timing here for NaVi in terms of when they were taking some of these fights. Leaving Device in a 1 versus 4. That could have been a disaster.
Even Magus walking out third after like both of his teammates got all the way to the bomb site with no resistance, and then Perfecto pounces, and he's got to be wondering why he's the unfortunate one to not have that space to work with. Device in a 1 versus 4, now spotted out, but obviously not a great fight for the SMG.
No, but just, you know, annoyance obviously getting found out, not even getting the element of surprise here. To do a little bit of damage, not going to be relevant. Simple will take him down. 3rd kill of the round for him. Electronic and Simple still leading the way, but as you said, not quite in the same fashion as on Train. 15th round coming up, and I don't know, I think Astralis are all right with having 5 rounds, but getting that last one on the board, it's just always nice, isn't it? Just makes you feel good.
They have the money for it. Full buy for Astralis, thanks to that 3-round run in which they had plenty of players surviving. AWP and Device's hands on the offense. I think this is the first time we've seen the op on the T side here on Nuke. And we'll see if it catches anyone off guard. He's burning. Good damage from Boomich and the cleanup from the Molotov.
That actually is a classic play towards that squeak door. People do that all the time. And it gets completely shut down. So now what's plan B for Astralis? Obviously plan A was cracking that open. You get the kill on the guy in mini, and suddenly that yard is a very, very different kind of thing to have to try and deal with. And now NaVi playing this one very defensively. Inside of A, all the way back. I mean, the ramp and hell. Looks like they might try and pinch it again. Same kind of setup, just with, you know, 1 person less. Glaive at least getting close, but yeah, he's just gonna make a left into the smoke, and that's a problem for Electronic. He's about to be in a lot of trouble here. He gets the 1. I can't believe he's still alive. Glaive will open it up, but Electronic now with the Molotov out, he's buying so much time, and Boomich showing up, and Electronic, he goes down eventually, but he just bought so much time for his team. A Simple dropping the bomb. Here's 10 rounds for NaVi at the end of the half, and in a phenomenal job. Electronic ending at 19-9. That is fantastic.
He was a god in every aspect. Just that movement in that last round as well. Very impressive. And NaVi have a lead going into the second half. We'll see if they can convert it into a map win when we return from the break.
All right, we've just seen BlameF take on the Aim Chicken challenge presented by Betway, and now it's time for Glaive. So Glaive, can you tell me what the rules are?
The rules, okay, so we have 3 chickens. They're different sizes, and the small one is giving you 15 points. That's the best one. It's also the hardest one. Then we have the medium one, it's 10 points. And the biggest one is 5 points.
Okay, and what happens if you hit a barrel?
Yeah, then you're losing 5 points.
I think you did that better than me. He's going to take my job. But so what are your tactics going to be for this challenge?
I think I'm gonna aim for the medium one because it's furthest away from the barrel. I don't want any minus points, not today.
Perfect. Okay, let's see how Glaive gets on. Okay, so Shocks has just said that he bets for 50 points. What do you think you're going to get? More?
I mean, if I can not get third, I would be really happy. Of course, I tried it before, but still, I want to beat BlameF, right?
Want to beat BlameF? Okay, that's the goal. So you need to get more than 40 then. Do you think being an in-game leader, being a tactical genius, is that going to help you in this?
I'm not sure. I don't think so, to be honest. I think you need to have really good aim, and that's not like my skill. So
okay, we're about to find out. So. As always, you have 90 seconds on the clock, so I'll reset the timer. And on 3, you can start throwing the darts. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Take my time.
Take your time. You've got loads of time. 90 seconds. Oh, it's a strong start. We'll count that. We'll count that.
Okay, no.
We count it. We count it, Shocks.
No.
What's going on?
So only 10.
20.
All right.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, I'm breaking.
Broke the dart.
30.
Okay. Yeah.
Now a miss.
A minute left. Oh, close. Last dart.
No.
What is that?
No, final dart.
Oh, you said it. 50.
50.
Let's go.
And you got 50. Shocks. Yes. You should predict tournaments or the lottery.
Vitality first.
Easy win for Vitality.
Yes.
But there you go. Glaive said he didn't want to come third, and he's achieved that.
Yes.
50 points of beating BlameF by 10. How do you feel, BlameF, about that?
Terrible.
Sad.
Absolutely terrible.
He's probably still gonna come second.
Some fighting talk here. So Glaive has no confidence in Shocks' ability to beat 40, but we're about to find that out, so stay tuned.
Они хотели ас сплитить хотели, точно.
Тогда я падаю в плэп. Кирилл, взял будку?
Дверь открыли.
Даю флеш, будку убил.
Будку взял. Дверь взял.
Дверь взял, смотрю, будку взял. Будку взял, смотрю, ведь.
Убил еще дверь.
Еще дверь, я пикаю его. Дверь вышел. И кишка упал.
Я кишка лаз.
Не так поставь красный.
Можешь поставить.
Открывать. Не можешь, не можешь. Коротком.
Я взял.
Ooh, some high-pitched celebration coming in from NaVi as they have a terrific first half on the second map here against Astralis, and they need it right now. They lost Train in kind of a spectacular fashion, just got completely crushed on that one. This is a different story. 10-5.
Electronic putting together a phenomenal series.
Yeah.
He was a standout player for NaVi on that defense, and it was good to see them cheering and getting a little bit excited and a little bit happy because they didn't have the chance at all on Train. So nice to see that attitude turning around for the team. Still a tough task in this second half. 10-5 lead. NaVi needs 6 rounds to bring this into a third map.
Now is the time for it. They're going quick out into the yard. A little bit of a staggered push, so they don't group up on top of each other, but Magus, a double headshot will give a chance here for Astralis to still bring it back. It's a 3-on-3. A quick flank coming in. Glaive on the one side, Sip here on the other side, and Devices in Mini. They've got them pretty much triangled in, and can they find just one opening? If someone from NaVi dies now, then I don't think the rest will be able to hold it. They need that opening fight right here, even with the bomb down. This is very, very tricky. A chance. He saw that long-range device. He definitely knew. Doing a little bit to try and see if he can do it, but oh, Glaive going down. That's a great headshot for Perfecto. Sip will take another one. Still a 2-on-2, and it's still doable for NaVi. They could maybe win it, but Sip running around onto the site, and Electronic will go down. One time there where he wasn't able to stand tall, and Astralis, even without the kit, they're going to get the round, and that's huge for them.
That really is. Just, they could not get out of that bomb site, even with the Glaive kill. Boomich was such an important position inside Hut to hold Zipnik's back. What a great flank, even with Glaive falling. The plant is going to help. They can buy in this round if they choose to, NaVi. It would be a bit bold, but A brilliant retake and a nice initial hold from Magus, doing everything he possibly could.
This is, I mean, the fact that they couldn't get away from the bomb side, I think is so significant. They would have been able to play for time a lot more if they could have run around and sort of, you know, try to bait them out.
They have gone for the buy. 2 AK-47s, the Krieg on Simple. That's going to be outside. Perfecto with 1 AK-47 as well, but at the moment, they don't want to mess with the device. A lot of smokes up. Oh, but Device being, I feel like he just played a very risky game considering Electronic's position.
Yeah, he was out there without a wire, wasn't he? Just no net or anything. Gotta be careful.
Now, here comes the other tough part for NaVi. Not only do they only have the 3 rifles and no armor on Boomich, but not a lot of utility to make this work. They're going to have to be very efficient with their smokes. They've got 1 flashbang Molotov HE and 2 smokes to utilize.
And Magus has the AUG outside. I mean, they have a Krieg as well on Simple, but just that, you know, the scope is going to help at the distance if you're fighting one of the AKs or one of the Deagles. So that could be interesting all on its own.
I have to imagine they want to attack Mini, put those smokes out. There's that wall to get the secret. Device is going to peek up, nobody looking. That's 1 Deagle down, big win for Electronic. Put the hot hand in the trade position.
Probably not really necessary for Device to keep fighting that. I guess that's just one of those, you know, flex kind of plays. We really want to show that you've got a Dupree. He's been sneaking through the smoke, and that's actually a disgusting play. Now, Simple will take down Magus, so can this play be put into play? Dupree can't just run. They'll hear him if he does, so he's going to be sticking around instead, trying to call it out. Glaive and Sip on the other side. Molotov to buy some time, and that Molotov is amazing. 18 seconds left. Simple and Flamey still fighting back, and they'll get it right back. Flamey will burn Dupree. That Molotov and Mini could have been, and maybe should have been, the end of NaVi in that round, but they just fire right back.
The delay tactics, and that might be a situation of miscommunication between Dupree and Glaive, both essentially fighting from the same position, coming up the vent and opening the door. That gives away 2 players' position, and even though they can't get into the bomb site just yet, more than happy with those rifles to take those fights. That's the second time we've seen NaVi lose the pistol and convert the second round. They did it on Train as well, which gave them a decent start, even though they eventually collapsed. But 11-6 now, Nuke is getting interesting.
Yeah, it's getting to a strange point right now. Simple taking down Device outside. Again, they just have pistols, but yeah, what a strong start for NaVi in this map. Inferno to decide it if it gets to it. We all love that.
Oh, good shot from Glaive coming up in the stairs. Smoke to delay even longer. And Boomich knows exactly where Zipnix is.
Now there is Magus sneaking up right where Glaive just came from. So yeah, he's sneaking a kill on Electronic. That's kind of cool because it's almost like Glaive was ready to sacrifice himself to just sell that idea. Boomich going down to Sip. And now they can't lose this round. They need to win it.
This has gotten way too disorganized. They have completely lost the plot in this round, NaVi, and it's up to Flamey and Simple to try and recover it. And Simple has very low HP. Flamey not too much better. Towards the lower bomb site we go. Dupree can be there very fast, and Magus playing at an awkward angle in the windows. That's going to be tough to clear considering all the different angles there are in that bomb site.
Yeah, you know, you need someone planting the bomb while the other guy is essentially playing a bodyguard. If you don't find a kill before you get into that situation, it's not easy at all. 30 seconds on the clock, and yeah, just trying to make anything work, but they need a gift right now for Astralis. They need someone to walk into just a free kill.
Oh, that's a big fight for Flamey. Simple's going to get into the upper bomb site. They've caused enough of a distraction to open this up. Somehow NaVi have gotten in this position without really taking a whole lot of fights. And that's a big find for Zip.
Long range with the MAC-10, but the headshot did it. Flamey, HE up there. Sip. Oh, he's going to explode. He actually got that. This could get very interesting. A double kill for Flamey. Both players now left with just basically one bullet's worth of health left. And he's got the idea. Flamey will get it. A triple for him. Clutching the round for NaVi. It almost spun out of control, but they did it. 12-6.
It's almost a benefit a little bit that round almost spiraled away from him, because that's where you just kind of say, you won it, you got away with one, you can take a deep breath and just say, guys, we cannot let this happen. That's when you get everyone centered back in. What a nice 2 versus 3 to play. So much distraction towards that lower bomb site, and Astralis bit on that. They bit the fake, which opened everything up. Good clutch from Flamey.
Different look for Simple.
Seems happy.
Yeah,
he doesn't need that hug. He doesn't have the migraine.
Finally solved it. Boomich taking some damage, but only has a Mach 10, so doesn't really matter that much. USPs on the other side, except for Sip with the Deagle. This should be a more relaxing round for NaVi.
Listen, he got Zeused on train. He wanted to get it back. He wanted to at least go even. NaVi starting to be pretty suffocating here on the T side of Nuke. 5-on-3 with a 6-round lead.
I feel like this is unfair. The odds, you know, still 3-1. I mean, it's down from 6-1, but, you know, should give them more credit.
Remember, it's for the whole series. It's not just for the map.
It's fair enough. Yeah, I guess that's true. Inferno still could pose a bit of an issue. But they've cleaned up 2 kills in this round, regardless. And I don't mind that they're slow playing this, as long as they leave themselves a good, you know, 20, 25 seconds to actually get in and get the bomb plant down. It'll be all right.
That's a prayer from Device. Oh, okay. Well, it's answered. It's answered in a big way.
Flank not working out. Just gonna have to pray a lot harder right now.
He's gonna have to have all the gods.
Just double down. Flamey will end the round, and just nicely handled round from NaVi. You like to see this kind of thing where it doesn't spiral out of control and they're just able to keep it on their own side of the field, basically. 13-6. 3 more rounds for NaVi, and they'll find a way to extend this on to Infer. I don't think many people were expecting that at all. I think you know, people were already yelling at you on Twitter, I noticed, for even entertaining the fact that NaVi could do something here.
Felt a little bit unreasonable.
Well, it's social media. What do you expect?
13-6.
And Astralis need to go on a fairly comprehensive run right now. They obviously need to win this round, but then they just have to string so many of them together. And, you know, on some classic version of Nuke that was played a couple of years ago, that wouldn't be impossible at all. But this new version is way friendlier to the T side. Way more stuff can be done. So it's going to be rough for the Danes, no doubt about it.
They're running out of nades as well in this round. 1 smoke, 2 flashes to work with. Over a minute left for NaVi to slowly progress across the map and use their own nades to kind of clear things out. Molotovs to help cover things, but he's caught. He did not go anywhere where he wanted to. Electronic brought down to 35 HP. Dupree already downstairs.
They have 1 flashbang and no defuse kit on Astralis. That's it.
Well, the nice thing is they have Dupree and they have Zip in the lower bomb site as well. So they have 2 players down here. If the hit does eventually come in, they've got manpower to defend against it, even if they don't have the utility.
Yeah, that much is true. Outside spotted, 35 seconds, and a strong kill for Dupree, falling back, buying more time, and time is exactly what NaVi just don't have right now. They're getting a couple of kills in return, but Sip is still down here waiting, and are they going to actually have time to go for it now? Perfecto's got the bomb, and they need to make a move. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? The one thing you don't want to see right now. They have to make this work. They're playing around with the door at the moment, 15 seconds on the clock, and Sip, he's surely calling it in now. They jump through, the bomb is on the floor, and Sip, oh! He's going to come up with a big double kill.
Can he get there in time?
7 seconds left, and I don't know, the bomb is not picked up. No, they're going to run out of time. They just cannot do it. Oh, dear.
They could have pulled the trigger. They sat and waited for like 10 seconds. They had plenty of time to make that same exact play. And that is all the early rotation down. I mentioned, especially with that 1 player, Perfecto getting that trade kill. They thought that'd be it. They didn't think there was going to be a second player inside the site. That's brutal. That takes the wind out of your sails.
We've seen them many times run up against exactly that kind of a situation, so that's why everyone is a bit tense all of a sudden. 13-7, and Glaive playing at the edge, not going to go back for it, and I think that's smart.
He missed his initial salvo, and he just bailed out. That's a really smart decision, not even messing with the fight. Smoke wall set up again. This time it's just the 1 player, Electronic.
Yeah, playing kind of a, again, just with Electronic out there. If this was the other side, it would have been Glaive, you know, hanging around out. He can spend some time this time clearing out the lower part of the map. Ooh, but Boomage going down to Device on the Org. And the rest of the team, they were sort of waiting for Electronic to make a call, right? They want him to at least get some information, clear a little bit of the way. Now losing a player in the middle of it.
This time there's no one downstairs. There's no one even in secret for Astralis. It's almost like they're calling the bluff. Like, yeah, go downstairs again if you want. They almost don't even have the information. Zip can get there pretty quick from ramp room, but he's got to have some kind of advanced warning. Now he's moving into position, but he can't commit into the bomb site.
He can't, but Device is actually about to flank them. If they spend another, 10 seconds here, Device is probably going to be walking up behind them pretty quickly. Flamey would have been the catch Device almost, but he's not quite ready. Now they're out in the bomb site. Sip is down there, ready and waiting. 30 seconds on the clock, and they're going to go straight for the bomb plant, but they don't expect Sip, and he almost could have lined up that double kill. Quick reaction from Electronic will take him down. With the bomb planted now, and they walk right in. Device not ready for it. Huge double kill coming out from Electronic, and now a 4 versus 3. The bomb ticking away. Make is getting a kill, but the returns are there, and Flamey actually stopping that, and a beautiful headshot to take them down. 14 rounds on the board for NaVi.
Oh, I started to get nervous again. 14-7.
Yeah.
When Zip got in that position, when he finally did commit to Dark, I thought that would be a very powerful play. Good heads up. You know, Electronic is having a phenomenal series. At this point on Nuke,
Truly.
he's 26-15. He was one of the 2 players stepping up on train, him and Simple. He deserves a steak dinner.
Let's get him just ordered right now. Styling. Yeah, that was, I mean, Flamey on that late lurk. That's a position that Astralis won't be watching for. They just had Device walk that way.
And I mean, at the same time, they're probably starting to think maybe we should start saving these guns. Look at the cash that they have. Going into round 22, they don't have a lot to fight with, and that is laying out the red carpet for NaVi to get up to 15. And with this much of a disparity in the scoreline, out of the timeout, Astralis is just going to force up. They have to go for it. 4 Deagles and the scout on Zip.
Yeah, they're all in at this point. Who could blame them? 14-7. NaVi playing a very cool game on Nuke. I think to a lot of people, certainly to my surprise, would have definitely picked Astralis to pick up this one. It leaves a question open for what exactly Inferno is going to be like, but we may get to find out. That's a very passive start for NaVi. They really don't want to give them a chance here. It's not even inching anywhere at the moment, which is fine. I mean, there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds, so...
Everyone just holding on to utility. Now it's coming out. A deep diagonal smoke wall to allow NaVi to get close up towards Mini. They can do a lot with this. Little bit of damage goes out onto Electronic, who's been the strong player for NaVi. Exchanged right back to Glaive, who's lucky to be alive, but I don't know if they'll expect. This is a pretty nasty off angle around the edge of the smoke. Electronic isn't gonna look. Some missed shots though, and Boomich, he drops down. Double kill for Device, and they still cannot take him out.
Oh dear, they need this. I mean, they finally get it, but now the problem is the time that they spent. It wasn't a big problem before, but when they lose those opening fights, suddenly they have to be really scared. And look at that line that he's holding with the scout. Almost getting that tag, and if he had it, that actually would be a disaster. Still a 3-on-4 right now, but they need to get into a bomb site. 25 seconds, and the bomb is still in yard now, finally making its way into Mini, and they do get a bit of an opening, but the Pre's there with the return, and now the scout is up on high as well. The flashbangs are in, and they're doing so much damage. NaVi, they need to close this game out right now, but I don't think it's going to be possible in this round. 8 seconds left, and Simple going straight for the bomb plant, but they're already on top of him, and that was the time that was left. Glaive just surviving on 2 health is all they need. And Astralis getting a second lease on life here.
They are, I mean, listen, Astralis is not a team that just fades away. They do not capitulate. They are making this as tough as humanly possible for NaVi to close it out. And those are the rounds that can apply pressure to you. If you can't win this round against 4 Deagles and a scout, and you're NaVi, you're one of those players, you're just wondering, why can't we find this in? Why aren't we winning these fights against the Deagles? That's a classic stall-out tactic from Astralis.
Yeah, and if you run out of money yourself, which they're about to do, suddenly you start to wonder about that round. You're like, oh man, we had the chance, and
that
now...
round, the one where the time ran out, but I like this from Electronic. He's gonna try and take it right back. An awkward fight in the open space, and he just loses it. Good peek from Device, but the follow-up, 2 kills for Simple and Flamey, and now Simple's pressuring into the bomb site.
but he doesn't actually know about this corner. Dupree could maybe find the right timing. Instead, it's Simple executing him, and they might very well win this round. Sip jumping down to the low ground, taking a lot of damage, and he is done. 15 on the board for NaVi, and that was... I agree completely. What a cool way to open if you're Electronic. It's not even that, I mean, he could have very well had that kill, probably should have had.
And this is a small detail, and it's one of Simple getting off the bomb to get that final kill onto Zip, even saving his own Krieg. You don't pass over one of those rifles. You make that, you know, a costly victory and a save round for Astralis. They couldn't get a good buy, and now they're just reset again. And again, it's the same buy as we saw previously. 4 Deagles, 1 Scout, this time with less utility and no kits.
Great stuff to come out of NaVi on Nuke. Maybe converting a couple or more people into believers. Gonna need all the support they can get, I reckon, for the third map. But Astralis never really getting off the ground in this particular map. We saw some, you know, some interesting rounds, some good conversions where maybe they shouldn't have won some rounds, but it didn't ever sort of get the boulder rolling here, and that's a problem. They won 3 in a row, and then that's more or less it on that first half,
This
right?
timing on that push is insane. Oh my God, Electronic. If he didn't punch his monitor, fair play.
Just the restraint.
That's got to be so frustrating. 5 on 4, another wrinkle. As NaVi try and take this victory.
If they lose this round, NaVi, again, their money is going to be miserable. And, you know, at 15-9, that's so within striking distance. They need to go right now and finish this game right here. Meg is taking down another one. It's 5 on 3. I don't know how much more of this I can handle. 30 seconds on the clock, and yeah, they need to move. And they're running into a hugely stacked bomb site. They're all here. The bomb actually trying to make its way down, seeing if they could find a way. Boomich will get a kill on Dupree, and at least they're down. 18 seconds, and now... can they actually find a way to put that bomb down and get a little bit of pressure back on? Now, instead, it's Boomich dropping, Simple waiting, Perfecto getting a kill and taking down Device. 8 seconds, he opens the door and he finds it! 5 seconds, I'm not sure if Simple can even run here close enough. One more time. Oh, it's hard to watch. 15-9. NaVi, this is too painful.
Despite the fact that this is so stressful and so frustrating for NaVi, you have to say, they're having an excellent T-side when you think about the fact 2 of the rounds they lost are to these Deagles, right? They've lost now 2 Deagle buys, and the other round they lost was, you know, letting the time pretty much run out before executing. Other than that, their T-side has been great. They've been running over Astralis outside of these few hiccups, but you know, if you keep letting Astralis back in the game like this, eventually they're going to punish you for it.
That's what's at the back of my mind as well. I mean, like, you know, one of these days, they won't get reset. They won't, you know.
And this is what hurt them as well against Vitality yesterday. Is they lost a lot of the rounds to Deagles, a lot of those force buy rounds. Remember, RPK had a couple of those, that crazy Deagle clutch, a 1 versus 3 in the A-bomb site of Inferno.
Yeah.
They do not have a very good game plan against low buys.
In that last round of your Perfecto, and you're just, you know, putting in the digits for the bomb, and you hear the sound of that door, but you're like, oh.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's the one thing you don't want to hear at that point in time.
Simple still with the Krieg from the previous round, so let him see what he can do with it. He's in lobby, everyone just following and marching behind.
One Krieg, I mean, again, it's a little bit of a prayer for them.
But it's on Simple.
It's on Simple.
So the prayer seems a bit more likely.
He's got some kind of direct, you know, line of God, just anytime he wants. Boomich will be the one to do it, and that's where the Glock taking down Magus, and there's Simple following it up. NaVi having a little bit of luck in this round. The bomb, they need a quick bomb plant here, and that's a beautiful grenade landing right on top. But is it actually going to matter? 2 versus 3, and Sip jumping down with the Scout. He's point blank range, not using the pistol, and that might be it. A 1 versus 3. Bomb is going down on the other side, even as Device does get the kill. They might have found a way here, NaVi. He's trying his best, but this is a USP, and they run away. Now he's in trouble. Down behind, he's looking for it. No armor on Perfecto, but he still gets it done! 16-9, and NaVi take us to map number 3. Oh, that feels like justice, doesn't it? They brought it back.
Listen, it doesn't matter if it's pretty, if it's ugly. That was some of the scrappiest final rounds, but it's got the crowd on their feet. What a gutsy win from NaVi, and it's gotta feel good. Such a stressful string of rounds to end that game. We're into a break, then we have the desk, and then we have the concluding map of this series.
And here it might be 3. Down to the 1v1, and he'll tap the bomb. Gets the kill. NaVi 11-11. This is the place you want to be if you're a fan of Counter-Strike. This is where all of the action is going down. Oh, the timing is unbelievable. Oh boy. What an impressive team. This is just the beginning now. One man left standing. How exciting is this? Trading blow for blow, and Flamey here with another. Oh my goodness. So hyped up right now. What a victory.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're back from the break, and we're back from the second map of the series where NaVi have succeeded in actually tying it up 1-1.
The problem is it's our job to talk, and I'm really blown away by this whole situation, right? The fact that we have NaVi coming out on Astralis, one of Astralis' home maps, and beating them in that fashion. It's very curious as to what's going on right now. If this doesn't attest to the fact that we still don't have the Astralis that we know and love, I don't know what does. They shouldn't be losing a map like this against NaVi in this fashion. That first half, it could have been even more of a blowout, right? I think that NaVi made that look very easy somehow.
Yeah, the problem with this game is if you want to do the typical tactical analysis of the game, there's not a lot that you can really go on, because this was just like dirty boxing. It was a lot of haymakers being thrown, people winning I win a force buy, you win a force buy. I would have thought then when we have the real guns, we don't win them. I even think the flow of the match was incredible in terms of excitement. It was really weird in terms of the way that the teams were actually trying to adapt. Like, as Chad said there, the first half could have been a complete blowout for NaVi. But towards the end, it looked like Astralis have done the classic thing they do on Nuke. They steal just enough T rounds. They're going to put up double digits CT side, no problem here. Then on the big rounds, when they were on the CT side, they were getting nothing. In fact, they were winning 4 spies.
Yeah.
So what a bizarre game this was. I mean, I actually feel like even NaVi can't have felt in control of it.
Well, I think, after you're this Astralis team and you win the pistol and you lose to that 4 spy and then you find yourself down in that massive hole, we could see with their CT-sided gun rounds, they didn't have the right weaponry to contest yard. We're seeing NaVi get down secret and then having 4 members in a lot of occasions being able to walk onto the bomb site and just take duels. There's not even enough utility with the buys from Astralis to stop that or, go for retake. So that's a big undoing for them. And if you look at the 3 gun rounds, right, in the later stages coming out here with the 4 spies that it was for Astralis, they're timeout rounds. They're rounds that it's just classic NaVi, letting the clock, go tick all the way down, and they just win in that fashion.
Yes.
They didn't obliterate them. They didn't have any lockdown rounds. It wasn't like Astralis came out with a banging CT side. They were limping to get those rounds across the board, right?
Simple even gave them one for free where he stopped the plan, even though the odds that both players peak him on 3 seconds is like not very. That's just an example of like a weird play where if you could have that back, you just try and plant there. You could never win the other way.
No, speaking of Simple, turns out we do actually have an interview with him, so we're going to throw that now.
Nuke is such an impressive map normally for Astralis, but you guys were hitting all the shots. You and Electronic back into form. How does it feel?
It feels really good. Since we played this train really terrible, I mean, I didn't feel our team play at all. And we discussed this after first map, and everyone did a wake-up call. And we knew how to play Nuke against them. I mean, we played Nuke so many times, and last time we get a draw. So I'm just focused more, just prepared more, I guess, on this map, of course.
Now, there's a few times we're seeing you on the player shots, and we're seeing you a bit more frustrated than normal. Any reason for that? Is that just the adjustments going on?
I just feel that we are playing bad, but I understand that we need time. But I'm becoming sad because I understand that maybe if we had more practice, we're just gonna play much better and win much easier against them. But we cannot do this right now. It's the saddest feeling that I have, But I'm working with my psychologist all the time. I'm working with my team. I'm happy with my team, and I think we're doing a good preparation in mental, and we're doing good preparation in game as well. I feel like everyone on the same page.
Okay. And Inferno, real quick, is this the time you get to take them down, you get to eliminate them from the tournament?
I hope so. Let's see. I mean, it's one of the strongest map. We just need to get more experience of this. I hope we're going to get this victory today.
Well, I saw you smile when I asked you, mate, so I've got good vibes. Good luck. Thank you very much.
So, Simple sounding good on that interview. He's sounding confident going into it. Third map, Inferno's looking good for NaVi. But also, Electronic has been popping off on this team. Both of the first maps of the series, he's been right up there with Simple.
He's going to be key for this map especially.
For sure, in the position he plays on that CT side, he's their pit anchor, so any AX suits coming in, Electronic is going to be influential there. And then on the T side, this guy is like a moth to a flame, right? He goes into these smokes when entering into certain bomb sites. We're going to get a highlight package right here from this man, but this is what we wanted, right? On day one, we're like, yeah, Electronic, he's in really good form from Ice, we're going to see it. We saw nothing. Today, different story. Electronic and Simple, the duo that can deliver, is doing so here, and it's obviously making life very difficult for Astralis. Going into Inferno as the third map, though, what I have seen from NaVi so far, and Simple was talking about there, they haven't had a lot of time. Their CT side on Inferno looks very janky, right? Boomich yesterday was the one pulling them out of holes. But now that Simple and Electronic are online, anything's possible.
The thing is, listen, it was historic yesterday when Complexity beat them. I mean, you saw that stat HLTV pulled up. No team outside the top 30 has ever beaten Astralis in a best of 3. But worse than that, imagine losing to a NaVi that's looking out of form. They look a little bit disconnected, and you lose to them on Nuke and Inferno, your 2 home maps that basically you've won all these championships on. So if that can indeed happen, almost unthinkable for Astralis. I think for NaVi, you saw from Simple there, he didn't have exuberance. He wasn't incredibly confident from winning that map. He knows there's still problems, but great little pick-me-up if you can get this one. Then next for all, you might be playing against Complexity to get the final spot. You can turn this around real quick if you're NaVi, but it's got to be on this map now, obviously.
And it's worth mentioning that this is the lower bracket match between both of these teams. Not an elimination match. Both whoever loses this is going to go down to the showdown and has
Yeah.
a chance to qualify for the finals, but it's not quite done
By the way,
yet.
imagine being the teams in the showdown when you find out Astralis is in.
Yeah, exactly. Navi or Astralis. That's the thing with this group. Complexity have really thrown a wrench in things. That showdown now is going to be crazy.
It's made things much more difficult, right? But at this point, either team can turn it around and still go to the final of the bracket here and get first place within this group, right? That's going to be for seeding. There's a little bit of extra prize money there. But what we're seeing right now from Astralis, right? You've got to be pretty shaken to lose your home map pick. You can go, oh yeah, we lost this round, we lost it. That's fine, you know. But when you're T-half, normally I would say, well, the goal is to keep Astralis to 6 rounds, you know, on their T. Well, they didn't even get more than 5, and normally their T sides are absolutely banging, right? Yeah. They're able to, you know, bully the opponent. This time they weren't able to do so. So going into Inferno, I think it should be a course correction back to more of what we saw on Train. But you know, I struggle now because are they going to be in their heads? Like what? This isn't the Astralis that I know.
So, are we sticking by our predictions quickly?
Yeah, why not? Double down.
Double down. You've been on point so far, Chad.
You know, I might gamble. I might go in the Moses camp. After seeing Dupree, I think he's pretty key on the CT side of this map. He's had a really terrible tournament so far. I'll say screw it, and I'll swap horses.
What?
I'm going with simple here.
All right.
Me and Moses, ride or die.
Ride or die. Thor has changed it up, and we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll find out how this all plays out right after this.
Well, we have returned once again. Astralis and NaVi, third map coming up in this series. I'm not sure if many people were expecting that it would be, but it hasn't. Now we're on Inferno. I can't wait to get this underway. I'm really hyped up by the fact that NaVi did as well as they did on Nuke. They actually shut down Astralis.
Yeah, and that was very surprising, but also, I mean, you have to say, Electronic having a phenomenal series. We had Flamey pick things up for NaVi on the CT side especially. He did very, very good in ramp room, and they had that third player that they didn't have in train. Those are very positive signs coming into Inferno.
Yes.
Still an uphill battle. I think you still favor Astralis. I'm just excited. Inferno third map, I mean, we say it all the time, but it always delivers. This is such an incredible map to close out a series.
Should make it a rule, shouldn't we? That it just has
Should
to
just be the automatic third map.
Yeah, you can pick the first two, but we'll always end up Inferno no matter what. What a time it could be. I agree, Astralis, you have to sort of put them as the favorites going into this third and final map, but they're not looking 100% like themselves, and we've seen that yesterday, today as well. Looking better, sure, but not all the way there.
Well, I mean, I think it's also illuminating. You go to the other side, and even NaVi, I mean, they don't even really know themselves and what they're supposed to look like. They're still in the process of figuring that out, as we heard Simple talk about in the interview, and his own personal struggle with trying to perform in that kind of a setting as well. So a lot of pressure on NaVi as individuals and as a team to figure this out on the fly against the best team in the world. And as we said, or as the desk mentioned as well, for elimination at this stage in the tournament, in the spring split, loser has to go to the spring showdown.
That is exactly right, and looks like they're actually ready. They've already done the knife round, I believe, so let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. NaVi and Astralis for the third map, and this one to decide who gets to go on and who gets to play, as you said, in the spring showdown instead. NaVi starting on the T side, Astralis on the CT side, and they have got an enormous amount of utility, Astralis, for a pistol round.
Yeah, shouldn't surprise anyone, especially on Inferno. No kit, and we're going to get one more stop coming into play.
Yeah, there's all that excitement, and then we just get to wait around a little bit.
A bit of a tease.
We'll take it.
It's Flamey again as well. He was the same one that this happened to on train.
What's happening? He's just getting so excited to get the game started. He keeps just unplugging his mouse or something. Just can't handle it.
Well, he just wanted to make sure everyone was all excited. Maybe he just didn't like. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's like just a trick.
Maybe he wanted to buy a deagle.
I'm on 4 buying deals on pistol round. I think
You
it's
would
amazing.
be. You would be.
I do it especially on Dust 2. You buy that pistol around the T-spawn and you just try and snipe someone down the middle.
I just add that to the list of reasons why I don't play Counter-Strike with you.
One day, it'll work. You have to call it out when you do it as well. It's like, I'm getting a deal and I'm getting a kill down the middle. Just say that every time.
Okay.
And when it works.
Like street basketball, gotta call your shot.
Yep, that's it. All right, looks like they're nearly there, so should be no problems at all. Man, Inferno is, I think tactically, and I mean, it's been played for such a long time, I really don't get bored of watching it. I don't know what it is.
No, I mean, here's some interesting stuff, though. Remember, I mean, Astralis has done a good job of winning the pistols, but they've lost a couple of those second rounds. They really need to convert those. That would be a good, at least, first start to getting off to a nice pace in this third map. And NaVi starting on the T side, that's not going to do you any favors. Astralis so good. So the question becomes, we have seen a shaky Astralis. Are we going to see that on Inferno, or are they is this going to be like, riding a bike? You just hop on it, and it's muscle memory. Everyone's good to go. So this time, here we are, London, third map, Inferno, beginning right now, live into the pistol round. 3 sets of utility, Glaive, Xyp9x, and Magisk.
Yeah, so if NaVi play this slow and don't force out some of that utility a little bit early on, that could be a nasty surprise waiting for them. Because normally, if this is a normal rifle round, you expect that Astralis are going to be, trying to delay in a pistol round. You might forget.
Just keep an eye on the double nades on Xyp9x and Glaive at this B bomb site. That could be the interesting one. When do they decide to throw those out? When do they feel like they're in the choke point? Here comes the first one for Xyp9x. They spotted him out right onto Electronic, the double nade. He's down so low. That is perfectly executed.
Yeah, it's really annoying. And again, the fact that they still have 2 smokes over on that side. Looks like NaVi are now leaning back, and Astralis don't know yet. They've fallen back from that top banana position, so there's a window here for NaVi to actually use that and just try and hit this bomb site before more people show up. Smoke going deep to block off on the one side, and they're going to wrap around quad, so they just don't want to fight there for the minute. Dupree down. Oh, actually, it's Device instead. 2 big headshots to slow them down. Dupree still waiting in graveyard. He's going to stand up, just popping out of the box, and he lands one more blade. Oh, it's disgusting! Taking down another one, Dupree, with a beautiful triple. And Astralis, I don't know. He's fired up.
He's had a frustrating series, so that's got to feel good. Release all the pent-up anger. What a stunning way to get this game started. Incredible performance from dupreeh. This is a thing of beauty.
He whipped him, didn't he?
I like to see that anger out of dupreeh as well. He has not had a whole lot of smiles so far today here at Blast. But here comes that second round. As we mentioned, NaVi's converted 2 of these in the series so far.
Theoretically, it should be so much harder to do on Inferno, though. Just the map does not help you out in any way. You have to be walking into a lot of close corridors. You get grenaded. There are a lot of angles which the CTs can sort of fight and fall back, and yeah, it's all stacked against you, I would say. But they've got the weapons for it.
Especially, well, they don't have armor is the tough part. And they only have 2 flashbangs on Boomich. That'll help. An open Deagle headshot. Xyp9x trades it back. Into a 4-on-4 we go, but Magus can device under a bit of pressure. And I think this is where NaVi, they might want to pick up the pace. Some of the utility is slowing them down and making this disjointed. And look at the rotation. Astralis has a read on where everyone is. Glaive and Xyp9x both evacuating the B bomb site.
Yeah, you have to assume one of them is probably going to fall back eventually, but they're getting a lot of confirmation now. Glaive is going to be hearing them running on the other side, and the timing for the peak, he just keeps going, and that UMP will chew them up. A bit of danger after the early kill, but yeah, they read that. You're absolutely right. They had a perfect understanding of what was going on.
And that'll have to be frustrating for NaVi, wondering why both players from the B bomb site are there. One at spawn arches, one in library. Flamey, one more kill would be great economic damage, but he doesn't have the HP, and Magus has a perfect shot. 2-0.
Yeah, and with all SMGs in that round, losing 2 players, it's fine. They could sort of recover that and still make it work.
I almost wonder if NaVi goes for a buy here. It would not surprise me the slightest.
There we go.
Electronic and Flamey both at 4K. They're going to pick up AK-47s. Boomich has one as well, so they are going to risk a lot going into this third round, seeing all the SMGs. And just a couple of kills prompting them to force up a bit early. Deagle on Simple, plenty of nades for NaVi as well.
And now the fact that Astralis have those SMGs, I mean, if you buy into this round, you could do a bit of damage.
I think the good thing for Astralis is they have so many nades, and we know what they can do with them. They have 5 Molotovs, they have 5 smokes, they've got 5 nades, they can do plenty of damage, they can do plenty of delay.
It's not the most impressive pickup so far for NaVi. A little bit more with the extra AK, but the Galil and the Deagle, and on their side, the grenade's just not looking great. So
there's going to be a whole host of people at the moment triggered that Simple is the one with the Deagle.
I'm guessing if he called for something else, they would have given it to him. So maybe he's just saying, you know what, I've got this. Oh, boom, and she's so flashed. He could not see anything at all.
There's that utility usage. Perfect nade down, the Molotov as well to split that play towards Banana, and now Simple has to risk a lot to go get that AK-47. He's gonna be able to get it for free as they've backed off. But when he's gonna pick up the pace. And Astralis have made a bold read. They've rotated everyone away from that B-bomb set except for Glaive. He's there all alone at the moment. If Simple challenges this, oh, that's a near headshot. That could have opened everything up.
Simple obviously not knowing what we know, that he could have probably tried to challenge that, but he has to play it safe. Closing in on the minute mark. Sip is now back to help out Glaive, which makes a lot of sense.
And now it's even more desperate for NaVi in a 4-on-5 utility being used. They have no progress, nowhere to go, but running out of utility, they need to find a kill in open space.
Yeah, right now trying to get some control in the middle, but grenades are raining in, doing more damage. dupreeh still right by Arch, so they have a pretty good read on this. Electronic hiding inside of the smoke, which has just been his theme pretty much throughout this whole series. Charging through and taking down dupreeh. He's been so good at playing inside of it. Let's see if Magus can do anything here. It's going to be close range with the MP9, and he'll win that fight immediately, but taken down by Perfecto, leaving alone in the pit. Device backup is coming, but I don't think it'll get there in time. He has to get at least a kill to buy a little bit more time. 20 seconds, and they're closing in, and this is an uncomfortable range for the MP9. Flamey right on top, almost stomping on his head as the bomb goes down, and it's now a 2-on-2. And Flamey, he's got that great crossfire with Simple. How do they get through this one, Astralis? They have a single flashbang, but I don't know. As soon as they step on that line, they're going to be in the field of fire of both these players. And Simple not even waiting for it. Not even allowing them any space. Glaive now in a 1 versus 2 with the UMP. And this should be impossible. He's trying to just find one fight without exposing himself. He's going to take down Flamey, and Simple's on the other side. He's got the head armor. And that UMP not shooting through that pillar at all. Now the Deagle's out instead, and he goes down. Simple will take care of business. NaVi picking up the round.
That was pretty close, though, from Glaive with that UMP. He had a shot there against Simple. But you do like to see Simple be assertive in that fashion. And I like the patience as well, as they have to find out where Device is, either in the bomb site or in the pit. They're patiently waiting for Perfecto to get into position to come through that smoke. And yeah, they baited him a little bit, but it's the correct bait. It allows them the opening to get the bomb planted. Yeah. First round on the board for NaVi. Astralis buy up Deagles. They got a shotgun on Dupree. But again, you gotta say for this attack on NaVi, Electronic opens everything with that kill on Glaive.
As a legendary analyst and coach once said, Yanko, it's a thin line between teamwork and baiting, so.
There's a lot of truth to it. As silly as it sounds.
No, that's why it's so good. I love it.
Ooh, that's Simple taking some liberties. Flamey trades him off. And that shotgun's gonna sink back into a range that's not that effective, and this is NaVi just getting picked apart one by one. Not a whole lot of teamwork coming out at the moment. Magisk along the wall, gets Goosh, there's the shotgun. Perfecto has to win this, but he just can't. He just can't do it, and it's the only one left. Flamey is traded, and Astralis is right back.
Haven't we had enough of this on Nuke? I thought we left this chapter behind where NaVi, you take the lead and then kind of give it back, or at least give something back to Astralis. 3-1.
I have to imagine that's why the timeout is being called. I mean, that's a start on Inferno that you just don't want to have. Your team maybe feeling a little bit too pressured, maybe going a little bit fast, definitely losing a little bit of focus here. You obviously don't expect that fight all the time, but in a third map, those are the mistakes that you just can't survive with. You can't be happy about.
Meg is saying, sorry, I'm not communicating more. I'm really tired, or something to that effect. So, yeah, I guess he was just, you know, zoned in on whatever job he was doing then. Communication, pretty important after all.
Well, NaVi again going for the hero buy. Simple with the Krieg. And remember, this is exactly the kind of round that won them Nuke. It's one Krieg on Simple and Glocks on everyone else, and here he's got to have a chance to power his team and do another round win.
Cautious start here.
That's a bit unreasonable with the odds. Still not favored, still not a whole lot of faith, but it's close at the very least. We're back to where we started this series at.
Yeah, it's returned to normality. I don't know. Maybe it is reasonable after all, you know. It is the best team in the world, so maybe it does make some kind of sense. Simple with the Krieg once again. They actually did make that work. On Nuke when they had it, I think it was Boomich weirdly opening up that round with a Glock, but then Simple did follow it with the Krieg. So it could be done. Oh, Flamey this time. That's the pre in Graveyard.
This is a dangerous position for Glaive, though. And we've seen NaVi lose a little bit of the details in the pressure. This cannot be one that they don't check. Glaive knows they're coming. Electronic, gonna be first up. It's so slow. He triples him up. Absolutely stunning play from Glaive, and that should end the round.
Flamey gets dropped. I'll tell you what, if you're Glaive holding that angle, the nightmare scenario is that
Electronic jumps with that Glock.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The jump around the corner is the thing you don't want.
So I'm amazed they didn't go for it. Just go for the hard bait for Simple. Just get out there and don't let them have that kind of a spray down. But obviously difficult. If you jump and they're all the way back at the half wall, then you're not really providing your team with a whole lot. This is also, you have to say, Glaive picks the absolute perfect time to peek, and I don't know how he's done it. They're all lined up. Simple can't even respond. He's got teammates in the way. And he talked about that in the interview, the frustration and the stress of himself trying to perform for his team that just needs more time, but he's ready to start winning right now.
You have to hope so. Leave all that behind as well as you can. It's sort of a weird skill, but you have to try and see if you could get over it quickly. Electronic, he has a good feeling. I'm guessing he knows, but Glaive comes out. Electronic maybe firing a few too many bullets there, and I feel like Glaive should have been dead.
Sandbags provide a lot of cover. They're gonna have to recover that AK-47, and they do. It's on Boomich. We still have not seen him get into this series. He's 0-5 at the moment. He was 7-19 on Train.
Yeah, he's been playing an outrageous game, a really amazing series. Hard to, you want to ask for more, but maybe it's too much. Boomich also having a really rough start to this game, 0-0 and 5, Perfecto at 1-1 and 5. So that's actually a problem right now for NaVi, is getting the kills.
Magisk and dupreeh doubled up in pit, though. They're at the broken wall. There's no Molotov to force them out. There's no nade stack to deal damage. There's nothing to force them into the open. And even if one player goes down, the odds that you clear for a second is brutal.
Yeah, you will have a hard time doing that. Device is going to get smoked out, and he'll just try and see if he get lucky as they come wrapping around with 30 seconds. But as you said, 2 in pit is hard to check for. They've just found the 1, but how do they do with the rest here? 25 seconds, and that's the bomb. Oh, he's trying for that spray. That's actually... Oh, God, dupreeh! He was ready for it. Grenade lands on top, but it's not going to be enough. The bomb will get planted, but still, Simple and Perfecto. Look at their positions. They're way out in the open. How do they find a way to win this?
You don't. They have no cover to go eliminate dupreeh, and now the Flames is going to force Perfecto into the open. This is so awkward for the young player. Force into the one safe spot that he has, but that's going to get pre-aimed and pre-fired. He's got 1. Simple still not yet into the action, and he's got to take risks. There's the first. He knows exactly where Zip is. He knows he's cornered as well, and he can't find it. A 5th round for Astralis, but that was actually closer than I expected.
Yeah, much closer. I agree. They had so many grenades as well. They could have easily flashed or anything like that. Close, but not close enough. 5-1.
If they have a smoke down at small pit, they're able to at least double up and get aggressive on towards pit. But with no cover, you just play with what you've got.
This is a wild... I mean, he maybe could have had this kill, but the fact that he's just immediately on point with that aim. Because Flamey's obviously waiting. He's like, okay, I'm ready. Yeah, he's not getting the kill. When he swings out, I've got him.
Yeah, if you flush him out. Also, I don't know what Zonic just said there, but I thought that was a great wide swing from Magisk. Yeah, you know they're wrapping, take the fight, and then you set up the bait perfectly for dupreeh.
AK and pistols. NaVi. I mean, they're doing so much damage to the Astralis economy. You could kind of understand why they want to keep the pressure on. They're just looking for that 1 round to break the economy and then get back in the game. But if it's just a long series of uncashed checks, it's like that's not going to help you.
Sometimes the most frustrating. Keeping up the pressure, though. 1 AK-47 on Perfecto. This is going to be a B hit. And Glaive, again, all alone. He does have a smoke, but that better be a perfect smoke. That better be essentially a wall for NaVi when it eventually goes down.
And there's the question of timing, right? Because even the perfect smoke, if they're right in front of it as it lands, they will not respect it.
Zipix is on the way back right now to the B bomb site, so I'm wondering if Glaive is going to toss this out right now. Flashbang, and they're just going to go right through it. That's a perfect counter flash, but there's no smoke for CT spawn. I don't know if it missed, but Zip is going to rain down death from afar, but he's missed his shots. That's tough to deal with. Boomich down low. That's going to be frustrating. What a great shot from Flamey.
Leaving Maze dead on the other side. Bomb is going to be planted right now. dupreeh is at least going to be called in, but Sip, he could still do some damage here with that AK-47. One of them low on health, and he's going to try and check for it. Not quite. He's actually covered behind the fountain. I think now he found out, but he still gets dinked. That's pretty good for Boomich, actually, and that boost up behind, and Simple would clean up the round. That's huge out of NaVi, and, just the timing there, you saw it. Glaive alone for a long time, and Sip almost being there, but
actually,
not quite.
I mean, the timing almost seemed fine just because there's no smoke in CT spawn. He had his chances to cover Glaive in a huge fashion, or at least add 1, maybe 2 more kills onto it as they tried to cross. Missed his shots, which is unfortunate. He got Perfecto. It's the follow-up from here. Over the top, Boomich takes out Glaive, and 1 player able to cross over, and you like this from Simple still. Remaining aggressive, taking the fights. You want to talk about uncashed checks. This would be a big one to miss out on. Astralis fully bought up. They've got absolutely nothing in the bank behind this.
Yeah, this is where, the whole logic of the aggressive buying and everything, it all works out if you just win this 1 round. But if you don't, then, suddenly it doesn't make that much sense, and Astralis will just shrug and say, that's fine. We're right back in it. I wonder if Device is going to play aggressive with that AWP. I almost think he has to a little bit. Like, he has to look for a fight, because they don't have a lot of smokes to buy time with otherwise. He's running towards...
It's that, or you use him. Maybe instead of leaving Glaive at the B bomb site, you leave Device at the B bomb site alone, so he can just have cover of Banana with the AWP. They haven't pushed out. Not a lot of utility to feel safe in doing it.
Pretty
Question is, will NaVi have the read of the economy? Will they think there's going to be an AWP in play?
It's a pretty cool boost, this one in Boiler. If you get up the stairs like Flamey is a second away from doing, you might not check this. He's showing his face. Now they have to back out immediately. You can't stick around. Once that doesn't work, you need to escape. And they're going to be back around their corner. Glaive and Device still doubling up on the B bomb site.
Oh, that's a bold wide swing. Yeah, they have no idea the op is in play. Otherwise, I don't think Electronic is making that play. He was very close to going down. Perfecto and Flamey pressuring at top mid. They've got cover of smoke on each side. 3 smokes left for the Na'Vi attack.
That's a pretty powerful grenade, but these are some great fundamentals right now for Na'Vi. Magisk is trying his best to break that up by still being in top mid, so just see what's happening with the C-set 75, and he's going to do a lot more damage. And Na'Vi now starting to lose health, and I'm getting real worried now.
Yeah, they've lost so much HP, and they haven't gained a whole lot for it. This is not been efficient. They're still not even up mid quite yet with control. Just now moving in, but so much nades left on Astralis. Still 2 smokes. Those are on Glaive and Device. Dupree has 1 flashbang.
Flamey, are they going to Molotov out? No, they do it in the pit instead. It's Flamey still opening up on Sip and taking him down in Graveyard. That's really good. 18 seconds on the clock. Magisk and Dupree, the crossfire is broken by the smoke, and Na'Vi are on the bomb side, and they'll clean it all up. That was very, very late in the round, but once the execute came in, it was dead on perfect.
I cannot believe that worked out so well. That's a suffocating hit from Na'Vi to get their 3rd and to take the money away. The question is, how much are they willing to lose to get this op out of Device's hands? Simple, Boomich, and Electronic, all up Banana. So the answer is 3 players. They will risk all of that for this 1 weapon.
Yeah, take it all. Why not? Why leave that gun in the game? I mean, they probably don't know that it's there yet, but now they do. Electronic will find him. That's well done for Na'Vi. Really impressive. Keeping their cool all the way in the end. There's so many things that were happening in that round. It's hard to even call them all out at the same time. But simple Molotoving the pit means Flamey has a clear shot towards the Graveyard. He doesn't have to worry about anyone sort of immediately being there. And then they smoke off pit afterwards so that the crossfire between Device and Dupree, I guess, just couldn't really do anything. Just a lot of cool grenades and good timing for Na'Vi in that round.
Yeah, Dupree waiting in pit for his teammates to have contact to delay so he can pop up and have some kind of an impact, and his teammates just all died instantly. Gotta be a bit frustrating. Well, they've cashed it, Anders.
They've finally done it.
Yep.
Now it's time to, you get that win, just time to leave the casino, isn't it? Just get everything you can from here on out.
Or do you double down?
Well,
it's an esports play.
It is the esports double down. I was going to say, I know you wouldn't. I know Semler would.
Backing off of Banana. Good kill onto Glaive. 5 USPs. Semler's in the green room like, shut the hell up, Anders. Shut up.
I'm going to tell this story anyway. I had Semler at one point in Vegas telling me he'd figured out how the roulette works. It's one of my favorite moments of all time, not going to lie. Magisk close hit, and, well, I appreciate it. He was enjoying the moment inside of the smoke,
Took a risk.
Didn't pay off.
Well, Na'Vi might just walk right into the stack. No delay, no flashbangs, and it's just USPs, so they should be able to negate things. But there's a chance this gets spicy. There's the first USP. The second one has not been engaged just yet. Good kill from Device. And Zip is having a tough time. A really tough time. A very awkwardly tough time. It's Windows 98. It's blue screened.
Yeah, he needs rebooting. I've
shut him down, start it back up.
I swear he was not even anywhere near. That was, well. For a round to have issues, and I guess when you've got USPs, like, all right, fair enough.
Well, I mean, you wonder as well. You had that round with the M4 back towards CT spawn. He's got to get, someone needs to defrag Zipnix.
Yeah, that's not even a thing anymore. Now with SSDs, they don't need defragging.
It's
I feel
actually
like
bad to
people
defrag,
won't.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think people don't want to understand that reference. Yeah, it's bad because you can only write in those cells for a number of times. So.
Let's not go down this rabbit hole.
I'm just saying, Jason. Yeah.
5-4 for Astralis.
My point was just that you can't be making defragging references. The young kids, they won't know what you're talking about.
Dated me.
Who's this guy? Like you need to clear that magnetic tape and just what is this?
Hard drive conversations, always exciting.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would have continued, but you guys will have to wait for the podcast about that. 5-4 now.
Shotgun on Magisk. Pistols and utility and light armor on the rest of Astralis.
They've got them in a very cool position now, but they can convert this into so much. Because even in the upcoming, I mean, I guess actually they do have enough of a bank to get even enough grenades, but...
I wonder how much pressure Astralis feels like they're under. I think, have they used 2 timeouts I think Astralis has used? This is the second one for NaVi. I think Astralis might have used 1 or 2 already. How many do they want to risk here to try and feel like they're going to have a solid CT side?
Yeah, that's a good point. He's got the max 7 on Magisk, CC, a 5-7 on Sip. So a man of culture, in other words. Not enough players out there with a 5-7, I feel.
Well, he's certainly done with the USP.
Yeah, no more of that. Well, push right through the smoke. Electronic happy to take that fight. Not enough flashbangs behind to make that even interesting, though. Flamey's here, and Magus turns around, flashed in, and he's immediately gone. It's a lot of pellets right to the chest.
I like this. I like this aggression so much. Simple has no idea he's been there. Neither does Perfecto. Magus can make a huge play. He can save and turn this around for Astralis. This is so massive. If Device has the information or delays them just a little bit, Magus is going to pounce. And the bomb is there as well. Boomich, he's going to go down, and now it's revealed.
Device, he wants to turn the corner on the other side while they're all looking. He shows a little bit of hip, I think, and has to fall back. But yeah, they've got to be under a lot of pressure. Simple snuck in. He's right behind Glaive. Definitely go for it. Now's the time to do it. He's just backing up, and you know, they was in his personal space at that point in time. You know how it is.
Didn't like that. It feels uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I respect the fact that he didn't go for the knife either. He's done that before. Perfecto knows. They know Magisk is somewhere in alt mid. Surely Electronic clears this. He definitely will now, but Simple's got him first. Device, it's his turn for the peak. This is actually scary. They're whittling them down, and it's all on Zip.
Oh, I mean, surely they check this. 5-7 in the hands, and that's a great range for it. He gets the immediate kill now, going to put up the smoke and just try and buy time. 25 seconds, he's actually up on the sandbags, and Simple is just going to say, you know what, I need this bomb pump before we can even continue this fight, and he will get it somehow. A 1 versus 2 now with the bomb down, and Simple with a chance to really save his team here. The Krieg has been picked up on the other side. That smoke is doing a little bit now, and Simple, he'll fall all the way back here, but once they know where he is, they've got a little bit of time. Obviously, no diffuse kit on either Astralis player, and Simple is ready. He wants that straight headshot to close this into a one-on-one, and then he can buy time, and there it is. What a flick to come through. Oh, he gets another one! Quad kill to take them down! 13-5. What a magnificent play.
And you love to see a star player like that step up, giving the interview that he's battling his own demons and his own desire for victory, and he still just drills a clutch in that fashion. A real sketchy one as well with the way Zipnik's played that. You're not in that situation too frequently. Perfection from Simple.
Just the fact that he ignored him while he was jumping around inside of the smoke, I guarantee you that is so hard to do. You want to stick around for another second to take that fight, and I think that would have been the end of the round. What an amazing clutch. 5-5 now is the scoreline. Astralis nearly stealing that round. But they have a lot of grenades in this one.
And for a team that's looked scattered and disorganized, they handled that push from Magisk very well. The constant pressure of Magisk and alt mid, Device peeking Boiler and down mid. There was a real chance that could have collapsed very quickly, very brutally for NaVi. Flamey's up in halls. He has control of Boiler. He's been doing a pretty good job. We saw him lurk with the Deagle earlier to find 1 kill. That's a big frag from Glaive.
He ducked under. If he had stood up, who knows, he could have peeked right into that shot, even with the flashbang. But ducking right under. Molotov actually to force him almost into a fight. Perfecto going down. That's a pretty nice flick there. And he sees Simple and continues. He actually walked into that bullet, I think. So from NaVi's point of view, this is a little bit unfortunate because they were on a pretty good run here, but perfect round from Astralis. Nobody going down. And that allows them to save so much money on NaVi's side, though.
Yeah, they really do, but if you're Astralis, that makes you feel good. 5 players surviving, you maintain the lead at 6-5. NaVi still haven't taken that away from you. And you stop a 4-round streak.
And you get 3 Kriegs. That's a lot.
That's pretty brutal.
Still, I mean, they could keep up the pressure here, NaVi. 5 rounds is... I'm pretty excited if I'm NaVi about having 5 rounds on T-side Inferno here. Now it's just adding as much as you can on top. Device is thinking about it. There is an op down there, but it's Boomich who will be first in line, and Device will take him right down.
Simple wanted to get aggressive. He wanted to trade that back immediately, but the Molotov and the nades just forced him back. Same within Boiler. Astralis covering their retreat from an aggressive to a passive defense. And willing to just play with the man advantage, a pretty standard setup.
It's really rough for NaVi when they haven't cleared up Banana yet, because that does allow Astralis to cheat some of the rotations if they feel it.
The nice thing is Electronic knows there's at least no one at car, and that's you know, kind of the first position you have to worry about when you come back here. That smoke at the half wall is a bit rough, especially with the utility usage that is now wasted.
Yeah. Grenade doesn't do that much. Electronic hoping to take that fight inside of the smoke, but they're going to be falling back now, and Astralis just still some smokes left on the NaVi side, but they have that 4-on-5, and with Sip and Glaive both here, Glaive still has a smoke in his hand, and that's what's going to make this almost impossible.
Here's it's just a pop flash over. Here it comes. They're going to go through that smoke again. Zip with the hell the spray. He had it lined up, and if the first two players don't make it through, the second two definitely aren't going to try, especially because they're pretty much out of money. Simple with the op, they're going to save. Astralis extend now again to a 2-round lead, 7-5.
I think they even had the right idea in terms of going quick around that corner.
Yeah.
They just needed the opening.
Well, back-to-back rounds of Astralis surviving with 5 players, so
they're going to be rich.
Yeah, they're going to be rich, and it's going to be hard to take it away from them.
Sip, Glaive, and Maggie scored 10 kills at the moment, so pretty good team effort for Astralis right now, even though this definitely has not, again, we're quite far removed from the really confident and comfortable Astralis, but it still might be enough.
Yeah, they still do feel like they're coming into this year and playing themselves into shape to a certain degree. Look much better from yesterday, I'll say.
A definite improvement, you're right.
Simple with the ult. Gonna take an aggressive fight. He's got the first. Glaive gonna try and play around the smoke. I think Simple knows. I think he's aware of the possibility. He's looking for any indication.
Giving a weapon back, even Glaive finding one, and the jumping scope from Simple, surely that is never gonna work. And Device is taking a kill in the meantime. There's the follow-up, and Dupree drop Boomage. It was, I love the aggression. You have to do something, but
I mean, NaVi got baited into low percentage fights with that smoke up in their face, trying to turn that corner as well, thinking you're just gonna catch Glaive on his own. They get played by Astralis here at top Banana. And how quickly, from a man advantage, from a 5-on-4 that Simple provided to now 2-man down.
I could understand why he wanted to continue it. He's had a pretty amazing game in the first half here. It's 14-6 right now on him. He's doing very well at the moment.
Now there is a boost in the back of this bomb site, so once this is spotted, if Glaive doesn't get this first kill, NaVi's gonna know where both players are. Flamey looking, Glaive waiting for his moment, timing this, there's the peek. They still haven't spotted him. Oh, and it's gonna be Simple who pays. Flamey finds that, but good double peek from Dupree. Astralis only losing 2 players now in the past 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's obviously gonna give them a great economic basis. But on the other side of it, NaVi are in a, in one of those positions now. If they force into this round, it's gonna be, okay.
That's 2.5 maps of frustration.
It's all bottled up inside.
He's not had a good series, and I think especially because he played so well yesterday, he's going to be ultra frustrated.
Everyone has to have a game or a match like this every once in a while. Just seems to be the case. 5-8. If they force into the round, it's going to be very questionable with the grenades, and if they don't, then it's giving Astralis just a pretty good lead. I mean, they already have a little bit of a lead build up. 5 rounds. Yeah, they're going to go for a bit of a semi-buy instead. I don't have a strong disagreement with this.
No, I mean, it worked for them earlier, but they had the option of, grinding down the economy. Now with only 2 rounds left, you don't really care about the economy situation at this point. You're hitting tab and you're seeing how many players have survived for Astralis in the past few rounds, and they just have way too much money to ever take that away from them. So this is just a bit of a Hail Mary, see if you can steal a round before the final one of the half.
Early grenade exchange, not doing too much. That follow-up, though, is really good. And suddenly NaVi are losing a lot of health. And, yeah, Perfecto. Got to be careful. They're shooting through the wall as well. And he's already dropped quite low.
Ooh, look at this aggression towards Rapside through the smoke, back towards CT spawn, a split to the B bomb site, but Device has the first. Flamey's got to win this. What a tough duel. Ori's at least got to freeze Device in place. You can see Zip is rotating back to help out as well, and the smoke is still up, and now that second prong of the attack can do nothing, and I just spotted dualies.
You did. I didn't even want to mention it, but there you go.
I got you.
You're right. There's supposed to be two different arms of this attack, and once one of them is gone, yeah, the people waiting on the other side for the breakthrough moment when they get called in, it's like there's nothing. Radio silence.
Yeah, the breakthrough moment is now just like lambs to the slaughter.
Well, they've set up a smoke. Doubt that's going to save them, but it's better than nothing. I think Device clipping Perfecto mid-air, and somewhere in there is Simple. Finally going to get found. 9-5. Device with a triple in that round.
The two bomb site B defenders for Astralis. Glaive has 327 utility damage in this half so far. Zipnix has 269. So just the nade work, the Molotovs at that bomb site are just so brutal at the moment. NaVi is losing so much HP trying to take that portion of the map, which, again, if you've been watching Astralis for the past 2 years, should be no surprise.
You know what, Jason? He threw away the dualies.
Why?
Because he's smart, I guess.
Okay, here's an uppercut. There goes Perfecto. Question is, can Magus get away? Does he want to get away? It doesn't look like it.
He's embracing the madness. Yeah, I think it was the second where he's like, can I? No, I can't get back. And Electronic will push through. The timing is absolutely perfect, and we're able to punish it.
That might have been a situation where Device was supposed to be covering him, but maybe just had some nades in his hands. Also, you'd never, as a defender, want to dedicate too many resources to keeping that player alive. That's how your defense overextends and just falls apart. And Astralis trusting in the fact that they've been so dominant at the B bomb site, they can leave just the one defender there. Glaive has rotated over him and Device playing on Rapside.
Smoke in middle, Glaive in front of it. Dupree and Device are ready in case there's some kind of huge pop-up coming out of apartments. They could turn around and probably had a pretty good crossfire. There's the flashbang to set it up. Oh, it's a really good flashbang. Device still gets one long range, and he's ready in case they come out, but not ready for Simple. That creep will take him down, and Glaive turns for it. 40 seconds. He gets shot in the back by Electronic, and that leaves it all on Sip here for the 15th round. 1 versus 2. He's got his knife out, sneaking around the corner into the smoke. There should be no way for him to get through, but he walks right in, undetected, and only gets the 1 kill. Simple with the double. 9-6 at the end of the half, with Simple leading the board at 16-8. A great start here to Inferno for Astralis shortly, but they keep up NaVi, and we'll see how it goes in the second half. Coming up right after the break.
Kom, sød.
Op ind og død.
Graveyard! Kom frem, nu kom.
Syb derfra. Læg en AK på syb, læg en AK på syb. Læg en AK på syb.
Ja.
Bag dig syb.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit of communication between the Astralis members. That was a 2 versus 1, I think, and they're just counting it through. You could sort of hear the, the timing of it, just making sure they peak at the same time. And I think it was Simple left, just not allowing him at all to get, segmented fights. So, good job.
Actually, you like the coordination. It did actually end up feeling a bit disjointed. I remember that round, and I think it was just because of the weird positioning inside of the pit and jumping up on the bike. It was just a bit awkward for him, but still, they still win it out, so no harm done. 9-6 in the favor of Astralis, but they've switched over to the attacking side. All 5 players in alt mid.
So, I'm so happy about the fact that it's 9-6. Close call there. Magus will pick up Simple, and now they're going to be wrapping around so quick. Electronic, if he goes down, this A-bomb side has no defense left at all. He's going to make it around, and at least he's alive, but Glaive is controlling middle, and they're getting the bomb in as well. And he nearly catches him. If Boomich dies here, then there's no flank from that side, and Glaive will crouch in for the kill. This is a huge problem for NaVi. I don't know how they can bring this back.
Yeah, Simple peeked holes because he heard Flamey fighting. I believe that was Flamey at the boiler stairs, but he thought that fight was going to distract them a little bit. Unfortunately, he just gets dropped, and there's no retaking this bomb site, even in a 4-on-5. That's just so difficult. This round goes to Astralis. It'll be a 10th.
Was that the P250 that dropped Simple? Is that why that fight was so quick?
I didn't see it. It wasn't on camera, but we certainly saw where he died.
Yeah.
Right at that corner with the CZ, which is especially the weapon you want them to get close up. You want them to be rushing down holes with that weapon.
Yeah, you'd be excited to find that kind of a fight. Well, 10-6, and a pretty good start. Now, obviously, if you're Astralis, all you're thinking now is don't let go of the second round. It is not worth it, is it? They did continue, but they lost the 3rd round last time to NaVi.
Yes, well, that was the round they forced up the AK-47s. Yeah, you can see it. Magus even dealing with a little bit of aim punch as well. That is a nice recovery. Just a Glock.
Just the Glock, yeah.
Glocks.
17th round, and that's a heavy investment for NaVi, considering what they had in the bank. They are going to be able to put up a fight in this one. Simple looking to be early with the scout, but yeah, realizing a few more seconds and they'd be turning that corner.
Ooh, this is 2 rounds that Astralis have started this half with massive amounts of aggression. The pistol round, and now they're all the way up mid in the first, 15 seconds? Back to the B bomb site. Boomich spots one. He's kind of lucky to get away with his life. But there's a whole lot of bodies, and once Astralis has the go signal, they are not going to stop. Boomich, no smoke. He's at the corner. He needs that first kill at least. Oh, he's going to get away. They don't turn the corner. There was a flashbang from a teammate that shut them down. Perfecto is here. Simple is here. NaVi couldn't ask for anything better.
They're coming through, almost coming through the smoke. They're a little bit hesitant, and now the cleanup's begun in the bomb site. Boomich going down, and I think NaVi, they probably did need to run through that smoke. That spam is not going to do anything. And Simple, he's waiting on the one side. It's still a 3-on-3, and there is a distinct lack of a bomb plant right now for Astralis. They're still delaying that just a minute now, finally trying to go for it. Magus, I think he was just baiting it out, and he gets the kill on Electronic, so they've got so much time to work with Astralis. They're finally going to try and see if they can follow it through. The bomb does get planted. Simple, has he got a chance? No, Device is there. That looked like maybe a second, and he could have had that headshot.
Yeah, if he pulled that trigger, and that got a headshot, then there's a real opportunity. Instead, Perfecto maybe just trying to grab one as this round slips away from NaVi. So the force-up doesn't work. Astralis is able to convert the second round, and now the situation is dire. That's a good shot. No chance of winning the round, but damage would be nice.
Not going to get to save it. Aggressive. The fact that NaVi had so many people at that bomb site, I don't know if Astralis know it yet, but if they rewatch this particular round, they might be thinking, man, it's a good luck that they didn't flash their way through the smoke and ran right then. That could have been very bad.
And you have to think, at this point in the series, they had to have talked to each other and just been like, listen, Electronic is playing with every smoke. He's getting aggressive around the edge of these smokes. That's a heads up fake on the plant, especially when you know there's so much pressure already at the B bomb site.
Look at what NaVi did. One flashbang. Makes me proud. I'm happy. Whatever the outcome is, they're just set up for a cool trick here.
It could be perfect. 3 players in banana. Device leading the way with an AK-47. They're staggered well enough that even if this flash does come out, I don't think it's going to catch enough players to turn this around, but it is possible.
Yeah, that is part of the problem, isn't it? That it'll be hard to flash all 4 or 5 people around the corner. There we go, flashbangs out, and it'll catch at least one of them, and Device, no trouble cleaning it up, so I don't care. I still appreciate it.
Yeah, there's a counter flash from Glaive at the exact perfect time. I don't even think he meant it necessarily as a counter. He was just tossing it out to get some kind of a response, and a little bit of luck on his side. It goes perfectly. Simple, the last one left, but it's just a matter of time. Ooh.
Good night. We'll get him in the end. Dupree was actually flanking around there, but clean shot. Anyway.
Well, it's got to start now. NaVi, they don't have a whole lot of room to work with. 12-6. Astralis is 4 rounds away from dodging this bullet and winning this series. NaVi have to get started immediately.
They got, I think, most of the tools they probably need, don't they? Maybe lacking a couple of Molotovs, but ultimately, put that drink down, get back in the game. 12-6. Yeah, now's the time. They've got the AWP, they've got a fair amount of grenades, and they've got some good damage on Glaive.
Oof, odds are very brutal. That's gotten worse due to the score at halftime and obviously the lost pistol round.
Yeah, public confidence dwindling. About to be voted out of office entirely.
Boomich just waiting. Yeah, he's over at the flower pot, just peeking in, looking for any indication of where the hit's going to come. He's got no smoke. Flamey has a nade out. He's got smoke Molotov as well for delay. They're putting Perfecto, their young player, their newest addition, in some really tough roles in this series.
Trial by fire.
Yeah, he was at the inner bomb site on Train. He was at the, I believe, upper bomb site on Nuke, and now he's the wrap side and the rotator to the B bomb site here on Inferno. None of those are fun.
You know, they really are high-intensity positions, and you know you can easily make a mistake.
That require you to read the play, read the game, read the round as well.
Yeah. Well, he's playing an off angle here at Arch, and that works perfectly. Another follow-up, though, and Glaive will just barely survive. Simple. Can't see much behind that smoke, and he's inside of it now. If he misses a shot, Glaive will surely get him, and Glaive is actually sneaking right past him. Oh, this is such a crazy play for Glaive. That smoke fades, and oh, he almost had him. That could have been the kill to open up the bomb site, but Simple is so quick, and he'll take him down. 17 seconds on the board, and how do they cross this? They're trying to smoke him off, but Simple, he wants to help out. He wants to save Electronic with the AWP. He gets a kill. 9 seconds left. No scope, not connecting, and the bomb will go down. Device will just catch him, and now it's a 2-on-2. Man, Simple is a hero in this round if they actually win it.
I don't know. That was massive. He needed one more. This is going to be so difficult to retake. There's no kits either. No kits, no nades. I don't know how NaVi gets back into this. Boomich going to lead the way with Flamey behind him.
And this is off angle for Device. They do actually peek it, but he gets a headshot regardless. Dropping Boomich on the ground, and Flamey, he's quick to look into the pit, but as you said, no kit. It's going to be all day for him to try and defuse this, and I think that's pretty much already done. No kit to pick up. He's going to take a creek and just try and run for it. And a parting headshot, but it will still be Astralis to pick up that 13th round.
Yeah, Astralis is so fine with that, even losing all 5 players. It doesn't matter. They're inching closer to victory in this series.
Wow, I mean...
Surely it's a timeout for NaVi. They need to figure out exactly how they want to handle the economy down the stretch. Just the one Krieg to play with.
Look at what a buddy Simple is. He was sort of low on health, and he just runs through the smoke that was set up for him just to help out Electronic, and it nearly worked. Ooh, they're feeling the pressure, aren't they?
Yeah, they fully bought up. 2 FAMAS, SMG on Boomich. Really tough affair, and again, aggression from Astralis, and again, NaVi wants nothing to do with it. They don't want to fight. Oh, Perfecto, he's going to turn this corner. Great flashbang. Great flashbang from a teammate.
If he'd taken one more step around that corner, he's done. But now the rotation is in. Boomich and Flamey occupying Arch and Library. Glaive getting absolutely caught there. That's a lot better now. Ooh, Simple. If they could get just one good flashbang off against him, that could actually work out. He's now holding the corner. He's going to have the information, and he just wants to wait it out now. Backup is being called for. He takes the fight as they're throwing grenades. Again, another high-level play coming out from him in bomb plant. Fine. It's a 5-on-2.
Let him have it. Don't do this. Don't risk it. Wait for your teammate. You need a solid retake. You need as many players surviving. That was almost sketchy, and if they lost both players, that would have been so dangerous, and Device can still close out this round. If he takes out the flank, it's so doable.
That Molotov actually buying a lot of time on the one side. Device getting a kill, but Magisk, I think, overexposed. I think he thought maybe that Molotov was going to do a lot more than it did. And now it's all on Device. This, again, should by all means be impossible for him to do. He's now out in the open, and they clean him up. Simple will take care of it. A triple kill. And a very, very scary round.
A very, very scary round. 13-7, and again, Simple saving the day. He is having an incredible individual effort on this map. 22-12. He's doubled up on his next closest teammate. Flamey's only at 11. Everyone else in single digits. It's the Simple show here on Inferno.
Yeah, to some extent versus Device on the other team was at 23. They are
neck and neck. 23-13, 22-12. And Astralis playing a conservative economy game with a 6-round lead. No need to force up here and have a sketchy buy when you can do a half investment or a small investment and have a very, very strong one in the next round. Nade is out, decent damage.
Simple getting a bit close for comfort, but he does have a wonderful crossfire to take care of all of that. Boomich trading places with Device down here. Funny moment. Ready for more. It's pretty good. A couple of kills, and yeah, I think, again, NaVi probably going to be fine with this at the moment.
Yeah, but there's a chance. If Clay gets one more kill, this hurts. Remember, the economy is a win condition for Astralis at this point. They can grind that down, even in losing rounds, even if you're just killing 3 players each and every time. Eventually, NaVi's going to have the stress of not enough money to get an AWP, a Molotov, a kit. And with the kind of aggressive play that we saw in this round, it's not lending itself to preserving life on the CT side.
Yeah, he wants to get the most out of this round possible. That's a good point as well with the money. Getting that last kill in 2,050 is the most that they have on the NaVi side on any one player. So definitely could be painful. Flamey's out there. And the M4 turning the corner. Quick jump, revealing everything, and now the rotation's going to be in, and Flamey's playing this exactly like you want. Just buying time, make sure that there's never going to be enough space for it as well, but 20 seconds shouldn't really be possible, and it's a nice check. Well done. Just the buying time is so valuable. Because if he takes the fight immediately and loses it, and suddenly Glaive gets the bomb down, it's such a different scenario.
In a new position as well. Trading places. 13-8, just 5 rounds back for NaVi. Simple back with the AWP in hand. But this round right here is what Astralis saved for. Plenty of money, 4,500 on Glaive and Zip. Device has 5K.
They have been really fast and aggressive on a number of occasions, Astralis, on this second half here.
And they've been given that space when they're aggressive up mid. NaVi has mostly just fallen away from it. They haven't wanted to take the fight, so it's going to be interesting to see if Astralis adjusts anything, maybe slow things down.
I mean, talking it over right now, trying to figure out exactly how to crack this open. They really don't need that much more, Astralis. The NaVi economy is still suffering really heavily, so...
The winner of this would go on to play Vitality or Complexity, the loser of that matchup, and that match is later on today. The loser, we would see in a few months.
Yeah. I actually really look forward to that Vitality Complexity game as well. I think that's going to be a really fun match to watch, and you guys will have it soon enough. Simple and Perfecto on either side of the A bomb side with Electronic. He was early on at the B side. He's getting back just in time, but oh, it's close. Perfecto a little bit alone. There is a lot of people here, but no one on the other side, and that's why they're wrapping Astralis. No. This call is outrageous. If they had gone left instead, they would have ran into 3 people, but they find an empty bomb site. I can't believe it, and now they're just wrapping in, trying to get that bomb plant. The boost is not working on top of this, and NaVi, what do? They almost have to give this one up.
You do. You have to save. This is just I don't even think Astralis meant for that to be a fake. That's just awkward positioning and awkward rotation, miscommunication. A second player was coming back from the B bomb site. That might open things up. Oh, that's definitely going to do it. They're going for this now.
Oh, surely not. I mean, that bomb has been down for a while. Dupree back in the corner, the Molotov pushing him away. He goes down as well, Electronic with a kill, and that leaves Device 1 versus 3, and he tries it, but it's not enough. Can they actually find that bomb?
They've got it. They've definitely got it. I am shocked.
That's absurd.
Where did those 2 kills come from? Was it mistakes? Was it through the smoke? Because, listen, it is not easy to win this. Oh my God.
There's one, there's another.
You do not lose the A bomb site in a 5-on-5 retake very often, especially with smokes up in the choke points. That is unbelievable.
That looked like it should have been a straight save. I mean, good leg shot on Device. Ooh, trying for that jump. That
Careful.
was yeah. Don't give it back to them now, NaVi, please. Man, what a lot of strength there is in this NaVi team all of a sudden. If you're Astralis, this is crushing. You just made that work. You had them right where you wanted them.
Well, if you told me that a team was going to lose that kind of a retake, I would have never guessed it would have been Astralis. I mean, that just kind of goes to show. Bit rusty coming back into 2020 to start out this year, and NaVi take advantage of it. All 5 players in Banana. It's going to be Boomich and Flamey to defend. Boomich has already been tagged up by the Deagle. Flamey does have a Molotov. If he can put that down appropriately, it could be so harsh because Glaive has to use the smoke for CT spawn for Boomich position. And a bit of a run boost coming in. That's always fun. We love that.
It's a very flat run boost, isn't it?
They always are, it feels. Ooh, don't overextend. Good adjustment from Flamey. 3 kills so far. Trying to deny the bomb plant, but just don't go down. Zip, applying the pressure. Good kill from Flamey, and there goes Magus. Simple with the final kill, 13-10. And now comes the story. We saw Astralis yesterday uncharacteristically against Complexity, crumbling a little bit under the pressure, cracking, and Complexity able to take advantage. NaVi has that same opportunity right now.
They absolutely do. Denying the bomb plant as well, just a lot of little details there. 13-10. Device and Simple still battling for that top position, 25 and 24 kills at the moment. They're going head-to-head in this particular game. And right now, I mean, it's impossible to say who's going to be picking this one up. The economy is a huge factor, obviously, and NaVi do have something that's building on their side. If they can build a real base and a real strength here, that's going to be a very hard job for Astralis to shut it down. Device, oh, he's close. Do they know? I'm not sure if he does. Seems like they've made the assumption that no one is going to be here, and Boomich might have a huge chance for at least a bit of a surprise kill. Oh, the shadow is showing, but Boomich, he still picks up that kill.
Look at the response on the other side of the map as well. Simple was aggressive in halls, and with that man advantage, he just wants to preserve it. Oh, that's awkward. Electronic just gave up the angle. That's an important trade. He hears the footsteps. Zipnik's trying to open things up, and half blind. Electronic's got another. Coming alive here on the CT side, and he's going to sink himself back into the safety of the pit. Magisk and Glaive at a 2-on-4, but there's only 2 defenders here at the A bomb site. And Perfecto, by that smoke at small pit, is actually blocked off from helping.
Molotov, the challenge is in, and he's done a lot of damage there. Electronic, he goes down eventually, but it's not bad at all. Still at 3 versus 2. As long as Perfecto does not go down, it should be working out all right. Smoke off to try and see if they get the bomb plant down, and they need to take a deep breath here, NaVi. They have the advantage going into this retake. They should definitely be able to do it. A lot of kits around, and just a single flashbang on Magisk. Is he going to go and try and challenge? Yeah, he's actually going to go a little bit aggressive. He can maybe see the shadow. There's the one headshot. Oh my god, and the follow-up as well. And he's ready to flash that side. Glaive taking a bit of a peek, but not finding anyone. And now it's Boomich versus Glaive, a one-on-one. And with the time that's already off that bomb, how do you make this happen? Glaive will take him down, and Astralis, I can't believe this is a 2-on-4 victory after losing a round that they should not have been losing. This is all over the map.
And Electronic even got that dink in lane. He's going to be frustrated he wasn't able to clean up that kill. And that is not a tough clutch to watch from the sidelines. Magisk, as he's done since he's joined this team, just delivers in pretty much every high-pressure moment. Well, he's awake now. He said he was tired earlier. Not anymore.
He's always been pretty high, but with the beard, it's somehow even more intimidating. It's got that whole lumberjack thing going on. It's looking mean.
Lumberjack?
I don't know. That's, you know, that's what I thought of.
They've gone away from the Vikings.
I'm sure they, you know, We're Lumberjacks too. Hard time, you know.
Boomich at top banana and Flamey in support at Coffins. And yeah, Astralis, they came out with that blistering pace. They've slowed things down now.
Very limited map information for NaVi. They had Simple at the arch corner, and he's just been smoked off that position. So now they don't know anything about Banana, anything about top mid. That is very dangerous.
Yeah, they're playing this super passive defense, so just automatically denying themselves information, and Flamey's going to get blocked off by smoke. Remember, when that comes in, Boomich is going to feel very, very much alone.
Good grenade to clear him from the corner. He has to back off almost immediately. And now Boomich is feeling lonesome for backup. 40 seconds, and they're going to try and see if they can push their way through. He's still up here, and they don't know it at the moment. 35 seconds, and Flamey's showing up as well. They actually have a lot of defense now. There's the line up on Flamey. He gets 2 big kills, and now back in the side. He's swapping it out. Simple to take them down. Amazing defense.
Just at the right moment, perfect utility for NaVi to shut that down. Molotov in front of the smoke, and Flashbangs just bombed in. 14-11.
That was so exciting. Apparently somebody spilled their water, so on the NaVi side. Oh, this is good, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, the ending is beautiful.
That was on such a knife's edge for so long, though. Boomich on top of that box felt like he was going to be so alone.
He didn't even realize he was surprising himself. Yeah, I agree. Like, Astralis, they're just petering on the edge of that smoke, and if they find the right timing to take down Boomich, then there is no defense anymore. But
yeah, no one can come through.
Yeah, there we go. You see the results?
That's what you get.
It's fine. I hope that's champagne.
Ordering the champagne a bit early. up to the room.
Exactly right. I know Henry's watching as well, so he'll appreciate it. 14-11, 26th round here. This is...
That's a lot of paper towels. That's quite the spill.
Don't think it'll save the keyboard, will it?
No, keyboard might have to get replaced. He's probably got a couple lying around, though.
Yeah, I bet. I once did that with a keyboard, and I tried to just keep using it, and what would happen is eventually, whenever you put down like any one button, they would stay down just from, you know, the...
Stickiness?
Yeah. It's not good.
Well...
Got slow motion
a nice tense pause in the action, unintended.
I enjoyed. See, this is why we enjoy Inferno as a closing map, isn't it?
Yeah.
14-11. This is everything you could want, and maybe a little bit more even. 25 kills on device, 26 on simple. Crazy game that we're witnessing at the moment.
It's just the wide range of emotion from everyone. The depths of losing a clutch and the excitement of pulling something crazy off. That is an incredible round for us to take this pause at.
Yeah, once that has been replaced, we're going to be right back in. I mean, the money for Astralis is destroyed more or less. They can't force up into this round. They could maybe buy some upgraded pistols or something, but they're actually in a fair bit of trouble. There we go. Shields are up. We're ready.
All right, Lana, we just heard from the NaVi fans. Who wants Astralis to take this map?
Oh, that's some.
Well, let's get it on. Let's get out of this pause. 14-11. And Astralis, as you said, struggling for money. This will be a tough round to find. Maybe a round they can probe the defense, see what they're working with, and Simple wants to keep the pressure on, wants to remain aggressive. He certainly saw the gun barrel. Timing, he's just going to give it up.
Yeah, not worth it, especially when they only have pistols. It's, you know, just play this one safe. Unlike the previous round where I was at least slightly complaining that they were playing so passively, in this one, I'm fine with it. Let them have the map, and you could win almost any fight at some of these corners, so it should be fine. Dupree looking for a deagle shot, and maybe a chance.
Don't give it to him. Electronic and Pit, Perfecto in the sight. Simple over at Library. And very passive, very far back at the moment for Astralis. Dupree and Zipnik's really the only aggressors. Ooh, that's a quick shot. No head armor on device, he had body armor. Oh, quick. That's fast with the flashbang from Perfecto. And NaVi, now that Astralis has marched aggressively across the map, they're starting to eliminate everyone.
No issues here, no bomb plants, just a free with a single deagle kill, and that will be all they get. 14-12. NaVi edging back in the game. They've actually done a fairly impressive job. They've won 6 out of the last 7 rounds.
I mentioned earlier it was the simple show. For some time it was at 27-15. He's leading the server, but Flamey is starting to catch up. He's 20-15, and that is a beautiful thing to see, especially considering you have someone playing at the A-bomb site who's playing well and at the B-bomb site on both sides of the map. For Astralis, it's still Device leading the way, 25-19 on him.
All they need is one more trick, Astralis. One thing that works out in their favor, and suddenly they're at least secure the overtime, and that could give you, even that can maybe just put off the pressure a little bit and allow you to relax.
I'm all about playing the economy game, but Boomich is risking a lot with that jump and keeping the SMG. And unfortunately, he had just thrown his smoke out for deep banana control, and they were already in front of it. So that's a smoke that does absolutely nothing.
The jump was... I'm surprised that he's even lived through that.
We saw it earlier, he got tagged with the deagle. He's risking a lot, and he's going back to it. Perfecto on Rap side now in CT spawn arches. They've seen Simple there a couple times, but it's a good position for the rifle to be in if they need to rotate to help out the B-bomb site.
Simple's really changed it up a lot, which if someone is just trying to take a shallow peek there at the corner, that's going to be amazing. But if they get up close and he's with the AWP down in pit, a couple of good flashbangs could ruin his whole day. And now he's actually started to move up on the hay card and just trying to see if he could change it around. 40 seconds on the clock. What do Astralis do?
They're sticking around. They still have plenty of utility. Some initial smokes don't bait much of a reaction from counter utility. Simple's going to be playing with gun out.
Oh.
Perfecto, though, has sunk towards CT spawn. He's sinking away from the action. This is scary. Electronic has no nades.
They're going to go right at Simple. Again, one good flashbang, and there's really almost nothing he could do to reply either. 15 seconds on the clock. Good shot for Electronic, and that's the bomb drop. That's a huge pause. Perfecto gets a kill as well, and down in the pit. They haven't even found Simple yet. 9 seconds left, and this is completely falling apart for us. It's NaVi to pick up the round. Double kill for Perfecto, double for Electronic.
They were so focused on Simple that whole time. He just stayed hidden. He stayed crouched, and his teammates did all the work.
Wow.
Again, another tense situation. You're right. That AWP in that position is not a very wieldy weapon. And maybe a little bit of luck. Electronic, another blind kill. He's pre-aiming when he gets flashed, and he had the cover of smoke, but this is just beautiful.
It's really, really well done. That's a huge surprise when you execute that late in the round. Device charging up with a CSET 75, but Boomich is there. And that MP9, and he even gets back around the corner. They're going to be annoyed. Oh, well, Magus will catch him, and he actually wants more.
Yeah.
He's going to try and beat the smoke, and that's a really good idea. Peeking for it, and a headshot to shut down Flamey. That's unbelievable.
But they have no smoke for spawn. Perfecto can still stop this. Magus has to do more. Are they going to be ready for him peeking from ruins? He wants to stop them from getting to the B bomb site, but the real play could be on the other side of the map. Zip is up in halls. If he pushes into the A bomb site and sees it clear, they could readjust. Oh, another failed run boost, but not a disaster.
Simple could catch the... Oh! The shutdown! Mid-air. There are players in the world you could try that against. Simple is just not one of them.
And there's nothing else Magus can do. You can't ask any more of him with 2 kills. I can't believe Simple's being aggressive. I can't believe he's doing it. He's got the kill. He risks it all, and he's got another. And nades just being rained into the position of Astralis, and they shall not cross. 14 all. It is 4 in a row for NaVi, 8 of the last 9, and they have come all the way back.
Oh, this is beautiful. They try to fly across. He's so quick. Oh, it's disgusting to see, isn't it? That's slow motion, by the way. He's dropped 30 kills. He's actually done it. 14-14, ladies and gentlemen, all tied up.
It's when you're so hyped that you can't even smile after a round like that. Another timeout called.
Part of the NaVi team loving it. 29th kill, or 29th round here. That was a round. And you're so right. If they had a smoke, they could have crossed in, put the bomb down, it would have been different. Man, I mean, amazing play from Magus, but They just didn't have all the tools.
Listen, I love the fact he gets that first kill and he goes for more even through the smoke. He's taking that calculated risk that there's only going to be 2 defenders there. And NaVi gets away with one. They're very, very fortunate that they did not lose that round.
Another round here where Astralis have the tools, but that's been true a lot here in the second half, and we haven't seen the conversion into round wins, really.
No.
That's a problem.
It's been this defense has been incredible in these past 9 rounds, 8 of them going to NaVi. And again, just very passive and very quiet on the map.
And out of those 8 rounds, Astralis have got 2 bomb plants. The other 6 they've been shut down before they even do anything. That's not a good sign. That's a sign that NaVi could run this all the way back. And that would be wild.
Nice thing for NaVi, something that's got to be making them feel very happy is they don't have to think about their own money anymore. 2 rounds left. They've got plenty of cash for a buy in both of them, even if they get all 5 players wiped out. So that's a huge benefit to have. One stress you don't have to think about.
Good map control for Astralis. Again, this is what you want if you're setting up for something elaborate, which looks like they are. Dupree not impressed and still losing the fight. I'm shocked. It looked like that should have been a lot better. I think Electronic was somehow helping out with a flashbang all the way from the pit, so we're going to have to find that at some point and just show you guys, because that's a little bit of a setup. 30 seconds now, and Astralis, they might have run out of power here. NaVi might be about to be on series point, because this is 25 seconds. They're rotating back into a B bomb site that's still defended by 2 players. NaVi should have this. If they get 1 opening kill, I don't think they can make it through. Boomich, he's already seeing it. They nearly line up for him. He's back for more and sprays almost another one down. 10 seconds, and hiding in the back is Flamey. A kill would do it, but they're so quick. Device with a shot, and they go straight for the plant. I can't believe it.
Here we are, another retake, 3 on 3, 3 kits, no utility, 1 flashbang on Device, and Simple with that op. He's been so good in this game. Another round he has to deliver. They're waiting for the smoke to clear to allow Perfecto an angle at Coffins. And Simple's being bold.
Oh, he's looking for it. Just edging his way through, strong shot, and Electronic actually, he's doing all the work. Device is back here with no health and no chance at all. He'll get taken down, and NaVi will find the bomb immediately. A 3 on 3, and it's perfect. 15 rounds on the board. Astralis stunned.
Retakes have not been kind to them. Always a strength. NaVi just doing such a good job.
Simple's fired up. I mean, it is as close as it can get right now. Overtime or bust if you're Astralis. At least they have some money to work with, but obviously NaVi not in any kind of trouble of their own. And he actually pushes down middle in the 30th round.
I like it.
What is this craziness?
Timing of the Molotov as well. As soon as it starts to fade, he's already backing off. Even a second away from Dupree popping up from that pit in middle. And a stalemate to start this round.
Again, they're getting so much map control, Astralis, but NaVi don't care. For whatever reason.
They've handled it every time, so why change it? But yeah, I mean, this lack of information, especially against Astralis, you think they would have been punished at some point. It's just not happening. NaVi on fire, 5 rounds in a row.
Simple looking at him. He almost gave his life away just then. They peek as the smoke fades, and he was waiting for the other one to go up. 50 seconds on the clock right now, and this is what it comes down to. Simple's fallen really far back. He's actually lost a fair bit of the map control there. That leaves Perfecto and Electronic inside of a bomb site that is about to get pinched from 2 different angles, and they need to win the first fight. Device will take down Perfecto. Electronic in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray! Electron says, and that's it! 16-14! NaVi do it!
They earned so much of that. 10 of the last 11 rounds, an incredible comeback. And a match where Astralis had their chances, had their opportunities, and NaVi just swept the rug out from beneath them. And Astralis has been eliminated. They lose to Complexity, they lose to a struggling NaVi.
Wow.
A horrendous start to the year for the best team in the world.
That is all the way out of control. I can't believe they actually did it. What an amazing game this was. Electronic, I mean, what a series from him. And the final moment, that's what he does. That's what he gives you down in that pit. What a beautiful, beautiful
standing
play.
in the flames as well.
Yeah.
He was dying no matter what happened, and he made sure it was costly. That is so insane. He had a phenomenal series. Simple had not only a phenomenal series, but he delivered in that third map the way that you want the star player, one of the best players in the world, to do it, and we've got him down with James Banks on the stage.
Simple. Never back down, never give up. Now, in that interview after you won Nuke, you smiled at me, and I said, that's scary when I see you smile. You just delivered on that server. How does that feel?
It feels insane to be #1 team in the world. I mean, it's a new roster for us, and it's a big victory for our team. We're just gonna keep moving forward, fix these mistakes, and we're gonna focus on future games.
Now that was impressive, right? But on that Inferno, it was starting to look like it could have been going Astralis' way, and then you guys round after round, delivering 9 out of the 10 final rounds there over and over again. What was the communication like for you guys? Because there just seemed to be so many just insane rounds.
I think everything started from first 2 rounds. I mean, that was very hard to believe in comeback because you play against Astralis and you lose in this score. But I mean, just everyone stepped up in one moment, and the communication went on high level, you know, and everyone just support with alternates, and we just here plays goals as well, and it helped us a lot.
Now Astralis, certainly when we saw them against Complexity yesterday, didn't look at their best. Did they feel any different to you today when you were playing against them? Do you feel like it was maybe a bit of a different team than before?
I think they just trying to find their game because it's first LAN event in this year, and I think they'll find their game soon.
Now, you can have one more match ahead of you coming in tomorrow to try and grab yourselves into that grand final. Who would you like to face out of Vitality and Complexity?
Oh, I don't care. I just want to face 2 of them, and I just want to win tomorrow first game and play second as well.
And the NaVi Nation is certainly in full force here, cheering you on. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
I mean, thanks everyone who is cheering, not only for us, but for any team. And thanks everyone who came today on the bus. And thanks everyone who watching it online home. I hope you enjoyed this game. And this one is the most important for me. You don't need to like other players. You just follow this game and everything's going to be good.
Well, you showed us what's good, Simple. Congratulations. A huge cheer for you and a huge win, mate. Good luck. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, James, and thank you, Simple, for taking the time for the interview. Congratulations, NaVi. They did it. 30 rounds on Inferno, and they have found the win versus Astralis. They've taken down the top team.
Who would have thought? Not us, that's for sure. Duncan changed at the last minute. He got that one
there
right.
was one madman who thought that, but
and Jason is indeed mad. You know, he didn't actually think that NaVi were going to win. He just made a stupid prediction because he wanted to come last. But Simple here is the key to success right now for NaVi. Right now, this game, when it got to the later stages, everybody stepped up and started to contribute. But Simple is the keys to the car here. In that first half, they put 6 rounds on the board. Simple had 13 kills in those 6 rounds that they were able to win. That's not including all the other impact he was having. He won 3 1vx situations in this game. You have to look at Simple for giving NaVi the chance.
Yes, this was like 2018 Simple. Like you're saying, you get an entry, you get the multi-kill rounds, you close the rounds out as well, you win all the rounds for your team on the first half. Now, what's cool is the comeback was a team effort. Everyone was involved, even Electronic at the end there. Perfecto actually even got a few kills on the board. But you have to say, they would have never been in this position without the guy on your screen right now. This was prime Simple stuff.
Oh,
really
there
a
it was.
throwback to the old Simple.
The fact that they won a 5v5 retake on the A-bomb site is just absolutely insane. That round, to break it down, I can't even tell you what happened there. But we know that Simple happened. We're getting to see a little bit of the potential of what this roster can potentially do. Oh, we get the round of 5v5. This situation, I'm not quite sure even how it went down, but getting into the bomb site without having any kills, we know how difficult it is to retake on a map like this, and then NaVi stroll in 13-8. It was a 13-6 scoreline at one point, and they stroll back in, you know, no dramas at all, and just pick Astralis apart. It's insane. Those kind of rounds, you don't see that happen ever.
And like I set up before, this is Astralis losing Nuke and Inferno into a team that, by the way, has been in their back pocket for like 2 years now. Very rare they ever lose to NaVi. So these aren't even NaVi maps. Like, this just shows you Astralis, the team from last year, hasn't yet arrived in 2020.
And so we are going to be discussing this a bit more, gentlemen. But first, we have to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. So welcome back. Now we can get into the nitty gritty and actually focus in on the team that really has not performed this week.
Last. Like, they've come last.
They have come last in the group.
That right there is something that we never say with Astralis. Like, even if they go out in tournaments, it's normally they're going out, you know, within the playoffs. Now, obviously, this is a group stage environment, and the playoffs are not for some time. But now they have to go through the showdown. Like, they started their year with back-to-back losses, and Duncan said it, I'll say it again. They just lost Nuke and Inferno. Yesterday, they lost Vertigo as well, another map which you'd say was towards the top of their map pool, or something that we were even touting as maybe they could use that to scare teams. They're out. They're done. No more Astralis.
And these aren't teams beating them on those maps who are specialists. Like, okay, yes, maybe there was some prep from Call and it was all a trap, etc. Doesn't mean it gets executed automatically. You can still lose that game, absolutely. In fact, it's a very dangerous trap because you don't necessarily have the kind of proof in the pudding to know that you can do that.
Now, look, historically, one of Astralis' strengths have been able to prepare for teams. Now, Complexity, you couldn't have prepared for Vertigo because you'd never played it, right?
Yeah.
And then with the Dust 2 game, that was a game that we were looking at going, oh, you know, there's these rounds that could have gone either way. It started really good and then it all fell apart. Then you look at this situation right here against NaVi. Okay, NaVi, 15 days with Perfecto in the team. Not a lot to look into in terms of demos, only have the stuff from Ice. So you can't come in and counter-strat, look at all those tendencies, and then when Simple and Electronic happen, that's going to compound on top of that. But a team like Astralis, even with the prep, that's when we go, okay, yeah, they're going to pick Liquid apart because we know the Liquid base, they can, you know, look at twist tendencies, or they can, you know, exploit the way that NAF likes to hold this angle. This is a situation where they couldn't do any prep, their players didn't show up individually. We have Dupree, I think he's probably at the moment the lowest rated player in the entire tournament. Even with that flashy pistol round start there, he just couldn't get it going.
We also have, really quick and before we get into more of it, but we also have an interview with Magisk. Okay. So perhaps we'll get some insight there that'll help us pick this apart.
I've got Magisk with me as Astralis are eliminated here at Blast Premier London. And to start with Train, mate, we're looking really strong. We thought, okay, this is the Astralis we know and love. Then we go on to Nuke, and NaVi really did have you guys matched. How did it feel from your perspective?
Oh, it felt like they were pretty good, prepared on Nuke, and they played pretty good on the CT side. Yeah, again, we just made too many mistakes and didn't win the must rounds and the key rounds. So we ended up having a really scrappy vice the whole CT side on Nuke, which is not easy gonna win on that map then. So yeah, in general, they just played good.
Now, when it comes to Inferno, one thing I was really liking what we saw from you guys was some of the aggressive plays, which was doing really well against NaVi. But then there was just this tipping point where obviously Simple, yes, he was popping off, but they were just looking like they were able to land all the shots. What was going on with your communication and stuff then?
Honestly, I feel like we were just playing too scared. People were not holding each other, people were not communicating, and yeah, everything just fell down. So I think we just played too scared and gave them too much space, and that made them look better than they were. But obviously, they deserved the win today, and there's nothing to say about that.
And is there a lot of frustration now? Because first Complexity, now NaVi. Yes, NaVi obviously on paper a higher tier opponent for you guys, but you are in such a normal, fantastic spot when you come off the back of even breaks for you guys, where a lot of teams still struggle with Rust.
Well, to be honest, it's just the beginning of the season. Yeah, we might have lost this week, but it's not been a tournament. So for us now, it's about going back and focus on improving and stop making those stupid mistakes and come back to qualify for the LAN finals later in the year. So that's what we're going to focus on now, and we have a tournament in Katowice soon as well. So yeah, that's our focus now. So at least it wasn't a big tournament yet.
And that's it, right? You get another chance, you get the showdown. You guys are the comeback kings. Emil, thank you very much for your time, mate, and good luck going forward. Cheers.
So going into this focus on fixing mistakes, etc., are 4 maps enough for Astralis to go off of right now to start a whole new year off after such a long break? They've only got 4 maps to go off of. Is that, or 4 or 5?
Actually,
but is that enough for them to go off of?
That's the angle I don't like about the Magisk excuse there, basically. Like the idea, like, well, we're not out yet, you know, we're just testing things out, and really it's about Katowice. It's like, mate, you wanted to get more maps here, so you could be prepared for that Katowice event. Like, I want to get 6, 8 maps,
exactly.
Maybe come back, play Complexity again, show them what's up, beat Vitality. That's what you wanted to do. So, like, I get that you try and hedge things afterwards, make it seem like not that big a deal. This was a big deal.
Yeah, and look, to come in, we've been talking about it with a bunch of teams. The ring rush, I think it was 56 days since these guys last played a tournament. they're the reigning champions of Katowice, right? That's a big tournament in our calendar. That's a big tournament in our space. And for them to come on in here and not be clicking straight away and get, swept by teams with new rosters or teams who shouldn't be, in their ballpark, that is where it starts to become worrying. Frustration creeping onto people's faces within the game. And the one that I look to is when things aren't clicking, right? Just go and watch when Glaive feels the need to take over situations. I love that he has the balls as an in-game leader to do that. I love when he takes over the situations. But in crunch games, when it's like a 14-14 in a semi-final match and he makes that move, when he's having to do it when they're struggling in group stage games, that's when, then they're definitely not the team that they need to be right now. And just to go more in this Dupree situation that we were discussing, that's his lowest rating by hijacking 2.0. When it was the old rating, his actual lowest was back in 2014. So that's his lowest rating since 2014. So a bit of a rough one for him.
To that extent.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's true that he wasn't really popping off on that second map.
It's never on one guy, right? But,
Well, I'll even say, if you want to take a stylistic approach, where were the T rounds from Astralis today?
True.
This is where they lost these games. This is where they lost on Nuke. This is where, basically, the only good T half they had was Train. That was it. And that was a map that, obviously, NaVi can certainly lose. They can win on as well. So I think just as a team, certainly it's not all on Dupree, but he's supposed to be one of the big three. He's supposed to be one of the guys who's, as well as Device, brings you a big game. So if you're getting outperformed by some of the NaVi guys, a troubled team right now, I think it shows that this is not the Astralis I expect to see in a month.
Is this, well, okay, so there is that, but I mean, how much of an impact does Simple have in this sort of scenario, right? Because I mean, it is still Simple that they were going up against. Do we feel like it's them against Simple and Simple just dominates?
I saw there was an interview, I can't remember where it was, where Megas basically said, the headline said, for me, Device is the best player in the world. To quote a certain president, wrong. You were just wrong. Simple was the best player in the entire server, in the entire tournament so far. So I'm looking forward to see where he's going to go after this.
He drops the 30 bomb, 84 ADR, solid on the last map.
And barely any deaths, you'll notice. Remember, his team lost 14 rounds.
Yeah, and normally, right, when you look at this, they're able to deal with a player like Simple, right? And that's normally what Astralis are able to do. You have superstars, well, they normally don't show up against an Astralis because they don't allow it. But here, if you take what Megas was saying, the mistakes is what allows Simple to make a lot of these kills, right? If you're over-peaking, if you think you can take a heads-up duel against this guy, you quickly see why you can't. Him winning these clutches...
that was so bonkers, that one. That was perfection.
Yeah, and Zipnik's even played that situation well.
No fault from the Device and Zipnik's there.
So when you go back and you look at all the impact that he had in this final map, and then you put Nuke in the context as well, when you look at that Nuke game and the way that was, I guess, a blowout, really. Great stuff from NaVi, and Astralis didn't show up today again, 2 days in a row.
I just got reminded of that old meme of you looking at the French in-game leaders. It keeps going, and then its existence, perfection. And I just...
He's just retired, so fair enough. Yeah.
Well.
Classic.
Gentlemen, we could talk about this all day. I think Astralis really is the top team.
Wait a minute, Semler. Listen, I've got another thing to say. You know what? Let's do this again. Camera on me. Right. You know what? We were talking about this topic a second ago. Players are always crying about burnout, right? What they say is they make it sound like they should only play 1 week every month, and the rest of the time they're just going to play some scrims, and they're going to boot camp, and it's going to give us a higher level of Counter-Strike. That's what they keep telling us, right? That's what's going to make the game really, really good. But I've seen this time and time again now. So I've just seen Astralis come out of this huge boot camp, all this time out, and then what happens? They just get banged out by Complexity, a no-name team, and then they lose now on maps that they're home maps to a team that they always have owned, a team that they were basically their little brothers that they were just giving wedgies to and all sorts of, I think I was a nookie actually, but whatever. They're just literally wrecking those guys. That's because they haven't played. What do you think you get paid $20,000 a month to do? It's not to play 1 week of official games and a bunch of scrims and some DM. This is the thing. A boot camp is brilliant to fix some problems, to get some tactics going, to actually have a couple of weeks so you got everything fine-tuned, but don't forget about your performance level, because your performance level comes from playing tournaments. You can't simulate a match environment. It's called ring rust in MMA. It's called match fitness in any other traditional sport. So what I would say is go and look at the circuit we have. Listen, it's a very intense circuit. It's really, really high level if you want to be at the top there. But go look at any of the other traditional sports. How about tennis? Those guys fly around the whole world. They go on more continents than you guys do, and they still maintain the highest performance level overall average of practically any sport I've ever seen. And one of the reasons why is they're not messing around in the meantime. So if you want to be someone who complains about burnout or I don't have everything perfect the way I want it to be, then I better see you in bed at 10 p.m. I don't want to see you in the club with me at 4 a.m. saying, can we keep this thing open another hour? Here's another hrivna. Yeah, you hear what I'm saying. I don't want to see you drinking a certain energy drink at 10 p.m. at night, going into your last map and then complaining you can't get any sleep because of jet lag. You better take care of your body. You better better take care of your mind. You better take care of everything. Be responsible. And then we can start talking about, is the circuit too packed? Because at the moment, when I see you guys go home, I actually hope you go home because I don't see you come back at the world-class level. Team Liquid didn't do it. Astralis didn't do it. Let's actually see you put your money where your mouth is if these boot camps are helping so much, boys. That's it.
So you are a
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into our second series now, where we're just enjoying talking about memes in the break. Maybe we'll sneak some into the broadcast at some point.
I'm not great at memes. I don't really get the whole internet meme culture thing. It's
you were
not,
pretty good at that whole sleep on Cloud9. Yeah.
Yeah, but that wasn't even a meme. They made me into a meme.
Yeah, you're good in memes at least.
There you go.
You're
good at
there was
being
the
a meme.
16-0 one, Renegades.
Yeah.
You got Sean on speed dial, man. I'm sure you can help. I'm sure
Titan on Mirage. You've got a few good ones.
Yeah.
You're selling yourself short. There's 3.
All right, well, we got another match coming up, guys. The second match of the day. This happens. I mean, I know you could get confused and think that, hey, Astralis, NaVi, that's got to be a winner bracket match. No, that was the lower bracket match. Now we're moving into the winner bracket final. It is Vitality versus Complexity to end the day here.
I mean, there's one name you did not expect to hear in that particular event, which is obviously Complexity, right? Here's
Not
the
a
funny
meme.
thing, though. I'll use my wordsmanship for this. I'll say
Okay.
the reason Complexity is here, though, from hearing their comms, is simplicity, the ultimate sophistication.
There
as
we
the
go.
saying goes. Because when we heard their comms, it's not that Blame F was literally on some next level tactic. What he was doing was basically like Pog calling. He was calling, you go to this position, we're going to play off this spot here. They would have the tendencies. But the key thing is they all had the confidence to execute off that. People were taking very aggressive positions, but hitting shots from them. So I have to say, I'm a little bit skeptical that they come in and they can do that again. It felt like a perfect storm and the enemy doesn't expect it. Your guys are almost ignorance is bliss. You don't know what happens when you're playing Astralis, but if they can do it again, God bless that we got a new top team on our hands.
And Vitality know what's coming, right? Because they saw it yesterday. If they can replicate that and make it work again today against the Frenchmen here, then props to Complexity. But what we saw yesterday was a French team who no longer were just relying on Zywoo. We had so many other individuals stepping up and lifting their performances. And I think it's going to be more of the same today, because that clearly has been a focus for this team, knowing that, hey, we can't just rely on Zywoo to be the only one getting kills. We need to all be contributing. We can't just be flashing for him. And we saw that. And I know that this team is taking it very seriously. You can see the support crew that they have with them now. They're rocking real deep at this point. And I was really impressed yesterday to see how poised and prepared they were in a lot of situations, right? You were saying, Semler, that the communication was very calm. And we could also see a lot of these set nade pieces. They had the tendencies of the way that NaVi players like to play under wraps. And it was all good for the French.
And people have had their skepticism about this team, I think justifiably so, because it wasn't until Epicenter they really got going again with the new lineup. But they're in a position now where they're playing what was seeded as the worst team in the tournament. If they win this match, they're through to the finals already. So that's got to be a hell of a motivator right there. You just play your game, you get everything on point, and at this point you should be through to the final.
Exactly right. You should be through as one of the top 2 seeds. But we did have a chance to catch up with Apex as he arrived at the studio, so we're going to have a listen to that now.
Now, the Vitality we saw yesterday was impressive, but what I want to know from you is, how does this lineup compare to some of your previous French lineups in terms of championship-winning teams? Do you feel a big difference in this?
Well, I think a big team. I think it's my second biggest team for now. My biggest was NaVi back in the days. But I guess we can be better than we did in NaVi with this lineup. I have a lot of aspiration. No, what the fuck I'm saying? Sorry. A lot of things. I just hope we're going to do great things with this lineup, and I'm pretty sure we can do it.
Well, there you have it.
There you go.
He's inspired on this
Excuse
lineup.
his French.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, dear.
I mean, Apex is always that guy who bounces back. He's been through the grinder before. He's always there for his team. He is really one of the spirit animals of Vitality. And so if he is feeling a bit sharp here going into this match, it's going to be shaping up nicely for him.
We've seen him using the Krieg as well, right? So he's one of the older guard players coming from Source, being, one of the better players in the early stages of CSGO. Well, now we can transition over to Complexity. Most of these names are new, right? You can see Rush, who was with that Cloud9 team, obviously winning the major back in the day, 2 years ago now. And then Config might be another name that's familiar. But the other ones here that people maybe aren't too aware of is Poison from Bulgaria. He was playing with Windigo. They won WSG last year, I believe it was. Obo, 16-year-old kid. And then you've got Blame F, who doesn't even fit in frame.
Yeah, I have to say, both Poison and Obo are the players I'm really watching now. Like, I know Config can have a throwback game. I know he already had amazing aim anyway. It was mainly about his mind. But Poison's AWPing, the idea he was just consistently out AWPing Device and taking really aggressive angles. Sometimes I would say too aggressive, actually, but he's got the kills.
Sure.
I don't know if you can deliver that again. And I've already seen Obo play. I saw him in this Complexity lineup going back to last year.
Yeah.
He only had glimpses of this. In this game, we were even asking them, well, is he in scrims? Like, is he, as he said, is he some sort of a clutch? There's not even what he's known for. So I feel like this was possibly a one-off. I'll wait to receive though.
I wouldn't mind carrying that Obo conversation on for a little bit, right? Because there's something the Complexity have going, and his last name, Owen Schlatter, it's get schlattered is what they say, right? Because basically they're just forcing this, well, not forcing this kid, and they let this kid off the leash to make plays and just go for headshots, right? Because mechanically as a 16-year-old, that's probably where you can be at your sharpest. And actually, I've made a clip here to kind of show you the situations where maybe this is what caught Astralis off guard. So we're going to talk through this round. You're going to find an opening pick here coming in from Poison over towards the A ramp. This is going to force Astralis back over toward the B bomb site, which is where Obo plays. Now the scoreline in this game is 12-10 in favor of Complexity at this point. They've now got a 4-on-5 number advantage for them, right? Obo spots it, he drops the smoke. He's going to get a free kill here. You're going to see a nade come through, he's going to spam, he grabs this frag. At this point, it's a 3v5. Watch the insanity that ensues. You're going to see it from another angle, but this is what they're talking about with this individual. Instead of just playing the number advantage, which is what you would expect out of most teams when we're talking fundamental CS, Config rotates over, he calls for a flash, and Obo pushes straight through the guts and goes for another kill. We're talking about a 5-on-3 situation. He's making plays like that. No wonder Astralis were caught off guard, right? There's a double-edged sword there as well, though. Because if you're Vitality and you see that, you're going to start to expect those kind of plays.
Exactly.
Those kind of things, it's great to see. I love the confidence, but they only work for so long. So let's see if they can continue that high.
Yeah, I would pick that up as well and say that's actually one of those areas where, believe it or not, being Astralis is why you never expect that.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing someone like Team Liquid never does against Astralis, because they think if I do that, if I step through against Smoke against 3 of them, I get smashed, right? That's why I almost say it's almost the ignorance is bliss thing. It's like he doesn't really understand what it's like yet to play against Astralis. Like if he plays them again, they'll absolutely be ready for that, and it wouldn't necessarily work. But God bless him for trying it once, because it worked the one time he needed it to.
Is this the idea of youth, essentially?
I love it.
They don't know the consequences yet, and so they're just willing to go for it.
Haven't had your heart broken yet, man.
That's it. Well, you know.
All right, he'll be there soon enough.
Getting there.
I don't know if he has an Instagram or not.
No, we actually have, before we get into that, we actually have an interview with Rush. You saw him walking into the studio earlier, so we're going to hear what he has to say now.
So you are a major winner, a championship player, but it's been a while since that has happened. Do you get the feeling with this team that this is another team where you can have that kind of success?
Long term, yes, but short term, I'm not gonna say no. But it's gonna take a bit. You know, like even like yesterday's win, it's a huge win, but like you gotta just, you can't get complacent after one win, and you can't celebrate too hard because you still have so many games to play in this event and future events. So just gotta take it one game at a time, basically, and just go from there.
And that's something you know from a lot of experience for sure. Now, some people are saying that this game versus Vitality will be harder for you guys than what it was versus Astralis. What do you think?
I don't think so. I think maybe because they say that because people see how we play now, but at the same time, I think that we've had a lot of time to study Vitality because they've been playing a lot of tournaments and we haven't been playing many. So they have 2 games to go off of, maybe some minor games, but we have a lot of games to go off from them. So I think that we have the advantage, and it's going to be just the same as it was with us versus Astralis.
I kind of get what he means. Listen, on paper, the hardest game has to be the Astralis one, just even intimidation-wise, not knowing what you're going to do. You've never played a team like that before. But I would say I kind of get his angle that they prepped for everyone, because in his scenario, you had to think it was possible you were going to be in the lower bracket. I mean, obviously, yes, Complexity, way worse odds here. And if you were going to be in the lower bracket, you actually couldn't tell who you were going to play out of Vitality or out of NaVi. And at that point in time, actually, probably the team you expected the least to play a second time would be an Astralis. So I think you would have actually put in your full prep for all 3 teams. If you're Complexity, there is no easy game in this group.
Exactly right. They are always going to be the underdog. But Betway, the numbers have actually shifted a little bit more here for Complexity. I believe yesterday against Astralis it was 8. So now we're at a 3.2 for Complexity. Things are shaping up. But before we get into the action, we're going to take another break, and then we'll have the map pick ban right after that. So Vitality getting ready to head into the studio here for their second match of this tournament so far. Shocks, as always, looking suave, looking focused.
See, this is the thing. Everyone always said on their team, you know, where are the great French leaders anymore? Happy's gone, Existence should retire. Obviously, NBK just keeps pretending to be one. They're like, where should we get one? I always said, over in England, there's a guy over there knows how you should play. They got the wrong person. They got Alex, of course. You know, it's my chance to shine, wasn't it? No, but actually, I do think Alex, for me, is the most interesting storyline about Vitality, because people forget, if you go and track when they were just a good team that was just ZWoo and they still wouldn't win tournaments, and when they became a top 3 team in the world and were getting semis, finals, beating Team Liquid, that was when Alex took over as the in-game leader, and that's when they got a map pool, they got a style of play, and crucially, he himself, I noticed, got in the game way more at that point in time.
Yeah, this one here, I think when you're looking at complexity, they have nothing to lose once again. That's the mentality they had yesterday, and they can come in with that one again today. So for the North American organization, which is a European team at this point, they just get a free shot. They've had a free shot at Astralis. They get a free shot at Vitality. No matter how they do here, they've already overachieved, right? And this is the whole storyline for this team. Sure, they're building into a juggernaut, but if they can get another big result, right, that's huge for this squad. They're doing things that nobody expected.
It would be magnificent, and a fantastic way to kick off the decade, especially with Jason Lake here to cheer them on, and all of the support staff as well around Complexity. All of these teams are really beefing up, but I do believe it is time to get them out onto the stage, and so we will hand it over to James Banks.
Oh yes, it's time. London, make some noise, because we've got Complexity taking on Vitality. Thank you very much, London. I'm not going to waste any time with this. The French powerhouse, they are looking strong, they are looking comfortable. It's Team Vitality, they take to the stage and they have a lot to do. This team have had a month of practice. They looked so strong yesterday, but now they're going up against the Juggernauts. It's Complexity! Complexity took the meme and they rolled with it. They have looked so good so far against Astralis, but this is another test going their way. Astralis now eliminated completely out the tournament, and it's time for them to see what they can do here against a Vitality that has looked fierce across the board. Now Rush, join me here. Shocks, come on down. All right, I'm going to start with you, Shocks. So they've got the muscles, right? These guys spend a lot of time in the gym. But what else have they got?
Beautiful face as well.
So no skill then?
They got a bit, yes, but we're gonna go check on the server to be sure.
There we go, that's what we like to see. All right, Rush. You guys had that phenomenal game yesterday. Now you're going up against the Vitality, but people still don't know so much about you. So what have you got to take these guys down?
Yeah, just no one knows what we do, so we're gonna use it to our advantage.
Okay. Now, do you think really, though, they're more than just ZywOo?
I mean, we got a Schlatter, so I think we're good.
Oh, okay. I'm going to like to see this on the server. Shake hands, guys. Get ready for this game. It's Vitality taking on Complexity. Bring it on!
Fantastic. So, teams are going to take their seats, and we are going to get to see what this map pick and ban will look like. Where will this match unfold?
This is another reason why the storyline, the Cinderella run, should probably start to die out here, because unfortunately they had that weird setup where they could they could let Vertigo be picked against them. They could get the win on Dust 2. In this scenario, they basically have to play something that Vitality likes. So
yeah.
I'm thinking maybe they're going to pick Dust 2 or Mirage. Either way, Vitality does not care which one of those. Meanwhile, for Vitality, they get their kind of dealer's choice of where do we want to make it hurt, because they can pick Nuke, they can go anywhere they want in this veto pretty much, Chad.
Yeah, so I think the ban right there for Vitality, that's their permaban. They don't play Train. The one that I was curious on was for Complexity. Them removing Nuke, I thought maybe they might want to remove Inferno. They don't have a good record on it. Officially, they played it 5 times. They're currently 0-5, so that's not a great one going into a game like this.
There we go.
They will go with the Mirage. So we saw yesterday they picked Dust 2, today with the Mirage. It can be more brawly maps, and I've seen problems with Vitality's Mirage in the past. They're happy to play it, but when they get stuck and they can't make it work on the T sides, they rely on pocket strats, the smokes towards the B bomb side, get everybody out with UMPs or pistols and hope that works. We've seen 100 Thieves lock them down with that in the past. Now, if I'm Vitality, I'd be going with Inferno here for sure.
It's an obvious pick. Especially as...
There we go.
There it is.
Makes sense.
Exactly. I mean, this, as you said, they've played it 5 times. This lineup, the complexity, they lost every single one.
Yep.
Meanwhile, it's always been a map that this team's been trying to force. It's always been a map they've enjoyed. I mean, the French team's always enjoyed Inferno. You can get a lot of play on both sides. It's actually one of the maps where you really do see how good Zero is, because he can AWP whenever he wants. He still gets all the impact he wants.
The fact that they removed Vertigo right now and they used it to trump card against Astralis yesterday is quite curious. So that's going to leave us...
They're hoping Dust too, I think, at this point. The problem is, I know the guys from Vitality went away from Overpass a lot, but I would do exactly this and make them play it, because it's another map they don't particularly play.
They won't be in that comfort zone, right? And if we do make it to 3, that's where you're going to need an individual, I guess, for the side of Complexity to take over, like Poison with the AWP, maybe he can go bonkers. But the mid-round stuff is where I see Complexity having the most teething issues going forward. You've just got all these different languages coming together, and they're still kind of new as a team. So the mid-round decision-making is always a very difficult one, even for the top-tier teams.
Yeah, I have to say, at the moment, it's not just because they're the better team, but I do think Vitality has won the veto. It's gone basically wherever they wanted it to go. They even got offered the chance for the Dust 2 at the end. They said, no thanks, we'll take Overpass, even though it's not our strongest map now, just because you know it's not a map necessarily that you like as much as Dust 2, so why play into your hands?
So we've kind of covered what needs to happen here for Complexity, at least. I mean, there is the fragging power here, Obo, Poison. They're going to have to step up. What about Vitality going into Mirage? This is going to be one of those maps where they can frag out.
Yeah.
Who are we keeping an eye on here?
Well, other than Zywoo, right? I think the thing is, I just want to see the supporting cast all have better performances than the last time. You heard me rattle off all the stats yesterday where their averages are at since Shox has been in the team. Well, 3 of those individuals performed above those averages, right? That was Shox, RPK, and Apex. We've seen Apex now picking up the Krieg a little bit more, saying that he's mentioned he's going to bring more into his game. So I want to see, I definitely think Shox has the potential to be the second star, right? If RPK can be the rock and just give us a baseline of frags in every single game, and then Apex is the flux individual because of his nature historically as a player. He's the type of guy who can take a lot of space. But I really hope that they've worked on their T-side strat base, or at least their mid-round decision making, because before there were clear weaknesses. There were some blowout games where they were getting no rounds on their T-sides, and we can't see that from these guys again, especially going up into a matchup like this where you heard from Rush, there's not too much to really know about this Complexity team.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem is that will always be the eternal question, seemingly, in Vitality, is who will be the second side, who will step forwards. And at the moment, they just sort of, it's not that they do it by committee, they just take turns, it seems. Like one person has one map that's good, one person that doesn't, and if they don't, if none of them have it, they just lose. So I will say, there is a world in which, we said this against Astralis, but it's even more applicable to Vitality. If Zywoo doesn't super hard carry, there's a world in which absolutely the Complexity guys can outfrag them man for man. Like that's one of the things we've seen they bring to the table with this team.
Exactly.
Just strangely enough, with the Mirage games that have been played for this Complexity lineup, and it's at 6 maps up until this point of officials, Obo's actually the lowest rated player for his team, which is strange, right? Because you wouldn't really be looking at that with him as one of the stars. But old boy Blame F right towards the top, and Rush overperforming as well on this one, right? You heard Blame F in an interview saying that Rush is just picking up everybody else's role, but it appears to be, from the stats, from the numbers, a map where he can find some impact.
You can see how dialed in Complexity are, though. We were supposed to start this a minute ago. Those guys are already sitting down. They're already ready to go. They're warming up. They're getting in there. Vitality, just taking their sweet time. You see, it's very much like a French team. Always show up at least 15 minutes late. You know, you never show up on time to the
We might
party.
have to make you the enforcer here.
Thing is, though, they are also incredibly French in the sense that they're all just sweet talkers. Like, you know, we were supposed to get trash talk. Shox just starts complimenting their... What is this beautiful visage I see before me?
I like the follow-up, though. You know, we'll go on the server to check if they've got that skill, right? I like that one. A little bit from Shox there. But if people in Counter-Strike, guys, when we set you up in that kind of environment, just do the smack talk. Everyone knows it's a joke. No one's going to get their feelings hurt. That's why they put us up here, because you guys can't do the smack
Tell
talk.
that to the fans online, Chad.
Oh, yeah. Well, I kind of tune them out now. I got better at that.
Shox could have said, hey, Rush, remember that time I let you in a major?
Oh, dear.
All right, so
remember that?
Time to step in and save us here, gents. They are ready to go. They are ready to go live. We're going to hand it over now to our commentators. It is none other than Scronders. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Oh, Mohan, he dropped
happy
it.
accident. A happy accident.
Happy accident.
Yeah.
Happy little trees. Mohan, here we are with the winners match. Complexity staring a topping of this group, perhaps. I mean, listen, if they in the back of their minds know they can drop Astralis, then really, what is Vitality?
Yeah, what's the ceiling? Who knows, you know? And the thing is, with the match yesterday,
We know that like the Astralis thing, it came with a lot of preparation, a lot of understanding what Astralis do, and then bringing their game plan in and winning the matches off of that, and not knowing what would happen in the third map. Here versus Vitality, it's a bit more wild. It's a bit crazier having ZywOo as one of the players they got to go up in the group against. And even if they have to play NaVi, you've got the same thing with Simple and Electronic. Man, what a comeback that we just saw in that last series. We've got a little bit of a pause here just before we start, a little tech pause. But that last series just shows you how much that X factor matters with these teams. And as much as, you know, we talked about Alex in the green rooms, like, I really dislike these deaths sometimes because it seems like they're just tearing teams down or oversimplifying what the teams are made of. If you look at the, you know, the stats and the crazy stats that ZywOo has that contrasts and overshadows his team sometimes, you can see that it really does have an impact that can sometimes win you the entire tournament. Like, there's no understating that. And that's not a terrible thing. Like, there are events that Astralis have won in the past that I can point to that if Xyp9x didn't win all of his clutches, they wouldn't have won the tournament. Fair. And so individual skill is a big factor, and for Vitality, they rely on ZywOo to be very good and very consistent. And that's why I'm saying in all of this, that this is why it's still going to be a very difficult match for Cole. Astralis are a much easier team to read in that sense. Vitality are just coming off of a break with a lot of stuff that's changed. There's only so much stuff that BlameF could have done to boot camp and prepare for against Vitality. And a lot of the stuff, at least they can fall back on the knowledge that they feel comfortable individually. They really believe in each other on an individual level. And what we saw yesterday from Poison specifically, oh my god, he was out-opping Device every single, I think he got 9 kills on Device and Device didn't hit him once.
I want to push the limit here and say it was actually 11. 11 to 0 in terms of like just straight up op duels. So that's one element of Poison. So is, of course, his scout play as well, right? We talk about sometimes not being in those gun rounds, just on the force buys, on those X Factor type moments. I think my eyes fall onto Poison as well. And he'll have his hands full because I was impressed yesterday when it came to the opping on Vitality. It wasn't just ZywOo. Shox looked fantastic on Dust 2.
Yeah, he was getting all of the opening kills when they needed to stage that comeback on Dust 2, as we pointed out in the second half of that CT side. They kept losing long control, and then just all of a sudden, something changed in Shox's mind and he decided, I'm going to take control of things. Started dealing with the opening kills, getting that opening kill every single time. And then all of those rounds they converted into wins. It was like 3-4 in a row. And then by that point, the confidence is shaken on the other team. The economy's broken as well. And they were able to come back in that half and then eventually win the map. So yeah, as they're pointing out, you know, Shox coming back into the fold is huge. He's the player who had the lowest blast score. That is something that tries to consolidate your last few months of performances into a rating. He had the lowest blast score on the team by a huge margin. In the server at that point, he was at like a 71.
71.
Whereas most of his teammates, you know, between 80 and 90. So it's great to see that he's back on top. And just to point that out again, with Vitality, their core has become a lot stronger. Alex has become way more consistent. His individual performances have been consistent as well. Did have one bad map we saw at this tournament.
Sure, yeah, slow start on Dust 2.
Yeah, slow start on Dust 2.
Wasn't the end of the world, though.
But it wasn't in that series, yeah.
Especially if we talk, you know, let's keep going with the Vitality roster, Mohan.
Sure,
RPK. We saw RPK in some incredible clutches yesterday.
Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and check out some of these RPK rounds.
So this pistol USP coming out of pit, he has 13 health before he gets his first kill. This one back in the back of the bomb site, just playing with this smoke. Again, set up by Shox, but very much falling on RPK. The Deagle. The 1 versus 3 Deagle. The fact that he takes the time to aim so precisely, doesn't get panicked. I mean, that's what we praise when it comes to Cedric, is just his experience at this point. He's been playing Counter-Strike for so long, and we've watched players fall off based on those tenured careers.
Yeah.
You do not put RPK in that pile of players.
One thing he's really good at is getting the second and third kill without moving. That's something we talked about on the show last night when we talked to Config. You brought up that Flamey had really good positioning in the sense that
positional
he was
multi-kills.
so good at just locking down one angle and then nailing 2-3 people who knew where he was going to be. His reactions are really good, and his focus is really good. That's kind of what you need. RPK can do the same thing.
Let that stat sink in. Multi-kills plus 3, 5 of them yesterday. Yesterday alone, just in those 2 maps. So he was a big X factor for the side of Vitality. Again, we've talked about, you know, Alex's calling, we've praised this, Shox's secondary opping, RPK's clutch factor. These are what we need to see more consistently and more frequently if this Vitality project is really going to keep winning tournaments and finding themselves in finals, because that's where they ended 2019, was with a win in Moscow for Epicenter. Well, all of a sudden, coming into 2020, things may not be as they once were. Liquid stumbled here in Blast. So does Astralis. I mean, what a shocker. The fact that we have the 0-2 team being Astralis. Anybody in their right mind, if you looked at this group before coming to the event, who didn't have Complexity 0-2?
This was the group of death, and it was because of Astralis. They came in the last place in the group, so if that doesn't say enough, I mean, it's just, and then you point to, and then because of that, you can say, it's not just that Astralis didn't play well, it was because other teams played extraordinarily well.
Yeah.
And two of those teams are going to go head-to-head right now. In terms of the veto, I couldn't tell you who's going to win the match. I could say I can understand where Thorn's coming from with the fact that Vitality have a nice time here. They got maps they liked, but I really feel like it's going to be kind of an even game.
Yeah, and I don't think that the maps really boil down to it as much as, let's just say, the form, the confidence, and the composure of Complexity.
Yeah.
I was sitting in the green room truck where we have the team comps playing yesterday with Complexity, and I know Thorn touched on this too. He was just saying, like, it wasn't incredibly elaborate what Complexity were throwing out, even on a map like Vertigo, which was this like super secret pick of theirs. You know, it was quite simple, but it was clean, it was straightforward, and it was enough. But I'm sure all of you have had enough. London, we're ready to start this second best of 3.
Yeah.
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity?
Come on, yes. Let's get excited. Yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be very, very good. I'm very happy to be casting this. And again, winner of this qualifies directly to the spring final in Moscow.
It's going to be a real tantalizing prospect for Complexity. 3 bodies piling up for Zywoo. Obviously, Vitality to the defense first. Nobody else inside of middle to really hold this back, so they will find numbers inside Connector. But Apex even spamming off his USP, not going to be finding headshots as these Ts get dangerously close to the bomb site, and Shots' position's known. Poison clears him close, and 3 CTs double back towards Ticket. In fact, 4 of them.
Do they have the utility for the retake is the thing. Smoke comes out initially, bomb's not down yet.
Yeah, it's not even a retake. They're pummeling into this bomb site before the plant comes through, and it's gonna cost them 2 bodies, 3 bodies. Only Alex, back by Ticket, pinned down and flanked. That's Complexity with a pistol.
I love this round from both teams. I like that Complexity go for this pistol strat, because if we look at Shox, he's the man of the hour. He sits in sandwich. He's the one that has to take contact, and he has the worst spot to fight against the choke points that they're attacking from. If you know that players are coming from mid, you don't want to be in sandwich, so it's already too late when he comes up this way. But then when Vitality comes down to the 4v5, they make an interesting adjustment. They don't just go for a standard retake, well, they'll probably lose. They try to pull the trigger early, throw the smoke into the site, and allow everyone to come in. They still lost the fights, but I like the attempt in the 4v5.
Yeah, you saw the moment where Complexity were caught off guard, but they kind of got back in control of the situation quickly. Bomb planter doesn't try to commit and awkwardly die. No. They prepared for the push.
We've got a team huddle from Vitality in the A site. Just USPs here. There's a Complexity go for mid control, as you always should. Keep long distances here.
Quick smoke break.
Yeah, very popular among CS pros.
Ooh, nice position.
This is the boost that drove Simple nuts on his stream. He's like, I don't see these boosts at majors.
Ooh.
This is the matchmaking special.
Still empty-handed. Unfortunately, when that first smoke fades, the second one's in its place, so.
It's a tough call. You know, a lot of rounds lately are leads over towards Cat, splits on the B side on the anti-ecos, but because everyone knows that that's what everyone wants to do, it's natural that, you know, you might get hit on the A side, so it's good to stack there every once in a while. Either way, Complexity picked the correct site. They save everybody here, and now suddenly the tables turn a bit, right? When it goes into the post plant, before the post plant, the pistols want to try to get kills. In the post plant, it's much less favored for the pistols to try to get kills, and instead they can try to hold exits. But more importantly, they've got like a number tag. I mean, they've got like a lot of money that can be made if they get hunted down. So it's important that they don't die first and foremost. So these Mac 10s certainly want to get used up. You know, Obo is totally down to rebuy next round.
100%. Gonna boil down the time a little bit longer before he decides to do so. Here we have the Betway live odds favoring Vitality, but ooh, just the one. There's a second Mac 10 in play, however. That belongs to Rush, and he gets what Obo wanted. Yep. 2 follow-up frags between him and Config. just toppling those USPs and pushing Vitality into their first buy.
I take that trade any day of the week. You know, you gain so much money off the Mac 10s. You want to have a good gun into this round. We look at the buy from Vitality. We've got the op in play already. Og, Famas, M4, and another M4 to couple with that. The money has been spent, but there's not a lot of grenades in play. This makes this a very sketchy round. This is the kind of round on CT side that you might see an aggressive option take place to get a 5v4 quickly, because you're not going to win the long con, you're not going to win the nade game.
Here we have it. 2 players boosting up into ladder room. No fast cat, but there are initially 2 members of Complexity here at the top of mid. Obo coming back around after escorting Blame F through underpass. He's got to go make sure nobody had pushed ramp. Obviously, Rush taking Palace is one thing, but there's pressure all across the map at the moment. Most certainly focused on mid.
Getting tagged with the smoke. They're just going to push him off a little bit. Yeah, the round bleeds down a little bit. They're maintaining CPL control here with a window presence as well. Alex depends on when he's going to peak. Not a bad fight here for Blame F. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to mow him down.
Yep, element of surprise plus the Mac 10, but 9mm rounds not going to get the job done. Config lends a helping hand. Still, 4v4. Zaiwu posted with his op. Sees the trajectory of the Molotov, so that's going to indicate the Palace pinch, but he is so scoped in on Connector that he dies. Still 3v3 as Apex takes the top of the staircase. Bomb will be planted, so it seems, because Obo, what do you know, goes aggressive, holds down Connector as the plant comes through.
That's a situation where you wonder if he had one more bullet, does Obo die and then
Right.
Vitality win? Like, that is super close.
Almost one of those sketchy moments where he just peeks into the spray.
Wow. Yeah, great spray control. Obviously there, you know, bullets are going to go off to the right for you, but if you try to adjust, you're going to miss. So that's nice. Good calmness from Obo. Very, very nicely done with the SG. Back on pistols already for Vitality. A very decent split here for Complexity to start off the pace of the first rifle rounds, and that's off of not having to upgrade very much. Again, Blame F had that Mac 10 as well. Obo gets the opening kill into round 4, and we start to heat things up.
Yeah, easy indicator there. We saw the one flashbang from Alex go over the top of B apps, so Obo presumes someone's being set up for the push, and he calls it right. Config wastes no time getting up cap, but there is a little bit of a danger here. He does have that bomb, and he was alone, but it seems like he's going to cool off and wait for Poison to join him.
Once again, we see this attraction on the anti-ecos, this allure of the B site coming up cat, and now the CTs have started to take heed.
Great rotation.
Yeah, but Blame F is keeping an eye on the A site, and he's not hearing a lot of noise. Maybe he calls this back.
Yeah. That's all really going to boil down to how rushed Complexity really feel in this moment. And they figure it out.
Nice. We talked yesterday with Config on the Overtime show, and he said that Blame F was the best IGL that he's ever played with.
It's quite high praise.
That's quite high praise.
He also said that if he had to multitask to the level of Blame F in the server, that his head would explode.
He said it would explode, yeah.
And
he's got a big head, so you know that'd be a mess. It'd be a big mess too.
It's like 2 Obos in one.
Yeah.
So
Blobbo.
Team Vitality not having found anything. I mean, it looked like a good rotate, but then they sat on that B site just as stagnantly as they did on A at the start. You know, good mid-round call, but they don't double it back. And so their only reward is nothing.
Is nothing. Staying alive, I guess. Yeah, Shock's the only one bored here. At least everyone else gets to play the game. So we're back into the T-spawn, and it's a good round for Complexity. Very strong anti-eco once again. We are starting off with a lot of momentum. They look quite good, gotta say.
0.
The half armor getting recycled is nice because that's an extra lot of utility actually for Vitality on these buys. Like as we can see, Alex recycles his armor and doesn't take any damage, so he upgrades for 350, buys the whole utility belt, and has $50 left. Like that is optimal. It's going to be 2 ops this time. I don't mind this adjustment, you know. The last round that they had low utility. This round they also have low utility. They just have this op. It helps to balance it out a little bit, but it's still a little bit sketchy, I think, for Vitality. You know, they want to have as many nades as they possibly can, especially with Complexity not throwing in these fast rounds. They're doing a lot of defaults. and testing for a lot of reactive grenades.
This one's wonky, though. They're going to go 3 players out Palace, and if Alex gets drawn towards ramp, then it really does fall on ZywOo. He's got himself the first one, but he's so concerned with Connector when nobody's there. There's so many members dropping out from Palace. Only one has actually hit the site, and now he goes down with bomb. Obo slain in the middle of the A site, but Blame brings it back with at least 1 frag here. 2v2 with 3 ops in play.
And Blame knows that ZywOo was last spotted Connector. So now Poison is going to reroute. Bomb is in the middle of nowhere. This is a tough round to win, but once you start to bleed down the time, the spots that were just played by the CTs no longer become safe. We'll start to see them move a little bit. Shox is already starting to wonder about the thought of a big flank. So all you have to do for Complexity, try to cut noise just for a second. No matter what you do, if it's re-aggressing or picking new spots here, they're grouping up at the A ramp. Could be a very powerful attack.
Yeah, might just go right ahead and try to play the trade game. Put that op in front, get the 1-point kill, set Blame up to trade perhaps. Molotov goes deep jungle. It's really Shox who may be set up here. Poison crosses over. He's gonna try to plant behind Triple, and Blame's ready for the peek, but he's still got cover. So it's all in the post plant, 1 versus 2. He has no utility, but same can be said for Vitality. Off the top of stairs comes ZywOo. He's going to understand that this player has gone on the retreat.
Oh, if someone drops a shot, he gets a free kill.
It's going to take a hell of a headshot, though.
Oh, whoa.
There's one for you, ZywOo.
A sliver, like a centimeter, a couple millimeters. He basically had to, I don't even know, probably saw the radio on his shoulder and decided to aim for the head through the wall.
Yeah, called in his own airstrike.
Right.
But there it is, Vitality on the board with both of the ops that they went for in the investment here this round. Big kills from ZywOo, shaving 1 off of Palace, stopping Obo.
This is a tough angle to cover, obviously, so it's nice that Shox comes in very slowly, and yeah, wow.
Yeah, little shoulder.
Wow. Could have actually tagged him without killing him, if it wasn't a headshot, so that's something to note. But if it's going to be a round they win barely, just off of something, a very special moment, you could say that Complexity had the same luck in a previous rifle round. So now we're on even footing. Everyone else having to spend their money as well. Important swing round here. 1 to 4, and it looks like the nades are coming over on the A site. Nobody's at mid.
Yep. Big commitment, big execution. Alex, though, he's behind the firebox. Curious to see whether Complexity go ahead and check this config. Oh man, he's not even gonna pull the trigger yet. And this is beautiful because with the bomb being dropped, now Vitality can just hold off and really let Alex milk this if he's even needed. Another frag picked up, this time by ZywOo, to get them that man advantage. And you can see him, check his face, calming, telling. Now he makes his move, he lines up 3 and takes them all. Wow. Excellent patience from Alex.
That was crazy. Sometimes it never works out that way. It never actually works out that way, and it pans out that way today for Alex. Really nicely done. Just carefully coming out so we can see the X-ray, all 3 players in his crosshairs. Would have loved to know what an op could have done there.
Yeah.
But that he'll take that.
Kebab.
300 damage.
You know, funnily enough, he pulled that same stint versus NaVi with a Mac 10 deep banana. So if we have to praise Alex for anything, it's patience this weekend.
Whoa, this is a fast beat, but look, there's 3 in the site. 2 are gonna push off Cat, but they're rushing it.
So much fire at their feet. Obo to 31 health, so that's an easy first pickup from RPK. Shox shaves 1 off, and RPK still comfortable on this bomb site. So many bodies falling around Vitality as they take their 3rd round.
Wow, I don't know if they were anticipating a fast B play. I wonder if they were going to go 2 off Cat there and think about how they could control mid, leave 1 person in the B site, and then as soon as Complexity decided to rush, be like, whoa, we've already got yeah, that's great. They've got the setup. Yeah, I wonder if that round went on a little bit longer, what would have happened there for Vitality's setup. But you could say that they cover that option as well. If they go off of Cat, they've still got 2 players very fast rotate, and it's maybe the same fate for Complexity. We don't know, and it looks like they might go ahead and try something similar, though. We've got Rush at A ramp. What kind of nades do we have to work with? He can't throw any kind of fake, but he can be used as a body bait. We know they're posturing up for the B hit, and it looks like he's about to make presence. Let's see how it pans out.
Just needs a head to pop. RPK, another one, same position. Mirrored image of the last round, just less to work with for Complexity. So it does very much feel like they're about to give away a 4th round, allow Vitality to tie things up. Yeah,
Was that a head spotted? Oh, well, it will be now.
Oof. Head spotted. Head shotted. Shocks. Dropped, but Apex trades it, and Poison walks unknowingly into his death. So now the pistol's picked apart.
See,
RPK, one after another.
That's what we're talking about, right? Like, he is so good at staying in the same position, but still continuing to win duels. Like, all these players coming out to pre-fire him, they're coming from different angles, but it's his favorite spot. He's going to hold on to it. He's really, really strong rifling in those positions.
And on top of that, did a really good job of letting that cat player kind of take attention at one point. You know, when they were just facing the window at first, they were looking for him, but he hid. Then you get the attempt off of Catwalk. It dies. And RPK comes back in with the win. So 4 rounds apiece. Complexity have lost their lead.
I like the tempo change that we saw from Complexity to make it a fast B. I think they got a little bit unlucky with the initial setup from Vitality because I think they did have them focusing on mid. But we move into the next round, and I think it's just important that Complexity have thrown in a fast round just for conditioning's sake, right? If a team does a default every single round, then the other team is going to hold grenades for as long as possible. So it's good that they at least have them scared, even though it did cost them a round. It was on some type of force buy, so it's not the worst case in the world for Complexity. But it looks like we're back to regular antics. We've got a couple of players up at mid, 2 in the B halls, and here again, they're going to beg the attention of Vitality on Cat in window and in connector. But it looks like for the meantime, it's ZywOo on a one-man mission. Blame F trying to subvert the defense by going underpass, and Poison holding it down in halls. He's going to spot and know now where RPK is holding from. It's a scary thing for him because he can only do so much about it.
It's also scary to think that even if that smoke grenade were to fade, he may have to clear those corners slowly. So it would take so much time if he were to commit over towards this B apps that maybe the team gets bogged down. For that reason, they've moved him to pick up bomb and join his teams at the bottom of mid.
It's a little bit too wide on the scope.
Yeah, but now that flashbang, he's in an awkward position to, no surprise, Rush able to pick up that first one, but a headshot versus Apex too. He falls back as Alex starts to swing this closer to an even keel. Obo's position known as he jumps over. Rush with 3 kills this round. Let's see if RPK can do it again. He gets that first headshot, and he moves deeper into the bomb site, finds the next layer of cover until Obo drops him and leaves Shocks with everything to do.
He can only do it so many times. And we look at the X's on the map, we see that there's so many deaths. There are 3 all at the A ramp as Vitality struggle to make an adaptation. This is a symptom of the mid control. And because Rush was so fantastic there, it looked like they were going to win. Now, it's actually Shocks in the 1-on-2. Is this possible, Connor?
Yeah, I think so, Mo. Obo maybe giving him a slight chance to work with if Shocks wants to take it. Bomb already a quarter of the way gone. He's got himself an incendiary, which very well could play into Blame F's position. Yeah, he's back on Firebox. So if he mollies him out, flushes the first frag, and then just has to focus with Rush, who has 23 HP, that would be wonderful, but he has played the time so low, and he gets nothing instead. Complexity take their 5th.
And his P250 is a little bit busted, isn't it?
Wow. Shooting blanks.
My goodness. Yeah, he could have tossed that. If he tossed the incendiary first, he doesn't know if it's Firebox, but if he tossed the incendiary first, we've got a real clutch on our hands. Shocks obviously has some of the best clutch statistics of any player in CSGO history.
This from Rush.
Yeah, and this is just such a, man. And again, he's getting the kills funneled into him, right? Maybe Vitality realized like this is their favorite adaptation.
Fair.
But first of all, great flash for himself because all of that could have been for nothing if ZywOo just gets the op shot right away.
Or if ZywOo's not even playing that aggressive. But I have to feel like Connector being pressured. We've seen ZywOo float in jungle, watch Palace, fire a bullet, and then be kind of scared about Connector. Well, this time he tries to circumvent that, pushes forward to the forefront of the bomb site, and even then, he's dropped. This time, empty-handed.
So much money here for Vitality. Like they haven't bought any of the guns this round, but they've got 3 players that have over 9K. So they're going to be able to buy everything they want. It's going to be good to see them with a full utility belt. Would like to know if they're going to try a double op setup again. But I think the main issue is utility and mid control for them. So if one thing that they haven't tried that they maybe could is something aggressive at mid. ZywOo himself, who plays connector, like let's contrast it with Stewie, who plays connector. When he plays connector, he's all over the place. ZywOo has been a lot more timid in some sense. He's getting really frisky on the A ramp, but not so much out at mid, not in front of the smoke, not looking for the cross kills. Blame F has shown himself a couple of times. though sometimes the complexity flashes can really assist in helping them get to top boxes. Some more aggressive nades to the top of mid, with ZywOo being more present here could make a difference. He's going to get into CPL. Great flashes, though, from Complexity. Pushes him back a bit, and then Config absolutely destroys him.
Yeah, you called it. A little bit of aggression coming out of Vitality, but unsuccessful. RPK, he knows Catwalk's compromised, so he's going to try to cheat his way into the apartments. Poison with his op, taking Apex out of the window and establishing a 5v3.
Yeah, and you'd think this round is over, but you can't call it too soon. RPK in these moments is, I feel like when he's got less people talking to him, it's when he shines the most. Bomb comes his way. He's standing close smoke here. He doesn't need help to do well in this spot, so that's something. 71 HP, let's see what he's made of.
You know, normally it takes a crew of 5 to man a tank, but this one's a one-man show. Oboe gonna walk right into it. There's the headshot. Ooh, tough spot though for him to do anything better. He was pinned in, and Config finds timing versus Shock, standing in no man's land. It's just gonna leave them to ask themselves where his Alex got off to. Well, he is on a hard flank, and Bomb will be down by the time he arrives.
Not even worth going for, obviously. Alex probably just trying to get a free kill if possible. But once they let him know that they have him locked down, he's just going to fall back. It's going to be a tough save. What's interesting about this round, obviously, is, well, just how important ZywOo's death is, because Config takes his spot in CPL, doesn't pick up his op, just sits in that position, and then once his teammates execute on B, comes through in the perfect timing and kills the second player in the site. So that goes so well for Complexity. They're playing very simply in a sensible, practical way. And I feel like Vitality, once again, could be doing more at mid. Although we have ZywOo in a better spot, they do a great job of neutralizing him by flashing him off, first of all, off the cat jump, and then when he falls off, they flash him again back into CPL. And then Config, he seems very prepared for that peek because he knows what his flashes cover, and so he figures, I can pre-fire this angle. This is the position that you have to fall back from because of our flashes that we threw when we came up mid.
Big brain information gains. ZywOo, awkward spot for him again, trying to find space to work with within these smokes. Gotta say, man, the flashbangs and the consistency in these smoke grenades from Complexity, that's gotta be so hard to handle. Vitality coming out of the gates and just blind in terms of what the hell is going on.
So here's the scary part, right? If you look at the CTs right now, Cat's the only player that can play by himself and get information at the same time. The two players in Connector, they have to go either re-aggress or fall back into very passive spots, which makes the entire map, a lot weaker. Now they've gone and scouted things around. Nobody's at mid from Complexity to jump into the window, So this come down to Alex here under the balcony, but he's got a crossfire as well.
He's not gonna get anything. ZywOo still just holding on the trigger, but he will miss the shot. It was Apex who got one off the top of the stairs. Config, late play from middle, dropped by RPK as the two Cat players try to come into the mix, but it's an even 3v3. And ZywOo still patient as ever. Poison honed in on him, looks away at the worst possible moment. But this retake, still not happening. ZywOo, he's given away that jungle control. He's gonna come over, play shoulder to shoulder with Shocks. Both CTs starting to work into the bomb site. They dink the Opper, and Shocks takes Oboe. But Poison, with low health, still manages one. Blame takes two, and that's it. It's Vitality to close the distance yet again. 5 rounds to 6.
Much better, obviously, great retake. And it comes down to the wire on this defuse. It seems like he's got it for sure, but yeah, it's about to turn green. But at the end of the day, RPK saves it. Now, for Complexity coming across the A site, they get the Alex trade no problem. I thought maybe they're in a spot where they could have abused the fact that they had everybody pushed off of mid, and if they had somebody in window, that could have been a flank. They did come back with somebody. I think it was Config who came back to try to take a fight. He loses that duel. Could have been a critical duel. But more than that, I think they still had good odds to win after Alex dies. It's just that they don't have the smokes to go down right side site for the two players who were watching window. You know, they didn't even watch the cross and trade out Alex right away. So there's a chance to avoid them completely. Again, now we're back to mid. Oh, what? He just gets spammed down in the connector.
How?
Is that what just happened with the AK?
Joey, I want that one.
We're gonna have to save that. Yeah, that's insane. Headshot through the wall. ZywOo tries to take a peek. Alex just replenishes his spot immediately. He's like, okay, well, I've got to pick up the slack.
And the op. Will Poison peek back into it, though? That's the bigger question. I'm telling by the quantity of bullet holes in the wall there. You know, one of those is ZywOo's death.
Look at Apex. Oh.
She comes stampeding to the top of middle. Ooh, but Config goes one better.
Great reactions.
2 crisp headshots. And a lurk out from Blame F, but Alex is making noise. He sees the barrel, and that's all it takes. Now, information gained. He knows exactly where Shox is at, but he can't best him in the duel, so the 1 versus 4 is possible, albeit improbable. Rush comes up and seals the deal.
These complementary frags that are happening are just so impressive from a mechanical standpoint. Config on that second kill. I think Shox as well, the frag he got, and this is just a pre-fire through the smoke.
Poison.
ZywOo wasn't even ready to play, right? He was just in the waiting room, but
Nice.
turns out you can get killed in the lobby. He was just chilling there in connector, waiting for the round to start, and gets destroyed. That's nuts, and it's like a unraveling of a ball of yarn. After that kill, Alex takes his spot, but nobody does anything good enough to bring the control back into Vitality's hands.
Right, you had already lost your top mid push, you had lost your cap player. That cap man could have been holding underpass for Blame F's walkout. Like you said, starts to unravel, just like the rounds now. As suddenly, Complexity, full steam ahead into this A bomb site. They clear it with just 1 loss. And every time Vitality seemed to take that step to close the gap in score mo, nope, Complexity have other ideas. 8 rounds to the 5 of Vitality. That is a comfortable 3-round lead on the T side of Mirage.
And look at this, it's already desperate measures. They are going to go for the Falmus buy, half armor, another round potentially where they don't have a good enough utility to pull it off. They've got decent grenades. They don't have any kits to work with. Complexity have the memo here. They have a good read on the situation, and they can get the bomb down. There's so many dark times here for Vitality. Potential push into the A halls. Once again, long grenades. You've got to do something like get close to choke points or take more map control. If I'm Vitality, I'm very scared to get this close to Palace and this close to A ramp without my mid control once again, because we know that that threat is there from Complexity to just crack connector ride open. So we'll see if they attempt the push or if they just hold it. But they might be relying here on Apex to make sure that they're clear in connector. Let's see if the connector pressure forces anybody out of position. Yeah, they're running the same strat.
Another smoke goes down just as Shox was looking and hoping for information. None of that is gained. Well-timed flashbang. Poison. Oh, lucky to be alive perhaps, but Rush, he's only going to get himself 1. ZywOo, good cover. Now, there it is. Spam from Oboe. Takes the man advantage back up for Vitality. Blame, he's going to try to late lurk from underpass again. Poison's position should be known. Remember, he took that first contact and Shox catches Blame in mid. So it's a clutch attempt. And a warning shot over the bow. Shox drops him from staircase. Vitality finding 6.
Not bad for what they had to work with, was it? Yeah, and you think Complexity coming in with that strat again, that's the setup they wanted to find. They wanted to see they had somebody holding for the Palace push and A ramp push. Good flash from Vitality at first on the A ramp. You know, they got that free information off, so they had an idea of what was to come. But yeah, Complexity. I think they knew that they were going to get those kills, and they couldn't pull it off. So we'll now move into the last round of the half. Vitality slightly back on their feet. Complexity still looking strong. And can I just say there's been great frags on both sides.
Yeah.
There have been really fantastic frags that make me feel confident that everybody feels good this game.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that ring rust we've been talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, the land jitters are off. It looks like Complexity are looking to continue what they brought yesterday.
And I think that kind of naturally happens when there's so much on the line. You know, it's not opening matches in the group anymore. This is the winner of the match going straight to the spring finals.
Here it is, folks. Round 15.
One last chance for Vitality to close that distance. They've done a really good job at staying just a couple steps behind Complexity. It was both teams to win 4 in a row, and then they've been trading 2-1. But here it is, full-blown execution onto the A site. Oboe blinded in its entirety. RPK trying to get a flash off. That should set up Apex, who peeks for 2 kills. but it's the Tetris man to drop him. Blame stepping up, and Shock stepping through the smoke with just another. All on Alex yet again, and he is nowhere to be found.
He's so far, he has no comms that he can use at this point. He just knows that they're all over the A site. He's moving in a little bit late. Poison drops an op shot. There's a chance here for Alex as he collects a little bit more data.
He has the second known, sprays him down, but swapping to the pistol, is that gonna be enough? No, sir. Complexity 9-6 at the end of their T side. Hot damn. What an opening start to this best of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's catch our breaths and come back with the second half.
All right, we've just seen Blame F take on the Aim Chicken Challenge presented by Betway, and now it's time for Glaive. So Glaive, can you tell me what the rules are?
The rules, okay, so we have 3 chickens. They're different sizes, and the small one is giving you 15 points. That's the best one. It's also the hardest one. Then we have the medium one. It's 10 points, and the biggest one is 5 points.
Okay, and what happens if you hit a barrel?
Yeah, then you're losing 5 points.
I think you did that better than me. He's going to take my job. But so what are your tactics going to be for this challenge?
I think I'm gonna aim for the medium one because it's furthest away from the barrel. I don't want any minus points, not today.
Perfect. Okay, let's see how Glaive gets on. Okay, so Shox has just said he bets for 50 points. What do you think you're going to get? More?
I mean, if I can not get third, I would be really happy. Of course, I tried it before, but still, I want to beat Blame F, right?
Want to beat Blame F? Okay, that's the goal. So you need to get more than 40 then. Do you think being an in-game leader, being a tactical genius, is that going to help you in this?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't think so, to be honest. I think you need to have really good aim, and that's not like my skill. So
okay, we're about to find out. So. As always, you have 90 seconds on the clock, so I'll reset the timer. And on 3, you can start throwing the darts. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Take my time.
Take your time. You've got loads of time. 90 seconds. Oh, it's a strong start. We'll count that. We'll count that.
Okay,
No, we count it. We count it, Shox.
No.
What is going on?
So only 10.
20.
All right.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, I'm breaking.
Broke the dart.
30.
Okay. Yeah.
Now we miss.
A minute left. Oh, close. Last dart.
No.
What is that?
No, final dart.
Oh, you said it! 50!
50.
Let's go!
And you got 50. Shox. Yes. You should predict tournaments or the lottery.
Vitality first.
Easy win for Vitality, but there you go. Glaive said he didn't want to come third, and he's achieved that.
Yes.
50 points of beating Blame F by 10. How do you feel, Blame F, about that?
Terrible.
Sad.
Absolutely terrible.
He's probably still gonna come second.
Some fighting talk here. So Glaive has no confidence in Shox's ability to beat 40, but we're about to find that out, so stay tuned.
Sure. You want to push it?
Yeah.
They're coming out. 2, 1, go. I cannot plant. Jungle clear. We have jungle.
Not for many.
Nice. I'm going behind them.
Nice.
I'm behind CT. I'm behind CT. He's ticket. I'll get him. Nice. Sick boys.
That, ladies and gentlemen, Complexity picking up the pistol round on their T side of Mirage. They used that momentum to get the 4-0 start. It was taken away. We were tied at 4 rounds apiece, Launders, and we ended with Complexity on the winning side of the offense. 9-6 as we get ready for second pistol.
Yeah, it's like a decently strong half, but if you look at the quality of the rounds, I'd say they played fantastic. I think Vitality did a good job of trying to keep up, but they were constantly one step behind, and it really feels like Complexity have got a lot more in the books. I think there's a chance here that they can really surprise. Could you first of all, could you imagine if they top group here in the group of death? That would be, oh my gosh, there would be egg on everyone's face.
4 O's, the group of death.
All right, let's... Yeah, screw it. Why not, man? Let's go. I'm down.
All aboard. Well, it is not there yet. Not nearly. Team Vitality, we know what they are capable of. And they are going to milk the pistol. Bomb still sitting at the depths of top mid. But there's the opening kill, RPK. He flirts out a ramp.
Yeah, he launched the missile from a ramp. That's the P250 coming into play, obviously. Ooh. Look how spread Vitality are. They have so many options here. We can know what they're going to do, but they might not even know. Look at the player they're tethering off of. It's Apex. They'll start to work back towards him, so we know now it's B, but so do Complexity.
If Vitality take more time, then maybe Complexity second guess this. Or if these two players go in first and then really make it feel like it is a rotation back to A, yeah, ZywOo. He's meant to just be that late lurk, but here's Blame with the kill versus bomb. Oh, that was up through underpass. We didn't even catch it. Amidst all of this, they now have the information and they're starting to get the kills. A 3 versus 2 with 30 seconds left. They could sprint this bomb towards A, and that's exactly what they're going to try.
Poison, they can hear it. They can hear it for sure. They know the rotation's coming in. Will they be a step too late? The spot is out from Obo. He doesn't realize that they've crossed past Connector. Poison will have to take the round into his own hands. Spot someone crossing. Bomb cannot go down. 10 seconds remain.
They have to kill him. They have to kill him first, or else he peeks on the plant. And now, Alex with everything to do. 4 seconds. It's gone.
Wow.
Complexity take double digits. Complexity take both pistols.
Wow, they make magic happen there. That was a fantastic round from Complexity. I was wondering how they pulled everyone off the A site and felt so comfortable going over to B. They almost bit hard on the fake, but it was Blame F in the underpass to go and clear B out early. He was going to get the information on whether or not it was a fake, and here he is spotting the bomb carrier.
Damn.
The Galaxy brain of Complexity, the IGL of the team, and the one who really brought this pistol round together. So now we're back on pistols for Vitality. Sad scenes here for them, 6-10, and they don't have a single piece of utility to their names.
No, without that bomb plant, because of Poison, kind of playing the thorn in their side, but whoa, that's a fast boost, and it's gonna give them a scout to play off of. It's instantly taken back, however. Blame in the right place at the right time, yet once more. He's found 4.
Money, money, money.
So much cash.
Yeah, all those caps for the best possible price. They make so much money on that round. It's all going into and just feeding those MP9. So now we look at the round. What will be the makeup of the guns here? They're going to be once again struggling on grenades slightly. It looks like Apex can buy, whatever gun he wants, but then make a sacrifice on utility. So will this be a short round from Vitality? That's going to be the most curious part. Complexity can pull out a lot of options as well, and they'll waste no time. Up the A ramp, not a single nade. That one flash to come over top.
Ooh, Rush. That's a rough one. Nobody would want to be in his position. MP9 versus 3 members of Vitality on ramp. And Alex, excellent timing there from the underpass flank. ZywOo, hot entry versus Config. This A site has fallen.
Wow, unfazed. They are unfazed with how fast they moved on that round. Rush was literally sitting at Dennis on the side of the wall by himself on the A site with an MP9. He had no idea there was even the potential threat that Vitality pulled that strat off. So a strong call by them, obviously. And I guess they realized that Complexity didn't have to upgrade too many guns. So maybe trying to bank on that. And then further, they're in a position, again, where they have been very often, which is one where they don't have a lot of utility to work with. So they themselves didn't have many options. Like, they couldn't make that a long round. You can't really get mid-control for real without having multiple smokes, and they were only, I think, down to 2 out of spawn. And it could have been a B rush if they wanted to, but either way, it was fast, and that's kind of what we anticipated, but Complexity didn't. So the difference now is a little bit slimmer. The upgrades will come in for Complexity. They've still got lots of money to work with, it seems. Or no, whoa, actually they do not.
There will be
maybe a couple more rebuys than I had initially expected. Can we take a look at how many rebuys they had in these past couple of rounds?
Just the one.
This is the 2 deaths. Yeah, interesting.
Cash just wasn't all there for them.
Yeah, it didn't work out too well. So they're going to take the M4 and try to make the most of that. They've got Rush on the MP9 already in the halls in a much safer space. It's going to hear a couple nades going the way of his A-ramp players, but there's not 5 A-ramp this time.
It's a big opening for Vitality as well. Remember, only 2 players dropped in the last round. So they too racking up a bit of cash here, and they're going to find that one deagle of Complexity on this B site. They managed to avoid the M4, circumvent the MP9. No issue whatsoever. Even the follow-ups at this point, it's just going to be the USPs. Complexity, knowing what's already gone, that M4 is so valuable to them.
Yeah, interesting to see like just how poor exactly Complexity are, but they'll have some more to work with. Another strong round here from Vitality.
It's an upgrade. A little Krieg for Rush.
I'm curious about the Betway odds, actually. We think about this now. Vitality are favored.
Of course.
Wow, yeah.
Again, this is the match result, not just the map result. Starting off here on Mirage. You know, Complexity, they were really cheeky with that Vertigo pick yesterday versus Astralis. Oh, no, excuse me. Really cheeky in the sense that they got Astralis to pick Vertigo, a map they wanted to end up on. So it's almost like they had 2 map picks. We start on Mirage, we move to Inferno, and maybe we'll end up on Overpass.
That helped out quite a bit.
It's a good chance for everybody to buckle in. We find ourselves with a pause.
We know that Complexity are not going to get caught off guard by another fast play, whether it's A ramp or B. But it's good that Vitality have gotten to a position where they're going to expel a little bit more utility than they're comfortable with in the beginning, just to make sure, just to be sure of it. We haven't seen what Vitality can do with mid control if they decide to take that early on in their default. And other than that, there's so much. This is kind of an establishing shot here for Complexity on the CT side, because they never had a full gun round. In this round they'll have an op. This round they won't have any MP9s to work with. And so we'll learn a lot more about how comfortable they are in this half. So we round out this timeout that was taken. And we move into full swing config, and Rush have compromised a little bit on the utility they have to work with. Alex comes out with a dry peek at mid. There's no offer to meet him. Oh my god, BlameF is going to have almost had another thing coming with that peek into connector. They're doing a lot of things dry, which is kind of interesting.
It's confident, it's dangerous, but so is config. There's his first one. Knowing that there are more players inbound, he tries to lock it down, but he can't, so it falls onto the shoulders of Obo. And he's got himself just the one. Did some decent follow-up damage there. Apex on 52, but regardless, the B site belongs to Vitality, and they're going to punch in this bomb.
Look at how many grenades are still being held by Vitality. They have so much to work with that smoke, the 2 flashes, the HE. They have a good chance in this post plant. They didn't spend anything on mid, and Shox comes out with a kill, not having to use a piece of utility himself, and that is going to be round locked up here as Vitality take another full rifle.
That is the round, the kill from Shox versus Blame that convinces Complexity to fall off of it. You know, it's a classic. 3 versus 3. You know you've done some damage. You're still holding on to some utility. You understand the value of what you have to lose. But they had already let some of these rounds slip by. They understand Vitality are closing this distance.
This is just not something that can continue to happen for the rest of the half. But because they win these rounds early, they can put them away and then move on to what you would see as a more typical T-side half with brand new strategies. So there's a lot for them to work with, and that's a nice way to create this to create like a proper comeback where you have so many rounds where you have to be creative, right? Like not having a great first half put them in a position where they need like 9 T rounds to be able to come back and win. So. Whoa, BlameF, easy first kill. That's a deagle shot in the head of Apex, who is trying to come out A ramp.
Yep.
Interesting. He decided to do that really quickly, yeah.
And that sets up Poison. We talked about how just last round you mentioned Vitality doing a lot of things dry right now. Well, there was no smokes up to prevent Poison from going for that peak. So he extends us into the 5 versus 3. Obo also on the Desert Eagle here at the back of the B bomb site. Config, he is by his side with even less to work with, but Shox caught switching guns, and this is enough for Config to at least burn some time off, but they will still find comfort here. Oh! Zywoo peeking into Poison, popping him with the AWP. Alex understands the flank's compromised, so he ejects through the window down onto site and wants to get closer to the man in market. That's Rush, who just picked up a kill and pushes the in-game leader of Vitality to the clutch. Off of the Molotov, he tries, but he's denied. Complexity finding a round.
If Alex gets through the window, we've got a fresh 1v1, right? Anything can happen at that point. That's crazy that Rush does that off of the jump across just to bait out of a shot. That is nuts. Complexity win the ego. I feel like Vitality were in the mode where they were just doing what works. They got away with the drive.
Yes, they got away with it 2-3 times. They tried it once more, and this time it cost them.
Yeah.
Blames Deeg, poisons Op, and then chaos on this B site.
The thing is, it's a much more risky round to do it on because Complexity are on the eco.
Of course,
so,
less to lose.
Yeah, it's like why would you split up so thinly versus all these pistols in individual duels? Like that's kind of what they want.
It's a momentary lapse of focus. You saw the utility go down instantly after Poison got that AWP pick, but they gave him a long enough window of time for him to capitalize on it.
Nice setup on the B site. They've struggled to defend there versus the fast cap plays in general. There they have Config, who plays a patient baiting game as his teammate gets a kill and he waits for that USP trade. That was nice by him. They delayed just a little longer after that as well. We're going to have no ops this round here for Vitality, and they certainly had the option. So something of interest to point out here. ZywOo's decided not to pick up the op. Config going aggressive with the op on Cat, dodging flash as best he can, but he'll end up eating one when all is said and done. Nade falls a little bit short. Could have been 2 to the top of boxes and done a ton of damage, but they aren't thrown strong enough.
Man, utility being thrown all over, but that is a readjustment from Poison that primes Complexity here in a 5v4.
Yeah, like lightning. Hits that shot in and out. He falls back into the site, and now Vitality have to regroup, reorganize, because it looked like they were going to follow up on that trade, maybe attack the B site once again. Here now, they wait for Complexity to make a grave mistake, and this is not something that they have any reason to do. And there's not any reason for us to believe that they're going to do something stupid. They've been pretty good in these 5v4 situations.
Yep.
Blame F again. When you look at this setup, he's the one player who has 2 things to worry about. That's connector and window, and he's the one who maybe is going to move, if anything.
If needed. Like you said, there's no reason to believe Complexity should fumble this. They have played with discipline, and they're going to need it now more than ever. 35 seconds. And you know Vitality are coming to this B-bomb site. Yeah. Apex, he's going to try to get that flashbang over. Poison, before being blinded, topples one, and he's ready for the next. It's a duo of ops. Oh, it's a thing of beauty. Jesus. 3 from Poison, 1 off Config. Looked like Vitality never stood a chance.
Yeah, they just put up a wall. There was no chance to get through it. That was it. They just looked through the window, and that's how you think about the B site. This window that you have to cross, the only one that you can jump out of. Here's a shot that you need to hit. And it's the guy who started off the round, the guy who also locks it up, and the guy who was so sick in yesterday's series versus Astralis. It's your boy, Poison.
Poison, man. I mean, just for him to go for that, the deep B apps line of sight, that's a warning shot, if anything. He re-peeks into ZywOo, who was ready for him. ZywOo! And yet still adjusts the crosshair in time, but here we go. Looking to sink their teeth into the B site. Config's gonna do good damage, but it's just pistols, and he is overwhelmed. ZywOo taking 2, of course. Those P250s. Deadly.
Oh, no, not only is that entry, you think that entry is what locks it up. He'll jump through, grab the op, take out the other opper, the guy who just shut them down last round, and make it a 4-on-2. It should have been him dying after getting a single kill, and now it's suddenly Vitality to not only win the round, keep 4 alive, own a round that they save, and kill everybody on Complexity. Blame F, the only one left over.
And it's, I mean, what an analogy. Complexity, the round before, played textbook on the B site. They're doing everything correctly. It looked great, but that is the ZywOo factor. That's what Vitality have in their back pocket.
Yeah, it's a good, it's something we talked about, and he's not going up against an opper either. He takes out the opper first, then transfers after getting a headshot into killing somebody who's shooting back at him. 1 bullet, he's dead. 1 bullet, he's dead, and Vitality probably lose that round, 9 times out of 10. But that's not the version of reality that we get to see. Yeah, Op goes down first. All Obo needed to do is hit 1 of those bullets. But of course, ZywOo's got to make it so efficient. Just hit every single bullet himself with a sidearm, no less. Insane stuff, yeah. 10-13, Vitality definitely back into this. They've gotten into double digits. We're too far away from the end of the map to call it. It looks like they've already made a decision about how to play this round.
What an awesome time for that to come out of nowhere as well. Just going to keep Complexity on their toes. Ooh, and here's Poison with Rush combining on the A site, but caught fumbling. And that's going to cost them. Bomb not yet picked back up. Shox wants to play the after plant towards ramp. ZywOo's gonna give the cover here from Palace, and Complexity have a chance to work their way over. Yeah. Nobody yet over towards Ticket. Oboe blind frag through smoke. Not gonna hit the mark. Apex, he'll try. Again, insignificant. The dodge. The bullets just zing by, and Oboe's position known. Here comes Apex traded. He tries to make something happen. He's gonna leave his team 2 versus 2. There's still plenty of utility. They could even smoke off this bomb and then some. You see Vitality wary of a flank that is non-existent, and BlameF's now got his sight. He's crossed on over, and he's covered inside of the smoke. He's not yet on that bomb, but it doesn't matter. They've got both kills, and it's gonna come down to the wire. Ooh, they nail it. 14 rounds for Complexity.
Damn, they pull it off. I wonder if it made sense for Apex to be that far out in the 3v2. I love how they exploded onto the site, and then they pulled back and paused, waited, threw their smokes down, connector and jungle, and then decided to attack again. But Apex starts to string out, moving into jungle, looking for 2 kills, and ends up going 1 for 1. This gives them a chance back into the round. As you pointed out, there was enough utility to make that feasible for the CTs. Could have been a bit risky there. Can't pin it to one player's mistake or decision to be aggressive. Could have been a calm for him to try to go out and make something happen. We don't know, but you know, you certainly think in that 3v2 they have a chance to win, just holding back. Either way, it's Complexity now teetering on a win here on Mirage. They're up to 14. Luckily for Vitality, they've got more than enough money to put together a healthy buy. They have the op in play. Everybody else has got the guns and utility they need. What is the strategy? We've seen so many different things so far. A lot of them have been fast, and a lot of them have been very light on grenades, so I wouldn't even call that a negative for them. They've been able to catch Complexity off guard, because it seems like Complexity, they feel like, are just too prepared for these telegraphed smokes and flashes that come cascading over into their sights. Instead, they just try to run out and take fights instantly. It works out really well. But now we've got a stringent default. Look at the position of the bomb. It's not in anyone's back, so they're not trying to execute quickly. In fact, that the closest man to get it, I mean, he's got his hands full right now. Top mid, spotting, waiting for pushes. RPK could potentially go grab it.
Yeah, Vitality, they start this round spread as thin as possible. RPK goes for the underpass escort, doubles back, ensures that Apartments hasn't been pushed by Complexity. And we haven't seen Complexity nearly as aggressive as Vitality at times, and I think that's fair. That's fine. They've done an excellent job of just anchoring bomb sites.
Look at this. It's just a smoke exchange. All of the bait grenades are coming out for both teams. This can favor Vitality. BlameF, however, gets a man advantage. I'll take that over a few pieces of smoke any day. What a shot from Poison.
But he gets caught. Blindsided by Shox, however, bomb, it's been taken. And a Molotov from Rush, that's just gonna allow for him to pin himself into the corner. He even has the gall to jump back across. But Shox knows that there are sharks circling in the water. A follow-up frag grenade that does 0 damage. Shox is gonna get tagged up from behind as Config decides to go over his smoke, and now they know where both are. Vitality's members called out and taken down. That's Complexity, 15-10.
Yeah, they were just getting circled that entire point after they got the kills on the A site. BlameF, opening frag in CPL, so critical, and then it just tumbles from there. Again, Complexity went around cleanly after making it a 5v4 nice and early, but just such a beautiful moment there from Poison, showing how calm and patient he is, and just how accurate in general. Like, he's always going to hit that shot if you give him a bit too much time.
You know, that millisecond before he pulls the trigger, that's like pulling the cork on the bottle and just enjoying the fine wine.
The aromas brought across the tongue.
And then,
oaky undertones.
Just splashes him on the top of Staircase. Awesome time for Poison to pull out that kill. And look at the result of this. Vitality relegated to an awful bye. But it's not over. 5 map points here on Mirage. They have the utility to make something of this.
They've done more with less, I want to say. They've been very good at working with what they've got. BlameF keeping an eye on window. Running up hard and then falling back quickly. Pressure on him. Connector players are out. Lots of footsteps being made. 2 headshots. Clean. Can he make it 3? It's actually Rush to join him in tandem, and that's it!
so clean from Complexity. 16-10 on Mirage. They are 3-0 in maps here in the Group of Death, a place that we thought they had no chance. They didn't even deserve to be, some said. Well, look at that.
Yes.
Eat your heart out, folks. We are done with map 1 and we are moving to Inferno. Vitality's life on the line. We'll be back after the break.
Flash every beak. Yeah, I'm flashing window. After that window boost. Sound. Running up to sound. Connect. Recon dead. Window dead. Nice!
Vitality,
nice.
yeah.
It's always nice
What's going
when
on
people win
there?
games, I've noticed.
Yeah, it is a cheerful thing. I mean, especially when they get to dunk on people like that too. So
a lot of that going on around here.
It felt like a pretty easy game, really, like a 16-10 scoreline. But when you were looking at the T rounds that this Vitality team were able to pick up, it was just like Strats were just popping on in, right, and trading out. And then once the bomb side's given up, it's like, oh, well, I guess we're gonna save. Or the retakes were quite difficult. I'm really impressed to see this double op setup of Poison and Config still working, right? Double opping on the B bomb side. What are we looking at right now?
Yeah. Poison, in particular, his aim is looking phenomenal.
And of course, one of the rounds when they had the double op set up was when Vitality doubled back and did in fact try to last second execute on the B, and it didn't work out too well for them. So yeah, I mean, first of all, Poison continuing his tear every time he's the best AWPer in the server. Zero actually not playing particularly well, I've got to say, reminiscent of Poison getting the better of Device. Like, so far, some storylines continuing on. Remember, the B bomb site's normally where you put your bad players to kind of hide them a little bit and hope that you can rotate back in. So the idea you just straight hold the site, that's pretty big time stuff. But we did say there's a universe in which, this is something I even said at the beginning of the tournament, that this is the team they can frag against, because it's the team that has problems getting fragging elsewhere than Ziwu. And as I said, when Ziwu himself has an okay game, remember the guy's allowed to have a map off every now and then, Vitality looks fairly powerless.
Yeah, look, when you look at everybody else in the server, right, they're coming out here, they were still contributing from the side of Vitality. Like, it's not like we're just seeing dead weight. Like, everybody was in the double digits. In the first half, it was pretty even fragging. Zywu was always still going to have his moments, and this is the thing. I think people need to understand, when we talk about Zywu, when we talk about Simple, when we talk about Elige, when we talk about Electronic, when we talk about Device, all these names, we hold them to the highest standard, right? So when we come in and say, he didn't have a great map, it's by their standards,
be the best player in the world.
Right? Yeah, exactly. We're not talking about him by everybody else's stats, just to make that clear for everybody at home. But one player that I was impressed with, and we pointed this out before, the stats were also backing this up, was Rush on Mirage. Had some impact, and he was finding entry frags, right? Which I remember this guy. Obviously, they won that E-League event over Astralis, and Rush was the MVP of that event, and that's when they were quite loose, and he was able to go in and find space. But here he was doing it in more of a methodical way, right? Counter-Strike has definitely changed since that tournament back then, and he's finding himself a place within the team. And one of the cool elements that we get to pick up with the comms is he's the guy keeping everybody calm. Yes. You know, when the moments are getting the better of him, it's like, guys, you know, he's saying, hey, calm it down, let's focus. And that's the thing. When we talk about these veterans, you don't think of him as necessarily a veteran, but he's been through, you know, North American Counter-Strike over a long period of time. We'll say it again. He won the major with Cloud9. So he's an accomplished player. We just never look at him as the star of a team. And here he's finished as with the most kills on point with Poison. And
actually, to kind of draw some allusions to when Stiko famously was in Mouse Sports and we found out some of the implied value he actually brought that you didn't know about coming. I have to say, and sometimes in this game, the guy who's the most silent is Poison, because he's just locked on his crosshair, he's an AWPer. He might be shy, he's Bulgarian, maybe he doesn't have the best English, I don't know. But Rush actually sometimes comms for him. And so that's one of those things that'll never show up on a scoreboard, but can really help the team's synergy. And so I have to say as well, one thing I didn't expect to continue on to now was the idea that they'd be playing so free. But I think Jason actually nailed it when we were watching in the green room. He just said, nice to win another scrim. Good pug, guys. It's like they're playing like it really is just a pug.
That last clip at the end there, that last round, one after the other. That's the kind of thing where you expect to get punished if you're Vitality. Sure. But one thing we do have actually is a quick interview here with Poison. So he doesn't call much on the server. Let's see if Banks was able to get anything out of him.
Complexity take Mirage, and I've got Poison with me here. And Poison, we've got to start off with these T-sides are becoming pretty damn amazing.
Yes, they are. We actually knew how they play, like in CT and T-side. Like we just anti-strat and play our game. We mainly focus on our game, so yeah.
And this preparation, right, it seems very key to you guys' success, but obviously it will take a lot of work of it as well. How different is this compared to previous teams you've been in?
Way different. Like we put way more hours into the game. Like we have way more to experienced players here. They know how to win. They know how to prepare, and that's it.
And you guys are winning. You guys are smashing it the whole way through. Even Zywu couldn't even match up this time around. Now, I'm going to bring up a tweet I made because Sponge said about it when this was back at WSG that you were one of the players to watch out for. Well, now you're thriving. So what is that? Is this just the help of Complexity, the system you're in? What do you think it's down to?
I mean, back there I had the confidence to just play my game and stuff and be aggressive and everything. But right here I have to change a bit. You know, I have to be a team player. Yeah, I mean, that's the main reason I'm here, right? Like to probably just play my game and play with my teammates, and just that's it.
And you seem so chill with it all. You seem really nice and relaxed even after a big win like that. So is this going to be a 2-0 now?
We hope so. Like we didn't win an Inferno game, like an official yet, but I think we can make that win here.
Well, you've only got official games here on LAN at least, so let's see if it happens, mate. Good luck going forward. Thank you.
Great interview there with Poison. And I mean, he's not wrong in terms of bringing the game across the board right now. everybody's playing to the strengths of complexity, which is fragging out on a map like Mirage, a bit more brawly. 4 of them, 2 of them were at 20 frags, 2 of them at 19 frags, and then Config was just bringing up the rear at 14. That's everybody doing their job across the board.
There's 2 statements he made there, right? It's play our own game, and we knew what they were going to do. They're obviously contradictory statements.
I heard
right?
you hold on to that one.
But with that, coming into this next matchup, if we want to take the second part of that, we know what they're going to do. If they were really prepared, if Keith has been able to do a really good job at prepping these guys on what to expect, Blame F putting in the hours watching the demos, well then the same thing can be looked at as what we saw them do yesterday on Vertigo to that of Astralis. There's no reason they can't come in and do the same thing now on Inferno against that of Vitality. Sure, they haven't won an official on it, but these guys are undefeated on land now, and they've only played against top 10 teams in the world.
What do we make of these Betway odds here that we've got? Already a change. Complexity.
Listen, let's not get crazy. The problem is, yesterday, as we said, there was information we didn't have, which is that they actually secretly were preparing Vertigo.
Yeah.
And they wanted a punish pick. That is not the case with Inferno right here. This is the punish pick based on the track record of this team so far in their careers. Meanwhile, the guys from Vitality are absolutely fine to play this map. It's obviously a map that they played yesterday, so I'm not particularly worried if I'm Vitality. I really do feel like this is the bounce back.
Okay, so Vitality still sticking with your prediction?
Yes.
All right, we're not changing up just yet, Sponge?
Yeah, I have to. Like, this is just, I haven't seen enough of Complexity. I'm impressed. I want to see more, but I have to stick with Vitality.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break, guys, and when we come back, we will be hopping into the second map between these 2 teams.
would have guessed that we'd find ourselves here? Complexity, one map over top of Vitality already in this series, and one map away from securing their spot at the Moscow Spring Finals.
You know, let's not get too excited, right? We saw them 2-0 Astralis yesterday. You think at the very minimum, if they're gonna make an upset happen that's that big, it's gonna go to 3 maps. Here, we should expect the same thing. You know, the other thing we just talked about is that yesterday we didn't get to see Inferno versus Astralis. We don't know what kind of beast that would have been for Complexity. This could have been very hard. Vitality have a lot of practice versus very good competition on this map.
Of course.
They have taken some big scalps. And this is a map Zaiwu, the man we're looking at right now, is extremely proficient with. He is good at he's pervasive on Inferno. He's everywhere. And I wouldn't expect that to change today either. So this is not going to be a simple ask. As good as Complexity looked on Mirage, I don't think that means that we can simply give them a pass in this series. We still potentially have a lot more to go, but it will start right here on Inferno.
The map that we would have wound up on had Astralis managed to win anything versus Complexity. It was not part of that series, but it most certainly is part of this one. Vitality and Complexity locking horns again.
Yes.
And never mind.
Okay. Got a couple of server issues. Good time for a story?
Great time for a story. You guys want to listen to this one?
Okay.
This was...
Well, I've been limping around because I pulled something in my calf muscle.
Yeah.
And so I limped all the way to a barber that was about 20 minutes away.
Yeah, we got our
On the way
haircuts
back,
today.
you almost peed your pants because you had to wait for me to come with you.
That's not important.
It was that bad of a limp. Oh no, I'm sorry. Shoot, we're in the pistol. I'll have to wait till later.
Sorry, guys.
We'll manufacture another tech pause and then come back to that story. Put a pin in that. We are into this map, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise.
Already into the apartments. Poison gonna go for the peak. Well-timed flashbang, but it is Alex. Fumble down the staircase and take him out of this round. A 5 versus 4 and pressure on Obo. He's inside of the bomb site. He's got himself just the one headshot. Rush also walks in, and it's the same situation. 1 kill, 1 trade, leaves Vitality with a man advantage.
Would love to see that kill be the reason that they win. It'd be unlikely. Still the 2v3. Great spots here for Vitality.
What is Apex doing? He was ready for that B flank. He let Blame walk by. However, okay, good. He does config with a 1-tap, and he is put down.
All right.
Vitality will win the pistol. Apex almost let Blame into that 2-man pinch.
Right.
But he doubled back towards short and shut it all down.
There was a chance there. That was such a nice shot from Rush. You love how patient he is behind that box. Center sight, he's waiting. He has a bullet to work with. He doesn't want to mess it up. He doesn't want to play the game where he's going and spamming back and forth. Instead, he just holds it for a second, takes RPK out like an assassin. And then, of course, it just goes from a 3v2 to the 2v1 to the 2v0 for Vitality. A nice pistol round. And their first of the series. Actually, it was Complexity to win both last map.
That is a fact.
A daunting stat.
And a scout shot rings out on mid. Doesn't hit the mark. So Vitality will continue their expedition up Banana.
Whoa, hold the phone. Okay, we've got a Deagle kill in. We've got damage done to Alex. Everybody grouped up on Banana. A smoke plumes in their face and panic starts to set in.
Excuse me, is that damage done by the scout?
That was 2 grenades that came over the half wall onto Banana.
Very nice. You know, the little... The small pieces in this equation that they did have, the scout, a couple nades, deagles, and good smokes. They section off config, and they do drop him. Poison, desperate, spamming some rounds through the smoke, and he's not going to hit the mark.
A worse team would have got scared in that situation, lost all that damage, the knowledge that they were there, the read, the nice deagle kill to top things off, but it's overall a very clean entry onto the site. Some damage dealt, but they have picked their spots. Our Complexity still moving in, though.
Ooh, Alex, he's going to come in from the flank, and these could be crucial kills, but now, suddenly, everything's in question. Obo dropping off 2 of the tag players. Shock, sure, he has 100 health, but he's in the back of this bomb site, and RPK's desperate in the pit. Oh, they've done it. Time?
He's on it. He's got it. Yeah, that's 10 seconds, but he's made it just in time. They're going to be able to pull out this round off the defuse. The dabs are out. 3 players up for Complexity, and they pull off the eco.
Insane. So, missing the scout shot down mid, it was the one dirty deagle from Config, this, followed by with the 2 grenades that had gone down Banana for damage. Obo killing Alex was so, crucial. So crucial.
Obo on a moment's notice comes through. That's, you know, Alex, he can play with his food there. He can shoot a little bit, fold back. He's not thinking he's gonna die. He's thinking, this round's done, I'm just gonna kill some people, make some money, take some pressure off my teammates, remove all the exit potential. And instead they lose headshot from Poison all the way down mid. Very clean flick from him.
Poison has been lights out with the lesser sniper. It was a headhunter versus Astralis.
You almost want to call a pause for Vitality after that round, you know, just to reset a second. They spend all their money here, move right into a buy. But they're not the ones with their heads on straight. They're the ones who are a bit rattled, you know? They've gotten hit in a place they didn't think they would. And as much as it's a nice thing that Vitality won the pistol, here's, you know, you can basically call it 3 for complexity, because stealing the back to momentum in the second round is worth maybe even more.
And the fact that there's a Krieg in play from ZywOo, so if they can take him down as well, that would be more weapons gained. MP9 from Rush off of the balcony. ZywOo would have to ace, and we know he most certainly can. Luckily for him, this is going to be an isolated duel versus BlameF. Nobody is here to help him. Ooh, but he offsets his crosshair, and it costs him. Complexity taking another.
Let's Connor. We all know there's no such thing as 1v5s. Only lost 5v1s.
Yeah.
And in this situation, there's all hope is lost. Complexity have been fantastic numbers up, regardless of if it's 4v1, 5v4. Their conversions on rounds where they've gotten the man advantage has been significant. They've had a great stat to their name in that regard, and they're not the team that's typically losing to ecos. They're one of the rosters that you'd expect that would be more susceptible to it with groups within this group, with teams like this, but that's just not happening. Another great shot here from Poison. Apex ends up taking him out with just a Glock, but there's more pressure as they come up mid and end up getting killed quickly. Whoa, hold on a second, RPK. He's found solace. He's in the back of the A site, ready to put the bomb down. 800 bucks for him and all of his friends. So at least there's that. How did he do that?
I think he just shifts into 6th gear, plows out the apartments.
Okay.
Crushes the barrels, smushes the boxes, and plants in the back of the bomb site. So you saw Obo laugh it all off. Complexity, you know, they know that they just gave some trimmings to Vitality here, but it was going to be a buy regardless.
Yeah. The money, you know, it's.
How's he fly? Okay.
Just comes out the halls. I mean, great opportunity to come out of the halls. Some people would be too scared to do that. Right. That's one choke point that wasn't being watched properly. It's not a bad round there. Just to point out from Vitality to be able to pull off the plant. This is after they pull out. They try to come back with the force buy. So this is a round where they have absolutely nothing to work with. So now they'll move in, and they'll grab a bunch of SGs. You can see Obo reeling his head back, like, you know, shouldn't have let that slip. But as you pointed out, a buy no matter what.
For the first time, Complexity now favored in the live odds. Leading 3-1 here on map 2, and BlameF just screws the gun round for Vitality.
Wow.
Were those both smoke frags?
Yeah, it might have been. I don't know for sure. Yeah, one looks like one's
that was
in
a
the
yes
smoke.
From Prius.
And
that's what that was.
We'll cue that up. I want to watch that, obviously, in slow-mo.
DJ, I understand you.
There's,
you freak.
This is what's going to happen sometimes. You're going to get spammed down at the bottom of Banana. It feels like over the last year, a couple of years, as Banana has developed a bit more, there's less tragic incidents where people are dying without seeing anyone.
Sure.
But at the same time, it's the name of the game there. There's so many nades that come out. If someone decides to peek car, sometimes they get smoked, instant one shot by the player who's holding the angle, but sometimes you can do what BlameF just did and get 2 free kills.
So dangerously narrow.
Yeah, exactly.
But here we go. Vitality will commit with what they have left over. 30 seconds on the clock as they're going to push 2 players through smoke. Excellent flash, but Config, he comes off of new box and shuts down any hope they had. Shocks 1 frag. Big round from Blame.
Jason said a little bit earlier, 0-5 on Inferno, but here's where it all changes.
Something along those lines.
It feels like that is what we are coming into here. Look at the replay.
Oh, they walk into it.
It's a great SG spray, and it's him to do almost 300 damage.
I mean, he almost gets 3 kills in that instance. And here's the thing. They're smoked off anyways. It's Vitality looking to play the spray game. Oh my god. That actually scared me.
I think he's harmless. I think he's harmless.
You think so?
I think maybe.
Yeah, say it to his face. Here comes Poison. It's a quick off frag, but pistols can be dangerous. And Vitality, well, they've got numbers over here towards the B site. Let's go, Blame. We heard you roar. And now he's going to get 2 more off of the back of the site. Poison just skims the shot by through smoke. Hopeful he is.
Oh, spray goes awry there from Shocks, and he'll turn tail back to Banana to see if he can get this kill. Could be critical. Gobo, he wants to hold his position while his teammates work. If he dies, things get weird. Shocks is in the best after plant position.
He's just got to clear all these corners.
Deagle shot, just a bit off.
Yep, RPK flushed behind New Box. That's a crisp headshot. There's the second. Oh, there's the third. 1v3s again and again.
Is it because it just keeps happening? Unreal. That's so amazing from him. We've seen it in situations where he's had teammates around. Here he does it all alone. Of course, you know, second player is low, but he's not even looking in his direction. RPK plays that to perfection.
Yep.
Yes.
Obo a little slow around Banana. Rush already was up from Coffins. An instance where they give him the chance to clutch, and he will. That's the RPK factor. But let's go. Things heating up here all the way towards the B site. Fire at their feet. A follow-up volley of utility. RPK standing within it all, and he's blind. Config commits to the duel, and he kills himself.
That's the Summit 1G right there, officially. We can call it that. 1 for 1, not too bad. The amount of damage done to Apex as well will count for something later in the round. It's invisible damage to Complexity at the moment, but this is a big win, I think, for them. It was a nice blind spray, actually, from RPK. He held it down, he kept it straight, and it was just right where Config had to peek on the half wall. He decided to wait a second to see if it would go off a bit, maybe. Luckily, take no damage, but it did. It did do a lot. Shocks up in the halls like, yo, come join me. There's a house party going on. 2 players on Complexity. 1 at lane. Poison can hold his position. He's got his apps covered.
He's going to fall off of the flash. Problem with that is, yeah, he's covered, but it's Arch that is wide open.
He could re-aggress if he wanted to, but yeah, as you mentioned, Arch is open. He's just got to beg for rotates. He can't take care of that.
Blame's going to come over at the 30-second mark. They may not fall back from this. They could wrap through CT. It's still an option. It's really going to boil down to a few seconds here. Apex, he decides to go on his own. He finds Blame. A big duel for either of those players to take. It would either cut off the rotation or force the T's back onto A, where Poison lies in wait. 2 kills with the op, and Rush is yet to peak. Zywoo looking for his head, but there's no time left. They have to walk away.
Yeah, they'll call it. Wow, and that's Blame's rotation to come in to catch them in CT spawn. If not, they've got one hell of a split on their hands, and Poison does not get the memo that there are players rapping. All he knew was that they weren't watching Arch and that they were potentially hitting A, so it's very important that they got visual confirmation, and that's where Blame F comes into play. Poison, watching his back here, amounts to 2 kills. Cleaning up for himself. Just nice. Makes it nice and easy. The best part is, Blame F doesn't risk dying. When that player goes behind the pillar, he could finish him off if he wants to, but he maintains the information and lets them know that, yes, it's probably going to be A because they haven't caught me, and there's a chance, and they're probably going to come around Arch. We don't know how many players there are, but they're coming your way. You can focus.
Really good evaluation of the value of his life in that moment.
So, yeah, it's just great, you know, you have players that aren't thinking about how do I get the kill.
Burned off time, burned off health, gained information.
Just thinking about how to win the round. 5-2. Already hot start here on Inferno as well. One of the rounds that Vitality has won has been the pistol. The other round that they won was a 1v3 from RPK.
On an eco.
Some would say that's a plus. I think that's a minus if you add up the fact that those are the only 2 rounds that they've won. It's not a single sustainable version of a round with a default with a 5v4 advantage, with a nice execute on a site that they can look to, that they can say, we've done it before, we can do it again. They haven't performed a single version of that round. Shox once again, mercenary in the halls, keeping Complexity in check, making sure that they can't push past his position. His teammates can count on him to hold that. And it looks like they might move into something on the A site. Apex starts to peel back slightly off Banana.
Not going to have to rely so intensely on Blame to make the plays in CT, because now Obo's playing Arch. 3 members of Complexity ready for this. And it's really just that, the waiting game, baiting out the AWP shot. Rush is hopeful somebody walks out from Apps. He could burn them off now, he'll do that. Shox not gonna be able to get anything done. They commit to this, the Arch play. 3 members of Vitality fully flashed. This is gonna buy a bit of time for Poison. Rush gives cover on the site and Poison takes down 1. But Rush could do everything here. He has the second frag and 20 seconds for his reinforcements to arrive. Plucked from the sky, Apex down. And ZywOo, 1v3. 12 seconds. Desperate for a wallbang to somehow connect. He gets a chance at a real shot and misses that one too. He's screwed, it's done. Complexity finding 6.
Small smile from Rush, but what a magical play from him. To sit in the pit like that, to not only get the amount of kills that he got, but he also protected his teammate in the site with that spray down and then turned it into a multi-frag. And in the 1v2, knew that the rotates were late. The cavalry hasn't arrived yet. He's got to take matters into his own hands, takes Apex out, and stays alive further. Doesn't end up dying to ZywOo, and it's just a matter of time at that point. It's literally all about him playing that position, the most important position on the A site, to perfection.
Arguably a small detail in the end, but Apex jumping into pit, not necessary. Could have just straight up peeked that. He had no chance at firing back with such an accuracy. And look how Rush had further impact on the round, but here Rush is gonna be tested yet again. 3 heads arise from Apps, and it's this trio of defenders to get a kill apiece. They shut down the play once more.
Yeah, kind of a nice attempt, but ultimately what matters most is that they only got a single kill. Complexity continue to maintain a very healthy bank account. Lots of money left over on everybody. And meanwhile, Vitality aren't showing signs of life. They've got a buy down to less than 1,000 on each player. Now Shox will have the option to see what kind of gun he can pull out. He's just going to grab an AK and the rest of his utility. And this is it. They're living paycheck to paycheck, Connor. They're going for these buys and then having to save right after. If they don't start to get a streak going, it's going to be tough sledding for Vitality. Aggressive position here in the hall from Poison, and it's unexpected. He's been over at mid so many times, but never there.
Mollies go over, flashbangs follow suit. Rush seems safely tucked, but that's a B kill from Config.
Wow, that's a lurk through the smoke.
Jesus. It's just unfair, but that's the nature of the beast. A flash from the CT, but no peek. Obo. Ooh, splattered. Schlattered later. What's up next?
Well,
they hold off.
Yeah, that's a critical kill, right? I mean, it opens up the A side a little bit. 3 versus 2. They get the crunch. RPK looking to turn the corner, but we'll see if Rush can turn the key. He has the spot that can make the difference.
Up close, just the one. Poison. AWP inside of the pit. He's gonna get flushed out by the Molotov. No, he'll extinguish it. It's gonna give him a little bit more time to work with, and he's on the bicycle. Oh, Alex! This time he's taken out of the skies. And ZywOo,
can you believe it?
So nice.
Just disgusting, man. How is he so consistent?
So nice.
He just rarely misses. I mean, there's just no other way to characterize his play. A lot of his shots are just really great fast flicks. Some of them are slow adaptations to where somebody might be after he peeks an angle and didn't expect them. But no matter what, and then some of them are here, just, you know, just great positioning kills. They walk right into his lying arms. That's it.
3K in the gun round.
You just got to appreciate the precision. He's got like a magnet on this gun.
That one's going to deflate Vitality.
He's got the makings of a superstar. I mean, he does. Like, you look, I like trying to, you know, try to make sure you have a good data set. Right. When you look at a player and how well they're playing, but this is Tier 1 CS, right? This is a group of the best teams, and he is playing lights out.
That's been the conversation around each member of Complexity at one time or another. Rush has proved it. Blame F coming from Denmark. Again, just supposed to be this full package, right? Everybody on Complexity has been painted as having potential to be a star, but it's been unproven. Mix and matched together for a roster that was questioned in its entirety. And they are now staring a 4-0 in the face. Up 6 rounds here. The A site to be tested by the pistols yet again. Ooh, he will be taken down, understandably. As the force fight runs by, Obo, he's got the last 2 players pinned down into the pit. He gets blown to smithereens, and ZywOo then gets back possession of the bomb, so the plant is inevitable. And the CT's retake begins to crouch in. A rapid headshot from Shox. 10 health for ZywOo. He is pinned into the corner. He has nowhere to run. All he can do is hide and hope to hit miraculous shots, but he misses versus Config, and Complexity are finding themselves 7 rounds in the lead.
Lucky to even be able to get that shot off with 10 HP, sitting with the op there. His #1 play was hope someone comes through the arch smoke. That didn't happen. Complexity with the regroup towards lane was the play. 2v1 locked up for Complexity. They look to take double digits after this round. 2 rounds in the bag for Vitality, and once again, it's a round where RBK 1v3'd and another round where they lost after. It was the pistol. They ended up getting ecoed following their first round win. Not a lot here for Vitality to look back on and say, how do we do that again? Or, yes, we know how to win this. Win versus Complexity.
No, Complexity on fire, and more importantly, with their eyes on the prize.
Star should be.
Ooh, Rush. He swings into the apartments. It's gonna cost him his life, but he at least gets 1 kill and gains a bunch of information. Obo moving over already. Poison's gonna be pressured up close, lands the first one, but it rotates down, and he can't find the flying frag this time. So, Vitality in a rare situation, a man advantage for them.
It is.
Complexity's rotate smoked off.
Can't collect the bomb. Minute 10, Incendiary does something. It actually comes down quite late. Smoke might come up and cause problems. We'll see. It looks like he's still got an extra bit of time on the clock there. Yeah. Alex is going to play it slow. Sitting in the halls, letting them cross for the moment. Burning off time on the clock.
Yeah, he's expecting one of them to try and retake through the apartments. That's something Complexity have thrown. But a little bit of teamwork here on short. Blame's gonna get slain. And up next is Config. Good timing there from Vitality. They double back, and I feel like they're starting to find Poison in positions where he can be pressured, more so than Pit, more so than back on Arch. They're flustering him within the bomb site.
ZywOo has been great at killing Obo. I've noticed that on the A site. He's been getting him killed like time and time again. Poison does get a frag in that situation, but there's only so much you can do when they've gotten that close, so maybe you could credit Vitality just for making up that much space that quickly. Rush goes 1 for 1 in the halls, and they just follow up on the trade. He was the Pit superstar in that previous rifle round. With him eliminated and them not having much to go off of from previous rounds, it makes sense that they just follow up and now try to make it 2. They're going to not try the exact same thing, and neither will Poison. He's over on the B site. I want to see what this guy's itinerary is, because he has been flying all over the map.
Check out Alex. I'm certain Blame has heard this, but it's a matter of dealing with the problem. Oh, and he turns away.
Wow.
Great job by Blame. Config, he's going to get pinned into this corner. They know exactly where he is, and they're going to try to spam him out of this position. He's hoping his teammates can come and help, but that would be a big risk from Poison. He's gonna try it. He has support as well. Molotov's down, flashbangs out, and everybody takes a breath.
Yeah, good amount of pre-fire there, and they know though. They know that there's 2 players on the B site, and they know that one of them's the opper. Problem is, what makes A that much more appealing? Still 2 here.
Yeah.
They're sitting comfortable.
The idea that Poison isn't on A, that's what makes it more tempting.
They do have 2 smokes. So there's a chance that with 3 players, they can pull off like a very decent our trap. But what's going to happen if they go up to mid is they're going to have to fight Obo right away. He's happy to take this duel sitting here at mid.
Last smoke comes out from Complexity. That's going to block off Apps. Shox and Zywoo, 2 of the 3 remaining members of Vitality, maybe are forced through this. They're going to go with a flashbang of their own. RPK, he's killed. This suddenly pushes them into dire straits. They can't even get out.
He just has to sit there and wait as they bump into each other, trying to get out of the door frame.
Are they going to chase him?
Oh, a sad state of affairs. Zywoo shakes his head a little bit. That's the round locked up for Complexity. Everyone plays their spot confidently. No one falls back too far. Obo gets note that it's A site right away, takes a kill into his own hands. The group up in the halls doesn't matter.
They lose to the smoke. Had 2 of those Ts instead decided to go middle, then maybe RPK can be traded. Rush's attention is turned from Apps. He's not staring at what is a smoke wall and picking up these easy frags. They're not bumbling into one another.
But you know, like,
what could have been different? A smoke grenade of all things. That one has to sting, but we are not done yet. Round 14 coming in hot as Poison immediately tries to go for that peek down alt mid. His first bullet. But Config is a thief. These frags through smoke time and time again. Poison, another. Everything is going well for Complexity.
They're literally just trying to come to an agreement on who should get the opening kill. Config has been doing a great job on B, and then Poison has joined him in B once. He's also gotten a kill basically every single choke point on the map at this point. Made it a 5v4 immediately. Chance here. RPK gets a solid entry, but a greater spray from Blame F. Shox will eventually trade. 1v3 opportunity for him. There is a player low, that's Poison. He has a lot of time to work to try to draw up a picture that's in his mind for how he thinks this clutch will go. He'll play it standard now as the bomb goes down. Will this be the correct option?
A 1v4, in fact. Like you said, Poison susceptible on 18 health. But Shox is patient at the moment. Poison, oh my god, he runs through his own Molotov, making the kill even easier. A fadeaway frag, and one back the other way. He's just going to be looking to play this post plant. He needs headshots, and he's got them!
He does it!
Shoxy keeping Vitality in this. 4 kills, 4 rounds, and 1 more to go.
Who cares how the rest of this half goes? If they get the 5 rounds, they do not. They do not. They're going to have RPKs to look at, have Shoxes to look at, and say, guys, we're playing well. We can figure this out. The individual skill is there. Another 1v3 on the B side, this time from another team. 1v4.
Because he trades Blame.
That's right. Yep. Oh my god.
Even better.
One that you cannot give away, obviously. And you can point to the fact that they could have tried to swing together. Plenty of people play retakes that way, still end up winning. Shox, quick with the headshots, giving himself a good case.
He's feeling it now. Hungry for another shot at this B site shenanigans. He's got teammates behind him. But Complexity's B defenders can say the same. Poison waits in CT spawn. He looms near. Danger lurks. More bullets just zinging by. They are so close to this. Blame F's within it all. And he's gonna go for the desperate spray down. They're not gonna push off the reload, not yet. Flashbangs behind them as they decide to sprint forward. They're gonna run right into Config. He takes 1. Boost in the meantime, pays off already. And they're gonna double back around construction. Are you kidding? God. Poison with a snapped headshot that pushes Complexity into the 4 versus 2. Not to mention health advantage over Apex already, but Shox. There's 1, not another. Obo puts him down. Apex now 34 health and a 1v3 attempt in the final round of their T side. They will drop the ball. An 11th round for Complexity.
A solid retake there, and that kill from Poison, man. That headshot with the scout, it was imperative. He had to hit it.
Wrecked him. So that's it. 11-4, and we'll be back with Vitality's last chance at keeping Complexity out of Moscow. Complexity find themselves so close to the delicious desserts of a win versus Vitality here on Inferno. The map choice of the Frenchmen, but they'll be switching over to the CT side at a hell of a round deficit.
Yes, they are. And like, I think if we had 5 from Vitality, we could talk more about like their odds in this half. It's very slim at this point considering the rounds that they did win. Numerically, they didn't make up for it getting lucky or anything like that. It's Complexity who are 5 rounds away from stealing the spring final from Vitality.
Here we have it. Contact down alt, an aggressive play from Vitality, looking to bully here with their USPs. Alex trying to pinch onto Poison, but he does get the best of the first 2. A hot whip around and Omo pops up from his hidey hole.
What? Yeah, Crossfire's gone. He knows this. Alex out of the picture. They can get into B's sights. I was going to try to beat the smoke, but he can't. He's a slave to this bomb and the rotation from his teammate. They don't even know how dangerous it is to walk up Banana.
They're separate 1v1s. Poison, remember, he has 5 HP. ZywOo, he may cheat his way into the site. He's gonna finish off the first one, but here's Big Blame. Ready to get hit by the 2 last counter-terrorists. He knows exactly where they're coming in from, but he does nothing about it. Vitality will win both pistols on Inferno.
Careful and patient shooting, and a really nice recovery there from Complexity, especially with Poison just dismantling the Crossfire alone. Alex should have had him dead to rights as his teammate. RBK pushed down mid to try to put on pressure from the front, forcing him to come through with this wide turn, and yet he still comes out with both kills. That's just disgusting from Poison once again, doing it with not only AWPs but also the pistols. Just beautiful. But in the 2v1, obviously with the health advantage, you think, okay, they've got this going on. It seemed like they're holding out hope because from what we've seen by Complexity, they won both pistols on the first map. They ecoed in the second round in this map, and I guess that potential business is still open. Who knows if they'll be able to pull it off here. It is a pretty decent buy. A couple of AKs, an SG on Rush, a handful of grenades. And Vitality have invested into 2 MP9s. Can they afford to lose a round like this? That's the real question.
Betway odds on screen. Complexity ever closer, which is wild. Go back even a month's time. Who the hell would have thought we'd find ourselves here? But let's enjoy it while we can, because Complexity get closer and closer.
Whoa, ZywOo's made his fast rotation, and like ships in the night, they pass. But he's gonna hear the shots ring off from Config as he camps out halfway down Arch. Not really a lot ZywOo can do about it, so that's something.
Config, yeah. He got by for free. He's found the timing here. Config is the linchpin here in the 17th round. We watch Complexity lose the first pistol and then win the second round regardless. Can they do that again here in the 17th?
Once again, they're hamstrung. I mean, B is definitely the better site, but they've gotten to pretty good positions.
Yep. He's got to go in on this.
No one elaborate it. Help him out here. Oh my God, that's 1 kill confirmed.
He's gonna wait.
Thinks, but Shox actually wins up at lane. Can Config make the most of it? Spray down on 2 headshots, and ZywOo's late. Again, he had to play it passive here. He's not gonna be able to move in to help with the up, and it's a retake with him and this up.
Config found the timing. That's what has made this round truly possible, and he goes one better. He gets as close as he can to the smoke grenade, and Alex has to just limp into the next round with an AWP.
Wow, you just don't think that, like that's nuts, man. What a play from Config. What I wonder though,
what do you wonder?
Be a negative Nancy here.
Yeah.
Okay, ZywOo sitting in CT spawn.
Ruin all the fun.
He hears the SG shots from Config on the left side of Arch. His teammates, for some reason, seem to have no clue about the threat of someone rapping.
I don't think Config shot.
Config had somebody else's.
So if you were very sure that was a creep, then it wasn't Config who fired off. But
okay, maybe
I'm in the same place as you.
Actually, that makes sense because what was he shooting at? Yeah, so okay. I guess, yeah, just him being able to pass so quickly. And I was going to say that ZywOo almost caught him off with a very fast rotation around, so.
Right, see? Completely bamboozled.
Right, yeah.
C'est quoi ça?
That's got to be incredibly frustrating, especially because you think like both Shox and RBK are going to get kills, or one of them is going to get the kill that allows the other one to.
Man.
But instead, there was a master plan.
What a kick in the teeth. That sinking feeling in your stomach. ZywOo just knows that the reason the A site crumbles is because somebody bested him on a tidbit of timing.
That's tough.
And they're already down 7 rounds.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments where it just gets your mind going, and then you've got to try to unpack what just happened, but at the same time you've got to move forward.
It's too late. Yep.
Yeah, it's what's more important is the round at hand. 5-12 here as Complexity are just in that critical territory, coming close to actually just wrapping up this series straight up, man.
Rush ready to pounce out Boiler if needed. Vitality, they've played around here on Arch side. They had that boosted AWP, hoping one of the Ts would peak, but they didn't. There's been no man advantage offered by Complexity. They're like ghosts in the server at this moment until Rush comes haunting them on this A site, skewers RPK, and now they just start trudging along, charging into the A site. Here's Alex, he's got the FAMAS, but he only finds one frag, and it's a pistol on the follow-up from Apex. To no one's surprise, Complexity bully their way through the little defense that was left over. And ZywOo's op, way too valuable to pass up.
Wow, yeah, that's round lost. All angles covered as they just swarm the A site, infest every corner and crevice. They had no problem covering each other's positions there. And although Vitality were in all of their favorite spots, sitting and waiting, they did nothing but get a single kill. 13. And the dream is really real at this moment. Like, you know, we're looking at Vitality after limited data coming off of the brew camp looking good. We don't have anything that would tell us they could pull off a comeback of this size. Obviously, can't put it past them. Going to be happy to play Inferno as well. Certainly a map that Complexity will be on their toes. They're not expecting to have this handed to them. They're obviously fooled, but are going to give them more credit than that.
Oh, Config, stylish adjustment.
Wow, he's been nuts, right?
Jumps up on the side box. Just making it all the harder, as if it was easy to begin with. Vitality have left themselves such little room to work with, and they have to go ahead and save again. Just the op on ZywOo. That is it. That is all.
They won't have 2 chances to do this. Boost here from ZywOo, great shot.
Excellent.
BlameF gets taken down at the bottom by Logs. Teammate behind can't actually do anything here. No gun recovered for Complexity, or sorry, for Vitality. That's just too far out. ZywOo will have more to do. Drops the hammer down on Config, takes him out. A key figure from the previous rounds in the bomb.
Yep.
Now in their territory. However, Poison's still behind it.
Complexity, we're about to scramble for this one, but they still have the tools to take this intelligently. And they seem like they're about to do it. Obo's honed in on the sandbags. There goes Alex, the only player that was here to defend ZywOo. And all the while, Rush, he's walked right up Arch side. He cuts off the CT player and completely isolates Vitality's players.
It absolutely has to be A. They know that ZywOo's the only one who saved last round, and they've just killed 2 players that didn't have head armor.
P250 and a USP. Both CTs here in the back of the site. And as long as they play the timing right, they should all go down. But RPK, are you kidding? He's going to get his hands onto the op, but not fast enough. He can't swap. So ZywOo has a doable 1v2. This would be outrageous. But it's exactly what Vitality need. This is supposed to be the ZywOo factor. But he's scared, Mohan, and he's going to go ahead and save. That's
They're talking about it. They know that he has to take this op into the next round. They're not so sure about their economy from this point on. Not only do they have to put together like a nice buy, a healthy buy next round, they have to think about the future as well. ZywOo can win a 1v2. He could win it with a rifle. He could win with some space, but he doesn't have a kit. He doesn't have grenades to work with. His weapon is just too valuable.
But, I mean, playing with fire here. They're letting rounds slip by. Obo already celebrating.
Yeah, he's feeling good about it, as they should be.
He should, man.
Listen,
16
you
years
get a little
old.
bit too nervous. You start playing different. Vitality they'll attack that, right?
And
so
I mean,
it's good.
It's not like he's pulling this off when the score is still anywhere close. As far as Complexity are concerned, this game is done. There's been no reason to believe Vitality are going to make this comeback. but we have to give them the benefit of the doubt in this round because there are 2 ops
That's
in
because
play.
we're casters, that's why.
Yeah, well, that's the other reason.
You gotta keep the hype up, you know what I'm saying?
Woo! Just don't hype too much.
All right, well, the op is here. It's actually going to be a complimentary op to go with it. Alex will be the man to man the scope, but the nades, oh, they go a bit too high somehow. Only takes 23 damage.
Yeah.
That's nuts. So he's found a better spot than where they decided to place those grenades, and he'll move in for another kill. Flick upwards, configs out, doing what Zaiwu did on the previous round just as well.
That's what I'm saying, double ops, man. It's going to take a readjustment from complexity. Although, that trio of grenades could have gotten the job done. Ooh. More damage with that 1 frag than the 3 of complexity combined.
And you could say here, Zaiwu doesn't save the op on this round. Either he's the guy on B trying to do the same thing, or, you know, Alex doesn't have an op and we can't have a round like this. So
of course,
we'll see. They got to chain rounds together. We'll build brick by brick and see what they can accomplish. But a good 5v3 so far to bring things back. Now we do look at the last round that Complexity won versus that save. They brought it back from a 3v5. It was just versus the USPs. But tactically it was very nice. It looks like, oh, they're actually gonna move in. Alex completely blinded Molly, but a great spray from Apex.
Yeah, more damage off
for
of
this
it.
round. However, Obo, he's moved into spawn.
Yep, that's everything. And, oh wow, almost tries to go one better. Rush, he's gonna get that plant in. Obo is the only reason they've had this much space to play off of the bomb in the post plant. The retake's on. Full-fledged attempt from Vitality coming in here. They have to go for this. Ooh, and Rush from the back of the bomb site already nails ahead. Another Krieg, and that's it.
You're not telling me they're actually going to win this one. RPK's moving in for the 1v2 like a shark, but he ends up getting harpooned. That's it. Complexity, take it to 15.
Obo, he skirts through CT spawn, screws him from the backside, and they never saw it coming. Complexity just robbed a 15th round, so it seemed. That op to start the round from Alex, that looked like it was going to be enough. Oh, and they're left in tatters.
Wow, a Nova.
Ye old Nova.
That ultimate sign of poverty here, the $1,200 Hail Mary purchase from Apex. Has to play B with this thing and make something happen. Will it only be comical, though? We don't know. This thing has long-range potential. He's got a teammate to back him up, but they're definitely a lot weaker, a lot worse off than we saw last round, and they didn't even win that one.
Flashbang dodged. 3T's about to challenge this. It's a shotgun. It's inconsistent, but it is enough. An assist and a frag. Ooh, and a bit more. Poison. He could have tried to claw back that map control, but instead, he'll move away with his life and half his health.
They changed fights. They're going into the 2 MP9s.
It's
Not
rapid.
a bad spot. Rotates are in. One player in CT. Are they going to clear him? Or yeah, they do.
Wow.
Rush takes him out. Headshot.
Now Rush gives chase to Zaiwu, who just cheats his way back through smoke. Alex looking to catch any attempt at a CT spawn rotation, and Poison, well, he also has the patience to wait.
It feels like Poison's so aware in these moments. Oh my God, whoa. Rush caught slipping.
Stop doing
that.
that.
I was slipping, you almost sleeping.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
It's close, man. 9 on 10.
Chill.
Here's Poison, though. Trying to get back into the site. Oh, if Complexity finished this off like this, this would be incredible. Are you kidding? Alex, 84, it's done! Mohan, like the limbs of Exodia, Complexity comes together out of nowhere. I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut. A shocking result in Group B. I'm stunned.
I can only imagine the smile on Moses' face right now with the 2-0 prediction of the night. Unbelievable upsets here. That is so crazy. And the best part of it all is it doesn't look lucky.
It doesn't at
looks
all.
Great for Complexity.
That's right. Oh, and after the turmoil, after the struggle of the online qualifiers they've been going through, it is so nice to see this team finally have something to be proud about. These were the first 2 best-of-3s that this roster played on land, and they have the scalps of Astralis in one hand and Vitality the other. Are they gods? I don't know. Let's pass this one down to James Banks. He's going to be ready with an interview on the center stage.
That's right, I've got Config here, and this is just another incredible performance. Let's just look at this Inferno, right? Because announced you hadn't won a game on it yet. You come to LAN and you just dismantle Vitality. It must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're a LAN team apparently. Like online we suck, so I think it's good that we go to some tournaments.
Now, there's one person, right? You've got a good relationship with Foreign. You took his article pretty well at that time. But at the very beginning of how this went down on this show, he said, the best teams in the world and complexity. Anything to say about that?
The best team in the world and Astralis.
Oh, some spice indeed. And you clearly made the right choice with this one when you've come on to complexity. But you guys prep, it seems to be on another level. You have a good read on the game. You have a good understanding of what they're going to do. How is this just all working out? Is this just all the hours you guys are putting in?
We have Coach Kita and we have Blame and then we have an analyst on the side. So we are really prepared for every single match that we play. So I just listen to them and we just play from their game plan and follow it and then we win.
And someone told me before you got to this event, you guys would have been happy of just trying to get a map or get a win in general. Well, you haven't lost a map yet.
No, not at all. We haven't lost a match. I think it's pretty nice. Like we're playing really well as a team and we're communicating really good. So if we keep it up, we won't lose matches.
And it's a group of death, right? You had Astralis, you had Vitality. Well, you've dealt the way of those two. Do you want to face for NaVi next just to seal the deal?
It'll be fine to get a 2-0, so we have to build our confidence a little bit. But if we lose, it doesn't really matter now at this point, right?
Yeah, you've qualified. You've made it all the way through. Congratulations to you guys overall. Well done, mate. Big round of applause, guys. Let's keep this rolling.
Well then, gentlemen, you'll notice that we've been joined by a special guest.
Well, I had to call him out. He's the only analyst. Oh, his mic's not even on.
That's well, we don't need his mic to be out here.
This is insulting. I've never dragged anyone out to the desk to justify when Chad cries for getting a prediction wrong. I don't bring you out here.
The victim card is best.
I don't bring you out here.
I want to hear. I want to hear your the reason that you picked these two teams today coming in here because you were right. You know. You were right.
It's a bit wild.
Tell us why. Give us the justification.
It's so wild, right? I'm expecting some gonzo moment right now. Like.
Well, let's first of all, let's start with this second one, this complexity, vitality. I've been very vocal for the past year and a half that I have absolutely no faith whatsoever in French Counter-Strike players.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I've been very vocal about it. Talk shows, broadcasts, all of it.
I think they agree with you.
Even Semler's half French, and he doesn't even have faith in them anymore. So, I mean, that all makes sense. Also, the way that complexity played yesterday, I still struggle to see a win condition for vitality past Zaiwu being a god. Like, I don't see it in them.
Okay.
I just don't have it. And the way complexity played yesterday, I was just like, if they come in and they play the way they did against Astralis, it's going to work out.
That's why we
Yeah, Chad, it's called dumb it down. You got to keep things simple, my friend.
Casting
I know.
guys.
I've been doing this longer than you have. I can pass some knowledge on.
Can get him out of here.
I didn't want to come out here to begin with, but here we are. Now I'll admit.
Chad, you're already regretting this. Now he's sticking around. He's not going anywhere.
I'll admit, the NaVi Astralis one, that was a bit sketchier.
yeah, exactly.
That one, listen, I had two things. Astralis obviously looked rusty, and then it was just, trust and simple. That was basically it. I'm not gonna lie. That one was a bit of a Hail Mary.
You're a religious man.
Yeah.
Why did that simple show up yesterday? We'd have looked great.
I don't know, sleeping.
But it is cool to see, Zaiwu taking #1 last year and Simple getting 2, but then you see the difference in experience of a guy who's been at the top for a while. Like, Simple came in and got business done. He dominated that series. Zaiwu, a little quiet in this one.
Fair enough.
Faded away a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't have any great in-depth detailed notepad or anything.
I was behind
it
though, Moses. You didn't need to be frank there. I was totally on board.
No, I'm fine. I said I'm magnanimous in victory. I was right. You were wrong. It's fine.
There'll be other chances.
Results
We got another day. We got another week coming up. It's
Exactly,
cool.
yeah. He doesn't have to act like the cat who got the cream pie.
Here we are.
I'm just looking for the
Bringing the old ones back.
What are going to be the scores?
Meme.
What's the score going to be at the end of the day? Well, Jason, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to have to let you go because we got Config who's ready for an interview as well. We're going to get him up here.
Cool.
So you're just warming up the mic for him.
Thanks, Jason.
Congratulations on a fantastic
Listen,
day.
Anytime. I'd love to come back whenever you guys need some more confirmation about how good I am.
Okay, yeah.
It's good to
We'll see you next year.
We got the rookies
and,
off the desk.
Maybe
all right, we got the mic.
He can join us on the desk more often.
Hey, Config.
If the old duo gets back together.
Hey, boys.
Hey, welcome back.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So,
I've got a question for you right out the gate, right? Yesterday, it was a really cool storyline with baiting them into the Vertigo pick, and so even though we didn't know you played Vertigo, you had hidden information. The problem is we've seen you play Inferno. You've lost it every other time. So what was going on in that map?
I think we just was prepared for the match against Vitality. We just knew everything they were gonna do, and I feel confident when we walked in the game. And as you see, Owen Slatter, he felt confident too.
Sure.
He's a fucking machine. Sorry, boys.
You're good. Hold on. I'm just gonna pull this here.
All right.
There There we go.
And I think everything just works out when we are playing on lane. I feel people are more hyped and we're not that, we don't get annoyed that much. We like fuck it all the time, like if something goes wrong, so it just feels nice.
Here's the thing, right? Like that wasn't even a close game, because if you look at the rounds Vitality won, they won both pistols. Then you guys won the force fires. The 2 of the gun rounds that they won were 1v3s, right? So that's not going to happen all the time. And then the last round that they won was the low buy on the A bomb site, and then it was you and Blame having to clutch that situation, right? You have to look at these scenarios here. You absolutely destroyed them. That was not a close game at all with those metrics that I just put out there. So when you say, like, you're talking about preparation coming in here, what can you give us a little bit more than just preparation? Like, what kind of, can you give us any details that you guys identified or anything you exploited, or because they look completely shook?
We always prepared. Like Blame is really good at like making a game plan, so we know exactly what they're gonna do in the round, and we kind of try to play around it instead of like thinking too much about it. But he's like, I think we should do this. He doesn't like explain it so much, so we don't get in our heads, and that's just how it works out. Like Kita is a really good analyst and also a coach at the same time, and they do an amazing job like anti-stratting.
Sweet. Yeah, well,
that guy's got a lot of work on his hands.
And Poison hitting.
Coach and analyst.
Yeah.
Look at Poison's rating. He had a 1.71 rating in that game. And I think it kind of shows with his impact on the AWP here, right? He was just destroying this guy, had no issue re-peeking. You know, a couple of times I'm sitting there thinking, I might be pulling my hair out if he re-peaks again. But he got away with it almost every single time, plucking people out of the midair. You know, look, this is crazy stuff to be seeing here. You guys are undefeated on LAN, and you've only played teams in the top 10 so far.
It's pretty good, pretty good, right?
Yes. In fact, you beat Astralis, you beat Vitality. Do you hope that NaVi makes it so you can get all 3?
I hope if we win everything, we're gonna get our confidence back. We lost it a lot playing online tournaments and lost to like teams we weren't supposed to lose to, and it just feels really bad, like in the team environment when we're sitting at home, like losing online qualifiers, open qualifiers, and this is just what we needed as a team. And I think we're gonna beat NaVi again tomorrow.
Well, remember, win or lose, you're already in the finals now.
Yeah,
you've
so
actually made it through to the
finals,
Spring Series
in
finals.
Moscow.
Yeah. And you remember, by the team seeding, if people don't remember, the seeding for this tournament was done by the teams, right? You all picked, so everyone in this tournament said you were the worst.
Yeah, we did. We're definitely not the worst.
You think that's fair enough, though? Everyone to put you there coming into this? You think that was fair?
Yeah, it's just weird because we have a lot of pressure on us from like the Juggernaut thing, and we're becoming a meme a little bit, but we kicked ass today, so I think the meme is...
Well, we could just go ahead and relive it. I mean, we've got it right here. We can go ahead and relive the winning moment where you actually do take it. First seed in the group, man. First seed in the group. And, of course, there it is.
Not yet, but fair enough.
Moto?
Well,
Moto 1. That's the one again. Go for Arch right now. Side.
Bell has him. Probably.
Jump pushing. Oh, dodge. Oh my god. Tight. Backside, hiding. Nice. I'm going pit.
Going safe. He's Arch.
I have it.
Nice! That's pretty wild.
You guys get hype.
Our communication is so intense. Like it's probably the most intense communication I've ever had in a team before. We're like talking so much. Like when someone is talking, you still talk like whatever you have to say. But it works out on LAN. Apparently not on LAN.
Well, that's what I was actually wanting to ask you. You know, it seems like Rush has a really big impact when it comes to bringing that experience.
Yeah.
He gets you guys to calm down a bit in these moments where you seem to be getting pretty excited. I mean, is that what he brings to the table for you guys?
He brings a lot. Like Rush is actually the most complete player I've played with. He's like support player, but he also has a high skill ceiling, and he's so good at communicating and telling people what to do and like communicating for someone if they're in a stress situation. So Rush is a bigger player than what people really think about him.
Yeah, and we wanted to highlight that here. See that clip there where he was anchoring that pit position. What you don't see after that is how ZywOo's in the site and Rush is just living in the pit, juking around his AWP shots, right? For individuals like that, the stats don't tell that story, right? They don't show that. This is with the communication, all those things that you can't, they're not tangibles that we can only show with these kind of examples for people. That's the stuff that an individual like Rush brings. And he finished this game right here with 23 kills to his name. So not only is he a good supportive element, in that interview that Blame did, is like, we've got these 4 big names to fit in here and Rush just takes the gaps. Well, he seems to be filling those gaps pretty well, right? Things are working very well at this point. If you continue it tomorrow, I don't even know what to say. It's a wild run. Like, it's not comparable to anything that I can remember in Counter-Strike at this point.
Sure. Especially because these are real lineups. Like, it's not like, except for, I mean, you haven't played NaVi yet. They're the only team that made a roster move. Like, that's the real Astralis line, the real Vitality. These are teams winning tournaments at the end of last year. So, big-time results.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Then on that note, I think it's a good time to call it a day.
Yeah,
I'm gonna let you get back over. And
I'm down to go sleep now.
Exactly.
It's a big day tomorrow. We want to win it, so it's time to refocus and get it done.
All right. So, well, Config, thank you so much for joining us here. Really appreciate it. And you know, before we head out, we're actually going to listen to Alex in a interview.
I've got Alex with me from Vitality after they fall down to Complexity. And I guess the first thing is, this was a stark contrast between how you guys played yesterday and how you guys played today. What's going on?
I don't know. We just lost, so obviously I have no idea. We just didn't really show up. I mean, on Mirage, I felt like we had a good idea on what we were doing, and we seemed to be just lacking. Like, it took us 2 seconds too long to make a decision, and that gave them time to be where they needed to be. And yeah, we weren't really like hitting any shots or anything. I feel like we just didn't turn up at all, really.
And obviously, Complexity, first of all, they took down Astralis, now they're taking down you guys. What is going on with this lineup? Because obviously many people underestimated them at the times, but they've now come out with a very different, is it maybe a different style of play than anyone expected?
I think they're like on a honeymoon period right now. They struggled like in online qualifiers, and now they're on LAN, so they're enjoying life, I guess. They're just literally running around headshotting people, and yeah, we obviously, since we didn't like calm them down or anything, and Astralis couldn't do it yesterday, they're just like super confident, and they're all trying like individual stuff, and it's working out for them. I don't think it's a playstyle that will last long. Once, as they said, like they've had time as like just preparing with no one knowing what they're doing. And as soon as that phase is over, I don't think they'll be beating teams like Astralis anymore.
Now, you will face NaVi next. You get the rematch coming into it, so obviously be confident in that either way. But what's the plan now? Some extra prep, some need to review over a few things?
Yeah, I'm not too sure because the game yesterday went well. So I feel like there's no point prepping for them because they're going to prep for us. Obviously, we know what they want, like what they originally wanted to do, but they're going to come into tomorrow with a new game plan. So we'll try and work out what that's going to be. And yeah, I feel like, as I said yesterday, if we turn up, then we can beat anyone, and if we don't, we can lose against anyone. I said it yesterday, and it happened today. So.
And how do you stop it that you don't turn up? How do you make sure you do?
If I knew it wouldn't happen.
Good answer, Alex. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, tough break for Alex. I mean, definitely not panning out for Vitality this time around against Complexity. I mean, thoughts on his comments there about Complexity and how things were going to go forward for them?
I mean, listen, just like we did today, you have to sort of keep doubling down against them and expect this sort of Cinderella run to end much like that story did, where it doesn't quite go the whole way. Suddenly, like if NaVi makes it there, I'm sorry, I'll probably have to pick NaVi to beat them if they play them again.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's kind of right. I will just say, like, it just doesn't come off that well when you just got absolutely dusted off by them and murked completely on your map pick. Maybe doesn't feel like the right moment to say that. I get what he meant, though. I don't also and kind of agree with, like, I know he was trying to be a bit witty at the end there, like, well, if I knew it went wrong, it wouldn't have happened. It's like you actually can know what you're doing in a game and lose, you know, like, that's a bit of an extreme example, I think. So I would just say everything was off of Vitality. He wasn't in the mood for
there was some
interview.
There was probably some stuff that went on early in that game that went against them, like when Blame had the 2 kills through the smoke in Banana early, and, you know, they lost the Force by, and some things that maybe tilted them and got under their skin, especially on that second map. You've already lost Mirage, and then, like you said, they're just super aggressive. Poison constantly re-peaking, that kind of stuff. You saw the tail end of that first half. It was just Vitality going hyper-aggressive individually across the map, trying to find kills, seeing if they could match pound for pound skill-wise. And if that was their game plan, it just wasn't going to work out. And now they're finding themselves in the lower bracket, having to fight for survival, or I guess fight for a place within the finals.
Yeah, it is wild, actually, because that is the thing. That's why I'm saying, first seed in the group, right? Because we do have that different thing where it plays out for seeding here, going into
a little bit more prize money too.
The final. Yes, 50 grand on the line here. So Complexity, they can win it all tomorrow, and we'll see who they'll be playing against. It's NaVi or Vitality.
Yeah, and look, one last thing. We, you know, always talk about Zywo and his stat lines being, you know, very, very high for the team. He still was the only player to have over a 1 rating, but that was under, you know, below
also
par.
Died more than he killed, though.
Yeah, nobody on the side of Vitality had, you know, had a plus KD. Everybody on the side of Complexity did. So they were biffing and bopping. Biffing and bopping. You guys know? No, not Landon. Biffing, bopping, hipping, hopping. Can we get out of here?
I wish I could save you, but I think that's what we need to do.
Damn it.
The thing is that some of us are not going to be getting out of here just yet. The Overtime show will be going live in just a few minutes' time, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back to sum up the day, along with James Bakes and others.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us at Blast Overtime. What an amazing day of games we've had today. We all got smoked on predictions, except for Moses, but you know he was phoning them in anyway. Either way, we've got another day with more complexity interviews. We've got Rush up first, and then we've got Shot Styles powered by our CS Money segment here with the Skinventory master himself, Connor, and then we'll have Jason Lake to come on and give us his emotional reactions live in front of the camera. You won't have to watch him on a replay. Stay tuned to Blast Overtime.
Daily rate?
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much, you guys, for your time and attention today. I wore Astralis red and it didn't work out, but Connor wore complexity blue and things went a little bit better. Hey, Rush, how you doing, man?
I'm great. Now I'm with you guys. With some wine. It's great.
Yeah, life's good, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just a couple wins,
life.
you know, one over Vitality, one over Astralis.
Yeah. Dude, I have a question. The very first question is, you now qualify to the Spring Showdown. You top the group of death, but which win feels better? You do this versus Vitality, and you qualify, but yesterday you beat Astralis. It's an empty best of 3 without the rest of the wins, but you beat Astralis.
I mean, this is a given. It's Astralis, honestly.
This is
like, that was
Astralis,
like
yeah?
that first big win for us that like kind of got us past, not past, but like a little bit past the memes, you know? Which I think we've kind of embraced at this point. It's not like that much of a meme anymore because we are a juggernaut, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think generally speaking, Astralis was like a huge win because they're #1 in the world, and it wasn't like it was like a close 3 maps. It was like on Dust 2 we should have won 16-7 or 16-8. It was like in our favor the whole time, pretty much. And then a Vertigo, that was a more close match. But I think overall, like, no one expected us to play Vertigo either because we have no maps. We always veto it first, but now that people know we play it, it might be different. But yeah.
Dude, I want to know, like, I want to unpack this a little bit further with you because we talked to Config about his perspective on what it's like to beat Astralis and just like how jovial you guys were after the match. But like, can you set this up for people who are semi-pro, who are lower tier pro, who are pro, like even higher tier pros, teams that have never beaten Astralis in a best of 3? Like, how big of a prize is this? Like, how big of a marked achievement is this for a team, you know, because they're #1 ranked?
I might sound a little like egotistical, but like I feel like for me it was a big win for this team, but it wasn't like I've done it before versus Astralis and other teams, so like, I knew what it felt like. But then I kind of fed off my teammates' reactions because there's a lot of rookies on my team. So when they got like really hyped, that's kind of when I got hyped. Like if you watch the reactions, you can see like I got up and like, nice boys, and then they're like cheering us. I'm like, ah, fuck it, I'm gonna cheer too.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I kind of fed off their energy, but I can say like the first time I beat them, maybe it was like, I don't know, a long time ago, and I'll say E-League with Optic, beat them in the finals. Like that was like massive, like flowing emotions. Like you think to yourself like, I finally did it. Like it beat like one of the best teams in the world in like the biggest stage, you know.
Yeah.
So like it's definitely a feeling that I'm chasing still to this day, and maybe I got a little bit in the yesterday and today, you know?
Yeah. And Vitality are no slouches, and they played well in their opening match, and that's why you played them today.
Yeah.
But to get to the technical achievement here that a lot of people aren't aware of is the fact that you also took Inferno versus them, a map that, like, regardless of the matchup itself, you guys haven't played against each other, but like Vitality are good on Inferno. You guys are coming off of a loss streak on Inferno, right? Like.
Online matches.
Yeah, it's just online matches? Is that what it is?
I think we are LAN players, but obviously it's like we are riding a little bit of a high. Like we're definitely like, we're all confident, we're all talking, like the communication's insane. Like I feel like it's like the difference between how it's been like sometimes and how it is now is like night or day. And I think if we continue this route, we're gonna be like one of the most insane teams in the world. So yeah, I'm loving it right now with the communication, and I think everyone's just confident if we keep down this road, we're gonna be, like I said, top 5 probably.
Okay, yeah. Let me catch you on a high. Where does it stop? Where does the let me catch you at your most, like the endorphins are going, like you're gonna say something really dumb here. How good are you guys gonna get? What is the achievement that you can get?
I'm gonna be realistic. I'll say by the end of this year we'll probably be top. I don't want to give myself too much.
Do it, bro. You just beat Astralis and Vitality.
Let the wine flow, Rush.
Come on. We'll be in the playoffs of a major, hopefully, by the end of the year.
Playoffs in a major.
By the end of this
top
year.
8.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I know it sounds like a low goal, but I think that to build like a really good team, a dynasty of a team, you need time, man. We've only had 3 months together. And I think that having these results in 3 months is great, but we have to like continue down this path and not get complacent with just a couple wins at Blast. You know, we have to just continue grinding like we are. Like Ben is like one of the hardest workers, Blame F, one of the hardest workers I've ever played with by far.
Wow.
And like
confidence in the same place.
It rubs off on everyone. Like everyone wants to like go to that level that he's at, and it really helps to make this like, I don't know, this mentality that we're here to win, and here to try hard and never give up, basically.
Yeah. Now you've got another match to play, just to top off the group, just to smack everybody in the group if possible, or another team twice. but you talk about getting top 8 potentially at a major this year. Well, are you even going to qualify to the first one? You have had troubles online.
Got to get to the minor first.
But this is not something just to tear you down. I want to bring up the fact that you guys have played so well at this LAN. So does that bring in more confidence to when you play your online games? Like, does it change the spirit of the team or the attitude at all?
I guess you could say like the previous matches were kind of like those are must-wins. You know, like in our heads, maybe we're like we have to win these. And here we're like there's low expectations for us from the public and from ourselves. So we're like not expectations, but like we know there's not much pressure, so we're playing like lights out. And if we can like replicate that like we do in practice, because in practice we're insane. Just like I feel like these matches are like our practices. Like we're playing like basically we do in practice. And then the matches that we played for the minor qualifiers, we kind of got a little like in our own heads, I think, and that got to us to lose. And you're playing best of ones versus teams that are probably watching all of the demos of you that they can, because this is their one chance to make the major, you know. And it's in Europe, so there's tons of good teams. So I think that going forward we're gonna have a better mentality, hopefully. But before it was definitely like different. And I think that now that we had these wins, we have more confidence.
So you've accomplished more in this first weekend of LAN with Complexity than you basically did the entire time that the core of Cloud9 was kind of fizzling out, right? You just had an interview recently where you were talking about how it was kind of you, Tim, and Golden that were kind of bogged down by Cloud9, and you had to ride that project out for some time.
Yeah.
Do you think that it was that fresh start, you know, a fresh team that kind of elevated you? Like, did you feel like you were coming into this weekend and just this project in general as like a new rush? Because it kind of hurt to watch you, bro, you know, for a while. Like,
I mean, if you're talking statistically, yeah, I mean, I wasn't the best in Cloud9 for sure, and that's probably why I got like benched in the end. But I think that team was never meant to be like those iterations. Like we never went for the big one, the big like pickups. We kind of just like, I don't know, pussyfooted around. And we got like the small pickups, not bad players, but not players that could bring us to the level that we were at before, right? From the last iteration, I even said before in an interview that we were planning to go our separate ways, me, Tim, and Golden. And like Cloud9 didn't like say force us like you're playing because you're contracted. They're just kind of like, you guys, you know, we're gonna get you a team and we're gonna play. And we're like, okay, you know, we did it because we are in contract.
They dragged the dream along.
Yeah. Right. And I think they realized in the end that maybe that wasn't the best choice for them. Yeah. But Jack was a great owner overall the whole time. So
you don't strike me as the confrontational type. Is that like was that a symptom of the personalities on the team? That you guys
like when that happened?
I mean, you guys weren't willing to try to take control of the org, or was it too much control that the org had?
Well, it wasn't all Cloud9's fault, because we did try to get players, like for example, like we try to get like Sunny and people from like ENCE, like we try to get these players that they showed interest, but in the end it didn't like pan out. So that was when, like after that point, that those buyouts, or not the buyouts, but like, the players weren't willing to jump ship, you know, with us. Then it's kind of like, what do we do now? Let's go separate ways. And Cloud9's like, we got these players that we can pick up right now. We can make a go of it. And we're like, all right, let's just do it, you know. And we kind of did, and in the end it didn't work out. So I think that in the end it's for the best, and I have no regrets. So. Go on. Oh yeah. I wouldn't be here right now, probably. If like, you know, I wouldn't be down this path if that didn't happen. You know, to like sit down, have 2 months on the bench to realize where I'm at now, and go from there.
You never know where life is going to take you.
Yeah. It kind of felt like that, you know, what you say about Cloud9 here, where it's like nobody was willing to maybe jump onto the ship that they thought may be sinking. I think that there was a point where even when Jason was building this new Complexity lineup, that there was kind of that conversation too. We know that he flaunted, you know, some offers to bigger players than what was originally pieced together for this five. And so when the choices or the teams, the players that he managed to sign started coming out, like, you know, there was criticism. There was a lot of it.
Of course.
That's wild to me to think that, you know, same narrative in both situations, but you guys have turned that around.
Yep. I mean,
in 1 weekend of LAN.
Yeah. I mean, it is like just 2 matches. They're both versus great teams, but like we have to replicate it going forward. And like I said, just there can't be any like signs of like we can celebrate a little bit, but not much. And there can't be any like complacency, because I've been here before with like the Cloud9 team, and obviously the major was much bigger than this. But I know like what it feels like when we get complacent, and Ben's gonna make sure it's not gonna happen, and obviously it won't happen. So
honestly, does it all start in the gym? Does that help a lot?
I haven't worked out in 3 days actually.
Me neither. Yeah,
so,
had a long weekend.
I wish I could, but like every day's long, and I'm trying to focus on Counter-Strike only right now. So even Ben has been in the gym, but I think the gym is definitely healthy for maintaining mental health. Is very important.
Say it to the camera. Say it louder for the people in the back. Yeah, do you have a message for the kids? Go to the gym.
You should definitely work out.
Yeah,
it's good for your mental health, and you feel better overall, more confidence. Just do it.
Nice, yeah. And you get the veins, right? The veins is always a bonus. Yeah. Look at those veins.
That's how you beat Astralis on LAN.
Yeah, that's how you beat Astralis on LAN. They're a little bit too frail. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I think they're health conscious too. They work out as well, but maybe not in the sense that me and Ben do, because I think they're more like cardio and like being like just like overall healthy. But I'm just like lift a heavy weight, you know?
Yeah. No, I saw that rubbing off on Obo. I was down in the gym myself the other night. It was like, dude, it was like 10:30 at night. I'm in there alone.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's Warden, Blame F, and Obo who roll in.
Yeah.
You could fit 3 of him in Blame.
Maybe 4.
Yeah, maybe 4.
Yeah. Ben weighs like, I don't know, 260 maybe?
260.
He's a big man.
Yeah, he probably eats an oboe a day in weights, right?
Yeah.
Didn't you say he was like a pool noodle or something after you worked out with him? What was that story?
Me?
Yeah, like you worked out with Obo, he did a few squats and then he walked away like
he had noodle, like his arms or his legs felt like noodles because we did lunges and we did like 5 sets of lunges and he like couldn't walk basically the next day. So I'm like, all right, I want to take a break, like a 5-day break. We'll get back to it.
Take a week off, it's normal, we all do it.
I think his legs were sore for like a good 4 or 5 days.
4 or 5 days, yeah. Well, you got to put in the work. I mean, he played really well. He's doing awesome.
We're trying to coin the get flattered thing. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, because that's his last name. Yeah.
Get flattered.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's really good.
I feel like that's like the Counter-Strike version of cracked.
We were yelling it like today and before, like get flattered.
It's the name of his deagle, actually. Coincidentally enough. Yeah, his name tag on this.
We started coining it recently. So.
Look at this round, so pivotal. That was Obo catching the flank. Alex had rotated through CT. Obo had killed him. Alex is like, oh my god, all I had to do was stay alive. And there were all these rounds throughout the entire CT side. Vitality had the pistol round that you would go them after, the 2 1v3s, RPK and Shocks, and then 1 good round.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about that?
Like the fact that the rounds we lost were those rounds?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that we didn't realize until Matt or a manager, Warden, said like after like you guys realized that like you guys destroyed them because they won these rounds and then you won 16-6 or 7, whatever it was.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's true. Like, wow. The second round was very important on the CT side. Like, I feel like we're really good at converting rounds. So like, let's just lose all the pistols and win the second round. Easy.
What's your thoughts on the pistol? Because like the pistols in general, you guys won 3 pistols and Eco the 4th.
Yep.
So do you guys put a focus on that? Do you guys feel like you got lucky there? What's going on?
Not necessarily any focus. I think we just. I mean, trying to do the same pistols always, obviously, but like besides that, like I think we're very focused on the second round too to make sure that we give ourselves the best chance to like I'm gonna get a deagle pick here, You know, it's just, you kind of just you want to play together and make sure you give yourself the best shot to win it instead of just going for picks and hope for the best, which sometimes we do that too. But
yeah, so it's been kind of a fall from grace from you since Cloud9, as with a lot of stories with a lot of America's favorite players. You know what I mean? Like you guys were that team, and now like form is coming back to you guys, results are coming back to you guys. That's fantastic. In that time, what have you learned? What have you learned since the drop-off, now that we're seeing some results again? What are the lessons that you could take with you if you could give it to Rush again, if you could roll back to a year or 2 and go back to Rush just before the tragic drop-off after Cloud9 ends up dissipating? What would you tell old Rush?
I guess it's like patience and hard work pays off, I guess. Like it's the best thing I can say, because even though like we have been working hard like 10, 12-hour days sometimes for like 3-4 months, even from the old roster, like with Def and Shazam, we were playing like 10, 11 hours a day. And it showed, because we went to Atlanta after being a team for 6 days, and we almost beat EG in a best of 3 when they were at the peak, right? So it shows that like this hard work pays off, and we had a month-long boot camp in Copenhagen. I stayed in an Airbnb with Obo for a month in Copenhagen to boot camp, and that boot camp was honestly terrible. But we got past it, and like we got past like those bad patches, you know.
Yeah.
And as long as you come out in a better like mindset after that, then you're gonna become a better team. But if you let that eat away at you and like devour you, then you're not gonna become a good team. So I think having those bad knocks, like even these minor like qualifier losses, helped us a lot to get like a better mental like fortitude overall.
So you're looking a little pasty there, Rush.
I'm pretty white.
Not seeing a lot of tattoos going on.
Yeah.
He had Config on yesterday. He just got a big piece on his
I
shoulder.
think I was white, but I'm also pretty white, but yeah.
Is the culture on the team, the culture on the team right now is a bunch of meatheads working out, winning matches on LAN versus the best teams in the world, and now Config starting to get tattoos. Life's good. Config starting to get tattoos. When's your piece coming?
I don't know. I thought about getting a tattoo after the major win. Like, I don't know what I was going to get, but I decided against it. So maybe when I win my second major with Complexity, maybe that'll be the time.
And what are the odds of Obo walking onto stage with a couple of sleeves?
Oh my God.
I think his mom might not approve. Maybe in 2 months.
Yeah, we're still at that point where we need like
maybe when he's 18.
Parental supervision.
Parental supervision.
And he has like he can make his choices on his own. Maybe he'll do it.
Okay. Yeah. She doesn't have to sign off on anything for him to play stuff, right?
Not to play, but like to travel. There has to be like a guardian thing that Matt or me carries. Like when I traveled with him alone back from Copenhagen, like I'd have a guardian thing.
Yeah.
Because he's 16, you know. But
hey, some more insight here. You talk about like traveling with or staying with Obo.
Yeah.
Do you guys always stay in the same pairs when you're like staying in rooms, or do you guys have like
no, we haven't
rooms together?
We haven't traveled that much together yet, so it's kind of like hard to say. But like here, I was with Christian. Config, and then we have solo rooms because Blast is awesome. They give you solo rooms. So
yeah,
that's nice. But besides that, like we have no set roommates yet.
Okay. Does that kill the mood on the team if somebody you hang out with someone who like tosses and turns too much or
snoring's
yells in
a
their sleep?
problem.
Snoring's a problem.
I will say.
You want to name any names, man? We can get crazy here.
No, like I literally had to put in like earbuds and a Bose headset over it.
Oh my
just,
gosh!
But I will say I slept pretty soundly when I had that like contraptions going, you know. But like, besides that, if I had slept without that on, I would be screwed.
Okay, well if you're a side sleeper, be warned. Don't hang out with config too much. I think okay, so I think now we're gonna take it into our next segment.
All right.
It's called the CS Money Shot Style segment. Shot Style powered by CS Money. We want to thank them for being a part of this show, and their segment is coming right up right after this.
Boom.
You're actually going to be the inaugural player to hang out and actually talk about some of these skins.
There it is.
How much do you care about skins, Rush? What's it? Do you?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't give any. I don't give a
Yeah. Okay, I knew the next letter that was coming after that.
I definitely don't care. I have like some nice like skins, but I use a default AK.
Yeah.
I scraped the complexity sticker, so it's like just the star, which looks pretty cool.
Like a liege.
Yeah. And then like I put my teammate sticker sometimes on my guns.
Okay.
Like the guns they're good with.
Hype them up.
Yeah, like I'll put like when we get to a major eventually.
Yeah.
I'll put poisons on the op, for example.
Okay.
And maybe like conflict with the AK, stuff like that.
All right, so that's Rush's way of showing love.
Then I'm going to take control of this one, and we're going to go look ahead at ZywOo's inventory first and foremost. Maybe I'll get your thoughts at the end of this, right?
Why is there
We've been
a
talking color schemes all weekend long, so another young player, Launders, just like Obo yesterday, who's rocking that classic knife. They give a throwback to where Counter-Strike came from, and he hits it with the fade.
He was born on the day that Counter-Strike was made.
God.
He's a legend.
Are we sure he's human?
He's a legend.
He may have been made in a lab, who knows? Bloodsport MP7, Bloodsport AK-47, that's an obvious mix. You know, we're going with the red, white, and black. And then the Hellfire M4, you can see how that couples there too. So we've got a lot of that classic red and black. It's a repeating theme when it comes to Counter-Strike. And it's nice to see how some players have variations of it. There's a lot of...
not much vitality colors in there besides maybe the M4 Silence.
Yeah, the
I'm surprised.
Fire.
Yeah.
And a Lionfish M249 because everybody knows that LMGs pack a punch.
Is there still room in the meta for the LMGs?
I mean, we played a Scrimmers Look At once when we first started making this team. We got like 26 forward on Inferno because Stu and Twist had M249s and they're just spraying down banana with it.
Yeah.
Or like, I messaged Naf like, what are you doing?
What are you doing,
This
man?
is a good prac, right? He's like, sorry, man, my bad. And then, the rest is history. I guess we beat him in scrims after that before, so felt good.
Okay. All right.
Well,
but it's a back and forth with them. So.
Yeah. And before we take a look at the next skins, Rush, I want to thank you. I want to cheers you, first of all.
Cheers, boys.
All right, well,
Cheers, almost finished, man.
A three-way here.
The 4-0 group.
Should I chug this?
And that is just delicious. The Complexity Blue comes through. Rush, congratulations on the victory versus Vitality. We'll see you tomorrow for another chance at topping off the group of death and making history day after day. 3 days in a row, maybe.
Let's get that cash.
Yeah, let's get that cash. Thank you so much for coming on, Rush.
No worries.
It was great to have you on as a guest. And now we're going to take a look at our second inventory set.
Number 2, and that's going to be Simple.
Simple.
Oh, man, he was on fire today. I mean, and you just saw it not only in the server, but sitting next to his teammates. They were pumped. He had the energy. It was all flowing. And maybe, just maybe, it had something to do with this skin set. He's one of the only players that I've noticed who actually goes with the blue and pink neon. It's very flashy, just like him. The sports gloves vice is where everything starts. He actually was playing that Decimator Tech 9. Haven't seen a Tech 9 in a while, but Simple's been cracking it out, so who knows where he takes it. The butterfly fade couples nicely with the gloves. We've all come to appreciate the fade and the spinning of the butterfly, but what draws my eye immediately, you know, forgive me if I slaughter this, but the Gungnir AWP.
Yeah.
It's a part of the new Norse collection. And I've actually seen Device rocking this one too, I believe. But, you know, one of these beautiful new additions with our beloved Counter-Strike agent skins. It was a part of the Shattered Web operation. And it's a hot drop, you know. And personally, could be the new Dragon Lore.
I think Jason's sitting beside us, and he's taken aback by how much you care about these skins.
You know a lot more about it than I do. My son Jordan probably could rattle off all those because he's always asking me to buy a new knife and a new skin. So
your son, how old is he? 13? Is he 13?
He's almost 14.
Almost 14 years old.
Yeah.
How many hours in CS:GO does he have?
Too many.
Too many. Okay. Don't tell mom.
He's a great player.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Are you going to put him into the team as soon as he's ready, or what's?
You know, we'll see. I think he's going to be a pro gamer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does he carry the same passion that you have? Like, It honestly,
he's more reserved like his mom, my wife. But I think I'm starting to rub off on him a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I apologize. I'm fighting a cold and jet lag, and I lost my voice.
Yeah,
so.
we saw you, man. We were cheering with you.
Yeah, thanks.
No, there's something going around. But your passion keeps us alive too. When we're casting, we look over, and honestly, when we see you sad or excited, I mean, it's emotional.
Yeah, I wanted to strangle you guys a couple times because you're like, there's just no way Vitality can come back now. You know, the classic caster curse. I'm like, stop. You're jinxing us.
Oh, I thought he was checking out your suit.
It was a fun night, dude. That's a fly suit.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes. I didn't spend too much money on it, thankfully, but yeah, I definitely got bang for my buck here. It's a nice one. Jason, on this team, you're seeing so many successes in a row. Does it only make you more scared, or are you just excited? Are you just reveling in the fact that now you've got a LAN to look forward to, locked up? What are you feeling?
Yeah, I just want everyone to keep in mind, you know, this is a new team, and it's a very young team. We have one of the youngest rosters in, you know, the top tier of Counter-Strike. So what's exciting is we're nowhere near our ceiling. This team can get a lot better, but it's going to make mistakes from time to time. It's going to stumble. It's going to lose games it shouldn't have, because it takes time to get teamwork. You know, it takes time to get that chemistry. You look at Mouse Sports and the EG Core and some of these teams, like they had to pay their dues.
Yeah,
really
and they largely
just
flew
surprised.
under the radar for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, just our goal here was to get top 2, but the way they've played has been something, man.
Yeah,
it's been fun to watch, and I'm really proud of them. But the most important thing is they keep grounded, because now all of the top teams are going to be like, wait a minute, now we got to pay attention to these guys, and they're going to break down our demos, and they're going to anti-strat and everything else. So it will continue to get harder, but I'm pretty bullish on this roster. I think we have something special.
Yeah, I think it'd be a fool not to be. It's pure stonks right now. But with complexity as it is, do you it seems like all of the players are actually painfully mature almost at the fact that they realize, you know, how good they actually are considering their LAN results. Is there a point where you kind of want them to just believe in it, and then you to be the one that worries, or are you glad that they kind of have a realistic understanding of where they're at?
There's something special, and I encourage, you know, the Counter-Strike diehards on Reddit and HLTV that are cynical at times to just come on this journey with us and believe for a minute, you know, that special things are possible. We're going to screw up. We're going to lose games we shouldn't. But I promise you one thing, we're going to be a hell of a lot of fun to watch. Everyone back home in the Complexity headquarters, you know, they had, on our Instagram yesterday, they had this video of everyone exploding in the player lounge when we won. And I saw it this morning. It brought tears to my eyes, because everybody in our organization is so passionate about what we do. And we work so hard. And you know, esports, as in life, is a series of ups and downs. You never want to get too high when you're up and too low when you're down. But when you've been down for a while, man,
it's
hard to get up.
Right.
And you got to fight, and you got to claw, and you got to cry, and you got to battle. And that's what the people in my company do. That's what Complexity's about. We're about passion and gaming. This was a special week for us. Thanks very much to Blast for having us. We're Complexity. I hope everyone's ready for 2020.
Jason, I think people are very happy to see you guys winning. You know, you've got a long history of fans, a lot of matches to look back on, videos on YouTube that grow old but don't lose their value. You know?
Laugh at the silly old guy that gets excited about Counter-Strike. You know, it's funny. My kids make fun of me because I watch at home the same way. And my daughter will like Snapchat and Instagram me because they think it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's not an act. That's just how, when I care so deeply about something, that's just how I am.
I mean, if this man's faking it, give him an Oscar. Right. I mean, so you're doing
it's a little embarrassing, but if you worry too much about what people think, you know.
That's exactly it. You say laugh at the man who gets excited. I would argue I've been inspired by the man who gets excited.
Oh, that's very kind, thanks.
I remember when I was learning CS and going back and kind of deep diving into the history, you know, and coming across this and not realizing that it had already existed for 10 years and that your passion specifically had existed all of that time and to this date still does, man. So
I appreciate that.
I've
That's very
laughed.
kind. And you know what, though? I get way too much credit for when we have accomplishments. It's the people behind the scenes that really get things done. And then you put the face guy out there, and that's me, you know. A guy like Travis Goff back in Dallas who believed in us and brought us to Dallas with the Jones and Goff families because he grew up a Counter-Strike fan, and he's like, I want to invest in complexity. Without that guy, I'm not sitting here. You know, I could list endless people that work and toil for us late into the night, day after day after day, to make something special, to build something memorable. We're trying to build $1 billion multi-generational sports property, and we're hell-bent on doing it.
Let's talk about that for a second. I mean, we are here at Blast. I've been at every single Blast so far. Complexity have not been on the radar for Blast, but for Blast picking teams, they wanted to pick teams that they believe had the right infrastructure, a guy at the helm that they could believe in, a team that they saw potential in, and Complexity met that criteria. Now you're here at this LAN, at the debut of the Spring Series, and you guys show up and shine. What can you say about your experience at Blast and the opportunity
I'm
itself?
so excited to be here, and you know, thank you to Nicholas and everyone at Blast for believing in Complexity. When you're trying to build a property that's going to last hopefully 10 years or longer, you can't just look at the immediate roster, because in 2 years, it could all be topsy-turvy.
Cloud9.
You want to select good partners, you know, that are like-minded, that have stability, and you're looking almost more in a business angle, because rosters can change pretty quick.
Of course, yeah.
So I really appreciate them believing in us. I know they took a lot of flack for it, as did ESL, and all I can say is thank you, and I hope our performance here shows that, you know, we're not fooling around. We want to be the best Counter-Strike team in the world. The guys are going straight back to the hotel to prepare for tomorrow. People will say, oh, it's just gravy, you're already going to Moscow. No, we want to win every match, every time we sit down and play. We want to win every scrim and get better every single day. That's how we operate, and that's how we're going to continue to operate. And I just feel incredibly, incredibly blessed to be on this journey with such amazing people. Like I said, they do all the work and I get all the credit, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just like a moment to be emotional. This is something that, like, you could easily characterize one of the greatest upsets that we've ever seen. It's in the top 5 that I can remember in 4 years of casting CSGO, along with all of the other matches that I've watched myself. And there's just, there's no belittling it, even in the matches that you watch themselves, as an analyst, as an analytical type that is looking to tear down every moment. You could see that this was no fluke. You know, this is a team that played well, and there were rounds where this is not a Complexity I've seen before. This is something I didn't realize BlameF was capable of calling. Yeah. There was so much stuff here that would have me believe that there's a future to this organization.
It goes to all 5 of the players. It goes to Matt, the manager. You know, it goes to Jamie, the coach. It goes to Ricky, our sports psychologist. But you really have to point out BlameF. I work really hard. Everyone in my company works really hard, and he outworks us all, I think. I've never in my career seen a gamer work harder and just want it more. Like, I told him when we got together, I flew to Copenhagen to recruit him, and we were sitting in a hotel, and I told him, I believe if you stay humble and you keep this work ethic up, you're going to be one of the greatest in-game leaders in Counter-Strike history. And I said, you want to do it with me? He said, let's do it.
Who's coming with me?
So he's making me look really smart, but he's the one doing all the work. And alongside his teammates, you know, like I said, sometimes you go from like 0 to hero so quick, or vice versa, and the community's like, oh, you're so great, or you're so terrible. And the reality is somewhere in the middle. We're going to lose some games, you know. This was great right now, but I just want to set expectations for our fans. Like, I think we're going to do some really cool stuff, but it's still really early in the game. So anybody that wants to be a Complexity fan, you know,
now's the time.
We'd be honored to have you.
You don't want to be a bandwagon Complexity fan,
I
right?
welcome all bandwagons.
After the fact and before, but you know, early bird tickets are on sale, right? Come through.
ComplexityGaming.com.
Yeah.
Complexity on Twitter.
We talk about like the better parts of it, but the meat and potatoes is the LAN. But to get to the LANs, we've got to do the qualifiers, and the qualifiers aren't always on LAN.
Yeah, our best of one online qualifier is just wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the nature of the beast, the state of the game.
Yeah.
And
we have to earn our way. We have to pay our dues. When I built this roster with 3/5 Europeans, I knew there was a chance we might miss the Rio Major. And it was a conscious decision our organization made. We said, we want to build the best possible team we can right now, and if we miss a major, we miss a major. And I'm already happy about that decision. Like, I really hope we make the major. I really want to go to Brazil and meet the fans down there. They're so passionate. But if we don't, it's a price we're willing to pay for the long run. You know, this is a long project. I really believe this team could be good for 2, 3, 4 years. You know, look at Astralis and how amazing their run has been, and just how dedicated their players are, and the way they train, and the way they work together, and their mental fortitude. And you know, we look at them as an inspiration. This is how you do it right. So let's do it right, and let's build a juggernaut for 3 or 4 years.
Let's build a juggernaut. A sentiment we echoed. And before we close this out, Jason, I want to give you the camera. This is what you're good at. You're the charismatic one of the organization. What do you want to say to the fans or people that you could potentially lure in as new fans?
Oh, goodness. The one thing I can say to everyone out there is you could choose a lot of different brands. There's a lot of great teams and great orgs. But if you really just want to believe in something that's different, something that's driven by passion, people that genuinely care about everything we do, you know, we'd be really honored to have any fan that wants to come along. I want to tell you a quick story. The first day we played Astralis, they go through the crowd that's here in the auditorium and they say, you know, okay, the Complexity fans are going to sit over here. Where are the Complexity fans? One dude raised his hand and he came sat by me. And that meant the world to me. There's one dude in a whole auditorium that wasn't, you know, pulling for the perennial champs, Astralis, and they've definitely earned that. But if all I have is one fan that's willing to cheer for me and our organization, that's all we need. But we welcome one and welcome all.
The passion is infectious. Thank you so much for being on the show,
Thanks
Jason.
so much for having me.
We appreciate
it. Sorry my voice a little shot.
Pleasure. You know, from within the org to seeing the players play, but understanding the people behind it that make it all possible. You're bringing honor to the brand, and I wish you the best of luck in all the results and your upcoming land at Blast Moscow.
Yeah, I'm excited to go to Moscow. I've never been there. I'm genuinely excited.
Qualify for that minor next weekend.
Yes,
yeah,
try to,
I really hope they do. I hope they do. Thanks so much.
Yes, well, yeah, that's it. That's it from us here on Overtime. Always great, another show where we get a second take and a closer look at some of the wonderful matches that we've seen so far at Blast. We're wrapping it up here, but we'll definitely be back again, hopefully tomorrow. And make sure to leave us your feedback online. If you want any guests that you'd like to come on, let us know. And that's it for me and Connor. Everybody, good night.